Hello everybody and welcome to another day of Gloomhaven. Today we'll be doing some custom class testing, playing the Spellblade, the Brewmaster, and the Chronomancer. So these are all custom classes, so there will be no actual spoilers today. Technically we'll be spoiling Scenario 2, which is what we'll be starting with, and eventually, probably, hopefully, Scenario 4, which is what we plan on doing after completing 2. These are both really early in the campaign, were available very early on. I mean, even before Gloomhaven released, it was possible to test these scenarios as demo scenarios, so I think it's not such a big deal. But yeah, so we're basically doing a spoiler-free day here, just playing some custom classes. So as a quick introduction to these classes, just for anyone who's watching the video, so if you're watching now, I guess I'll just post this in chat quickly. I'll just send the link in case you ended up here without going to the Reddit post first. Posting link into chat now. You can click that link, and that will provide you there. You can find albums to easily view, for reference, the cards that we'll be talking about for the classes that we'll be playing today. So with the exception of the Brewmaster, but hopefully Themris will have edited that in before anyone who's watching this, especially since I'm kind of talking for the recording here, would want to see that. Because while I will certainly have the cards in front of me today, I'm not necessarily going to hover over them for a long period of time, so it might be difficult to see certain cards. Therefore, you can always understand what they are by the names if you just have that album up. Those albums up, and both of them are available in that link, both for the Spellblade and the Chronomancer. So anyway, let's go over the three classes. I guess we'll go from left to right. So the Spellblade is the newest custom class we're testing today. It's one that I've just gotten out of the conceptual phase and into the first testing phase. So here we're just testing level 1 cards. I always prefer doing this before creating higher level cards, because getting the balance right for the level 1 cards then translates well into making the higher level cards, rather than making the higher level cards and having to go back and redo them because of, kind of messed up base balance design with the level 1 cards. So yeah, for that reason, we're just going to test level 1 cards for the Spellblade today. This class has never been tested before. It's a melee/ranged hybrid, although more melee focused, obviously as a Spellblade, but it has some ranged elements as well, and uses the 4 primal elements, no light or dark, with a medium health pool and a 10 card hand size. Over here we have the Brewmaster, which is actually not my custom class, so the other two are. The Chronomancer and Spellblade are both mine, but Brewmaster is actually Themris, from the subreddit. There's a mod on the Gloomhaven subreddit. It's his custom class. This class is by far the furthest along of any of the three we'll be testing today. It's essentially done. There's just one mechanic which was added quite late in the process, which hasn't really been tested much. So that's one of the reasons we're testing, but more than anything, we're just testing because it's fun to play with this class in the party. It's a class that I haven't, compared to the actual Gloomhaven classes, it's a class I haven't played that much, and I think it's really well balanced and fun to play. And it's always nice to have a tank in the party, so that's what we'll be playing. Brewmaster also, yeah, I guess I say tank in the party, but I haven't really introduced. But the Brewmaster also has a medium health pool, and is a tank who basically doesn't wear heavy armor. So instead uses the stagger mechanic. And I guess I'll go over that probably once we start playing when more people are here. And then finally over here we have the Chronomancer, which is a small health pool, 11 card hand size, ranged class, who is primarily support / a little bit range damage dealer, but really heavy support. Just have a sip of coffee. So it does bear mentioning that we're actually playing in a campaign, like a testing campaign, so to speak, that we've already been doing for a little bit. So in this campaign, we've already done Scenario 1, and we failed Scenario 2, and I think we've actually went back and did Scenario 1 when we tested the Spirits here as well. So we played a couple scenarios already. This is why we have 41 experience and 18 gold here, and 37 experience and 25 gold here, as well as a few more items than we would normally start with on these two characters. We've also already gotten one perk. In both cases, I just removed 2 -1s, which is generally the best perk for pretty much every class in the game that has it. Anyway, but yeah, so actually, for example, we did this Scenario 2 already with the Brewmaster and Chronomancer just in a 2-player party. We actually failed it on a first try, even despite, I don't remember if we were playing, I think we were actually just playing difficulty 2 like we're doing here, which is again just actually recommended difficulty, not even increasing difficulty because of obviously the solo bump, and we still managed to fail it just because, a tank and a support, and kind of the Tinker plus Brute problem, although obviously Tinker plus Brute could deal with this, I think, a little bit better than we did. So there were some changes made to the Chronomancer after that, and yeah, we'll see how it goes this time. Obviously now we also have a damage dealing class with us in the Spellblade. Although the Spellblade's not like, it's not like Scoundrel or Mind Thief levels of damage, so a little bit more utility. All right, but yeah, so anyway, Chronomancer is a time-based support class, which means a lot of things to deal with initiative or delayed effects. Have another sip of coffee. Hey, good afternoon, Isio. Hope you're having a lovely weekend, a lovely beginning to your weekend. All right, So the first thing we need to do is we need to do a little shopping. We also have to do our city and road events still. No, we don't actually, because we do need to do a road event. We don't actually get to do a city event because we did a casual mode scenario last time, which was scenario one. All right, but yeah, so we do have to do some shopping first on the Spellblades. The Spellblade obviously it starts with 30 gold. I mean, this is the first time playing the class, but I'm gonna say that I want Boots of Striding because of the top of the move to jump top action. I mean, makes these kind of essential. Plus, Boots of Striding are just one of the most cost-effective items there is. And then we can buy a small item, which can be power, endurance, or healing. All of these can be reasonably justified. I mean, a minor endurance potion is always nice to have. For anyone who's watching this but hasn't watched my campaigns in the past, minor endurance potion is the community fix to stamina potions. A healing potion is probably what we need the least, actually, because we do have the Chronomancer as a fair amount of healing. We also have a bit of self-healing as well. I mean, a bit of healing yourself. I mean, self-heal again, some non-health self-healing. The power potion is also tempting. I guess this isn't much of an AoE scenario, but it's also not much of a long-term scenario where we really need the added longevity. But I guess this adds flexibility as well. Let's try grabbing this. I'm not sure if this is better or worse than getting a power pot. I mean, honestly, healing pot could be fine. Any of these would really be fine. All right. So there we're going to start at 0 gold because we start with those items. We don't have any reputation. We've got +1 reputation, but that does nothing. All right, so we'll have to do a road event, and then we'll get into looking at the classes and starting up the scenario itself. So as usual, I'm just gonna hide this for road events. It's just to avoid spoiling people for something which is really unnecessary. Um, let's do this. Okay, well that's fine. That's not a big deal. All right. So the road event led to us losing 1 check mark each, but fortunately here we've got 3 and 3, so we can't lose any, and here we've gained none, so we also can't have no check marks to lose. So the road event doesn't affect us in any way. Okay, all right, let's have one more sip of coffee. Almost done with that, and let's start getting our classes set up for this scenario. So we'll go over from left to right. By the way, so Isio, since you're here, we can actually talk about this right now. So I mocked up your suggested version for Shattering Volley, and then the regular, I mean, the original version. I like the white hexes do help with making it kind of easier to visualize the targeting. I agree with that. And make it quite clear, I guess I should say, but it also makes it very messy. Like it adds a lot of clutter to the visual of the card. So I'm not sure I actually like it more. I'm just going to ask people in general during the stream which one of these two they think is a better option. Because I mean, to me, ultimately, it doesn't matter that much in the end. I can certainly understand clarity over aesthetics, but on the other hand, I mean, there's always Themris in the back of my mind being like, aesthetics, 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 you know. So anyway, if anyone right now, and we'll come back to this later, has opinions on which one of these they think is better, please feel free to chime in. All right, so let's set up our 10 card hand here. So we're gonna be doing a boss scenario, so that's interesting. So first of all, we've got this. Push isn't gonna be generally very good here. The only traps are these 2 in the first room here. Just stun traps and kind of difficult to use. At best, we would be able to push just like go down here and push 1 in. We would first have had to create wind. It's kind of so-so. So this isn't great. Shield 1. We've got a tank in the party, so most of the tanky stuff we don't need too much. It does create ice, which is not bad. But ice, it gives us retaliate or stun. Stun isn't very good against the boss. Can be good against the other things. And retaliate is showing kind of mediocre. So this I'm not super sold on. Reality Rift, on the other hand, we definitely want. I mean, it's still just an attack 2 and creates fire. Fire is a very useful element for us. This boss, what are his immunities again? He's not immune to wound, so fire actually does give us a way of applying wound, which is pretty useful against this boss. So we definitely want our source of fire with Reality Rift. The bottom of Reality Rift is, I don't know how useful it's going to be actually. This is obviously, I mean, a lot here needs testing, and this is one of the things. It's kind of, I mean, thus far, when having shown this to a couple people, it's been questioned how actually useful this bottom ability is. I just kind of wanted the class to have some utility abilities other than just like basic stuff, so we'll see. Bears to be mentioned. I mean, worth being tested. But regardless, it's pretty free to bring this because decent initiative and a top we want a lot. Here we've got a pretty reasonable single target damage loss attack, which is pretty good for us on a boss scenario, and it's also just a move 4. The initiative is obviously quite bad, but still just a move 4. And ECO, you can see, actually did make a few changes already based off of the balance feedback. I removed the Pierce here, not because I agreed with you. I didn't think that the Pierce was too good, although Themris was there, but more. This allowed me then to remove, oh yeah, so as you can see, actually we did remove the jump from this bottom move 3 to make it a little bit worse. And by doing that, we added the jump here, which allows us to put that sort of a Pierce effect at a higher level, which is actually a little bit more fitting for it. Because otherwise, as I said, I actually thought the card wouldn't scale very well because both effects were pretty situational. And as you level up, you wouldn't really want to bring this card just for the bottom when it's only going to be good sometimes. So I think putting the Pierce on a higher level card, I mean, so that same sort of effect on a higher level card is just more fitting. But anyway, here it'll be quite decent with a move 4 and a good loss attack for a boss fight. Same thing here, we've got attack 3, range 3, which is a nice flexible attack. With a tank in the party, we're probably not using this bottom, but again, 82 initiative is good. It's actually our latest initiative, and attack 3, range 3 with a bonus is perfectly fine. So we'll be taking that. So this is our best initiative, on the other hand. I mean, our fastest initiative of 4. It's a heal 3. Heals are pretty bad on boss fights, since we just need to deal damage as much as possible. We're not really going to spend that much time healing. So this is kind of more so-so. And the Retaliate shield, again, on a boss fight is much less useful. Simply because, I mean, so we've got corpses, which hit really hard, which makes this not that good. It's good against the skeletons, but it's more of a priority to deal with the boss anyway. It's not like we need a loss for dealing with the skeletons afterwards, and the boss is rarely going to attack us. So this is definitely much more of a maybe. Although unfortunately and kind of intentionally our good initiatives, our early initiatives are both getting to the maybe piles this far. Fortunately, we've got this, which is going to be an attack 3 retaliate, which creates ice. Again, ice for us is so-so, but this ice for this stun is certainly useful on things other than the boss. And then on the bottom, we've got a slightly improved bottom loot action, which can also give +1 attack to our allies targeting the boss. So for next to the boss, we can go early. This can be decent. So overall, this is a pretty easy take. Frozen Embrace, also a pretty easy take. I mean, attack 3 with the possibility of stunning, which again, we've got this ice, so we can use this one. It's fine. The bottom heal, it can be irrelevant. It's difficult because we've got to move around a lot because this boss teleports, but still, just for the top alone, this card's fine. This card's definitely fine. 19 initiative is one of our best, and we've got an attack 4 on top, attack 2 on bottom, both with upsides, so yeah, it's a pretty easy choice. Conflagrate, this is our source of wound and a move 5, so again, also pretty easy choice. Here we've got a move 4 with Retaliate. This we don't really care too much about, but it's still a 21 initiative with a move 4. And then the 2-target attack on top is also so-so. It's really not good against pretty much anything in this scenario. Hold on one second, can I have another sip of coffee? So lower damage multi-target attacks like this against the skeletons are quite bad because they have shield. Wow, what is all this movement? Yeah, so since we had to nerf some of the cards, we buffed some of the cards as well. Basically, the point is that melee classes in the game are supposed to have a lot of movement. I mean, if we take, for example, the starting class examples, we've got the Scoundrel who has like move 5, move 5, move 6, and we've got the Mind Thief who has move 4, but also move 3 on top. Originally, so the changes we made, like I said, were this originally had jump, we removed that. And then the wind thing previously was a move 3 with a better ability. We turned it into a move 4 with a worse ability. And then we added one additional movement here onto the bottom of Conflagrate, simply because we already had 2 at this point. Now we have... Otherwise, we currently had a move 4 here and a move 4 here, both with upsides. I mean, they're kind of small upsides, but they're still upsides. So it felt bad to just have another default move 4. So turning this into a move 5 made sense. Because again, melee classes are supposed to have a fair amount of mobility. And it also made sense to distance the better mobility from things which actually produced elements, which is why it made sense to, again, remove the jump from here, making this move worse, and then giving more movement on non-element producing things, so that as a melee class, we can still have enough mobility, which is pretty important. All right. So, yeah, this is going to be our source of wound, which we need to do at least once to the boss, otherwise it's a move 5, so this is more than fine. This is kind of interesting. So ultimately, Strengthen is going to be bad on this class, which is why this effect is fine as a level 1 card and would be much worse later on because of how Strengthen works with Ambiguity. I mean, Advantage works with Ambiguity and Elemental modifiers, since obviously this class is also going to have a lot of Elemental modifiers. But for level 1 with a fresh deck, this is pretty decent. Oh, wait, we have 2 37s? That wasn't even intentional. One of these is not supposed to be 37. I must have messed that up somewhere. Oh well. I mean, it's not that you can't have 2 cards with the same initiative, but I know one of these wasn't supposed to be 37. I don't know what it was, but whatever, we'll deal with this. This is for today. But yeah, so I mean, with our modifier deck for now, this is quite a reasonable effect. We also have 2 sources of fire in at this point, so we can certainly use 2 fire spenders. The attack on the top of Blazing Blade is going to be quite awful this scenario, but again, we pretty much just plan on using this for the bottom, and I think this will be fine. So that puts us up to 9, and then we've got here all in it as our 10th card, which is fine. This gives us some top movement, which can create wind, and a big loss attack. The big loss attack is so-so here. Hitting multiple targets and stunning. I mean, like, basically none of these effects, other than the fire effect, really matter much on this boss fight. Theoretically, like, fire plus earth can be decent. But, I mean, all we really care about is dealing damage to the boss. I mean, like, in most scenarios, all of these things can be good, especially, like, fire, earth, ice, and then wind is obviously much more situational, but still. But stunning, I mean, you can't stun the boss, so this is why the ice kind of comes a little bit less relevant. But regardless, I still think I want to bring this card, which makes sense. So we cut these two. But there was this as well. That's okay, I guess. So at this point, we have one win spender. So yeah, we've cut one win producer, one win spender. The AoE, ultimately not so useful for the boss. Hi, Route 71, 711 says, hi, love to see more TTS streaming. Hey, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. But yeah, so I think it's fine to not have this and to not have, I mean, since we're not going to take this, it's fine to not have this. We don't need this win so badly. We've got this one, which is probably going to be, I mean, this is actually an easier one to do than this one. But, I mean, both halves of this can be quite decent here. It's really only for this half. And the initiative on this is also worse. And then, yeah, I mean, not bringing this is fine for a boss fight, I think, to not bring this. Not bringing either of our biggest losses, but neither of these are very good on this fight, so. This is why we test more than one different kind of scenario. All right, I think this is a fine setup with the cards we have there, and I'll leave these two cards out so that we can continue to give input on which one looks better, or which one is better. All right. So we've got our 10 cards there. Let's head on over to the Brewmaster. A sip of water. Okay. So push again isn't super useful here, so we probably don't want this so much. The move Shrug Off can be decent though, because we do need a lot of movement to keep up with the boss. So this is certainly a maybe. Cake Smash is just a great card, although AoE is less relevant on this fight, so I suppose this is also a maybe. And staggering all damage also matters less. It's more about just racing to kill the boss as quickly as possible, then we can worry about other stuff afterwards. Cake Toss is a move 4 with really good initiative though, so that's an easy include. Leg Sweep and Immobilize. Again, immobilizing the boss doesn't do anything because he teleports, so neither part of this is really very good. So that's actually basically a no. I'm going to put that the furthest over there. Long Jab is an attack 3 at range 2, which is just decent. We need this. This will also be good against the skeletons afterwards. Yeah, Stun Attack is certainly... Well, I mean, I guess we can theoretically put the Stun Attack with the other maybes, because it's not good against the boss. Alright, this is a Shrug Off 3 for when we don't need to move, with also our best late initiative, so that's kind of an easy include, I think. Here we've got Move 2, Shrug Off 2, which is quite good. Oh, I guess I should take the time to explain the Shrug Off and Stagger mechanic now. Basically, when the Brewmaster takes damage, every excess... So let's say the Brewmaster takes 3 damage from something. He takes 1 to his health bar, and then all the excess beyond 1 is added to his stagger bar. And his maximum amount of stagger that he can have is equal to his maximum health. So he can get up to at most 8 stagger. If he's at 8 stagger, he takes damage, it goes all to his health rather than any going to his stagger. And at the end of every one of his turns, half of his stagger, rounded up, is dealt and damaged him. And this damage cannot be prevented. And then Shrug Off, anything with Shrug Off, removes Stagger directly. So this is basically the way that this class mitigates damage by essentially staggering it and then removing it. Alright, Rattlesnake Brew is probably okay because giving one adjacent ally may perform an attack 2 with pretty good initiative could be good. This, I mean, just all the damage we can have to rush down the boss is certainly a good idea. This is an attack 3, retaliate, move 3, retaliate, good initiative, seems pretty easy. Move 4 with great initiative, pretty easy. Do we have any? So the boss is not immune to poison, right? I don't believe the Chronomancer can poison at level 1, so I'm pretty sure we want this. Just, it kind of sucks to do an attack 1 on the boss, but the value of getting a poison on the boss is so high that I think it's worth having this. And here on bottom, it's a move 3, so we'll worry about the provoke mechanic. Hold on. Actually, we need the rules for provoke, because it shouldn't affect bosses, I assume, right? Yeah, this should be, I guess, worded a little bit differently. I mean, this is Thymus' stuff. Well, it should say, like, I mean, the easiest would just say non-boss monster, I suppose. Because here, maybe it's included in this, the provoke condition only replaces the actions listed on the monster's ability card. If a monster gains additional actions through other means, such as scenario special rules, those actions are performed as normal. But while there are scenario special rules which specify what the boss does, it's actually, I mean, it's difficult to describe because if he does move plus 0, attack plus 0 instead of doing special 2, then he doesn't do special 2. Anyway, we're certainly going to rule that this does not does not allow you to prevent bosses from doing their special abilities. So essentially, this will just be a move 3, attack 2 if our stagger's 3 or higher. But again, all the extra damage we can get is quite useful on this boss fight. So we get one more of these cards. We've got a fair amount of shrug off, so we're less tempted with this. We've also got a fair amount of movement. So it could be Keg Smash. I think it's certainly not these two, I suppose. So it's really one of these two. This would just be for the bottom here. Both halves are decent. Yeah, that means this is probably better, to be honest. All right, so those are our 3 cards for the Brewmaster. Let's go over and have a look at the Chronomancer. All right. So this is a card which is a question mark. The last time we tested with this card, it ended up being quite desirable. I didn't change it yet, despite the fact that we did change delay a little bit. Basically, this card, the top of this card was changed completely reworked and made this as a reaction to the fact that we failed this scenario the first time, just because this class really lacked a way to deal damage. I'm still not. All right, so the problem is I wanted to use this action basically every time last time, and it felt really good to use it, which maybe was a sign that it was too good, but at the same time, it's effectively really kind of just like 3 damage. It's like kind of almost 3 guaranteed damage, so to speak. Because theoretically, Strengthen does actually add less than 1 and adds around like 0.6 damage or something like that. So it's really like 2.6 damage, but you could say closer to 3 since you can redraw once. Like having a top action which gives a guaranteed 3 damage isn't really like OP or anything for a level 1 card. Like 3 damage is just like a ranged attack for a class normally, and it has a condition of requiring someone else to attack. So I'm still not convinced that it's too good. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see. It's definitely something to pay attention to, though. But regardless, we're certainly going to bring it. Giving out blesses on a boss fight is quite good, so that's a most likely. Well, we can just throw that up. I think we can put that into the yes pile for now. So this is our AoE. AoE loss, not so good on this boss fight. Well, Immobilize is very good because, well, once we kill the archers, most of the enemies we'll be facing here will all, immobilizing them will prevent them from attacking, although it's also very unlikely we get immobilizes on the corpses since they don't go early. But also just AoE strengthen, quite decent on the boss fight, so it's pretty easy. Here's delay. So the change to delay since last time was simply giving the attack 4 with advantage. We decided to try to keep it as is, making it still difficult to target and rewarding people for adequate planning, which is kind of the idea of the card since you're supposed to know the future. And so we just made the attack itself better. So before it was an attack 4, now it's an attack 4 with advantage. The conditions are mediocre. I think the boss is immune to curse as well, right? The boss is immune to curse. Not immune to muddle, but that doesn't really change much because the boss rarely attacks. So yeah, that makes this card kind of mediocre. I'll put this in the maybe pile for now. This card is good. We really need this card. Losing this card early in our last attempt was one of the reasons we lost the scenario. This is also fine. Provides some pretty free healing with an attack 2 attached. A loot is kind of questionable. The chest is also not here because we did manage to get it last time. This does provide a fair amount of movement, so it's a maybe. Recovering our lost cards while stunning ourselves is unlikely something we're going to be able to do in this scenario, but it is still just a bottom heal, so I think we're happy to take that. Share allows us to either give someone good initiative or to give someone, to move conditions around, but there aren't really conditions applied in this scenario. None of these enemies apply conditions by default. The living corpses certainly can flip poison, and the band archers can flip immobilize. Both these are actually kind of significant, but it's still not super appealing. We'll put that in the maybe pile for now. Skip allows us to either increase the initiative for a monster type or skip a non-boss monster type's turn, but non-boss being key, skipping non-bosses here doesn't help us that much. Here we've got to move forward with an attack 2, decent range, but doubling initiative can actually be quite significant here because by doubling the boss's initiative, we can guarantee that our allies will be able to go before the boss teleports away. So this is pretty useful. Also just a good initiative for us. Here we have a top heal with a bottom attack. The bottom attack is again just an attack 1, which is without a doubt a problem. I mean, this class in balance is certainly closer towards the Tinker than it is towards some other support classes in the game, but that's not such a problem. Anyway, really, though, being able to increase initiative on the boss can once again allow our allies to get guaranteed hits, and it's still an attack 1, so why not? And the top heal might be okay in the first room before we go in to face the boss, so we'll put that in there. Stop. There's a decent chance this top ends up getting reworked. Basically, since I changed the bottom from 3 charges to 2 charges, I have pretty much never played this card anymore. It used to be 3 charges, but I thought there was a chance it might have been too good. At 2 charges, I've just never wanted to use the bottom either, though, so I don't really know. And the top is very difficult to use, but it's certainly not. I mean, I'm going to give it some more fair testing on like a non-boss scenario, but for a boss scenario, this sort of effect is definitely not where we want to be. We don't want to stun ourselves at all on boss scenarios. So we need to cut, or we need to bring in 2 more cards. Well, at this point, this is an attack 2, range 3 with some upside and some movement, so that's fine. And so then we're just left with all this. This theoretically can give us the most movement because it's very easy with our very early initiatives to guarantee we go before any monsters, so we can just have them move 5 here. I think pretty much guaranteed we don't want these 2 cards, so it really just comes down to these 2. Giving an early initiative to an ally can be decent, but we've got enough ways to increase the boss's initiative that I don't think we need to share initiatives with allies here. It's not like we have a Crag card or anything like that. This attack is kind of mediocre. I mean, it's really just kind of this attack versus this move. This attack is really only good if our allies get immobilized, but then they still have to be within range 3 of the archer. Yeah. I think I'd rather just have them move 5 from loot. Alright, let's just grab that and put this down here. Okay, so let's settle our hands up. Maybe provoke immunity should be tied to disarm immunity. That's an interesting point. I mean, you'd have to. I'm sure Thamros will stop by at some point. You'd have to bring this up to him. But I mean, regardless, there does need to be a specification that bosses need to be immune to provoke, obviously. Because this boss, for example, isn't even immune to disarm, so you'd still be able to provoke him, but that'd be way too broken. This would allow you to essentially break the scenario. Okay, so we do have to do a... Oh no, we already did a road event. Yeah, we did a road event. We grabbed all our cards. We need to grab our battle goals. Let's do that. Okay, use no items or use your items a number of times equal to 2 plus your levels. So we'd have to either use our items 3 times or never use our items. Don't forget those curses. Good call. Yeah, thank you. I guess, I mean, we're almost never going to long rest in this scenario, but we're also certainly going to use our boots in this scenario. This is brutal. I mean, I guess it's more likely that we long rest than never use our items. So we'll grab that battle goal, put it over there, I guess. Here, gain 13 or more experience, or be at full health at the end. God, we are not getting, I mean, this is so unlikely. Brewmaster's experience gain is quite average, which is good, but not 13 good, especially not on a short fight, boss fight. And here, be at full health at the end is so unlikely. I guess it's more likely to gain 13 experience than being at full health as the tank. Alright. Allow no one to become exhausted. Well, you would think that was easy, although not last time we did this, or always have 1 or more monsters present. We might need some setup time before we go in to fight the boss, so better to just try to get the allow no allies. Alright, so as Ezio pointed out, it's 3 curses to each character. Which, yeah. This has been talked about before a little bit on the subreddit, but I really do not like this. Doing this on the second scenario. The scenario is already so high variance because of the nature of how the boss opens room doesn't know. I mean, depending on what the boss does, it really changes how difficult the scenario is. And for new players, I mean, I don't like this to begin with, and I think it's really not great for new players. And this, like adding these curses in for the type of, I mean, this type of scenario where you need to kill the boss as quickly as possible, just ratchets up the variance. It's not something I'm a huge fan of. All right, shuffle all these things up. I think I already shuffled these. All right. So we can start on any of the 5 hexes here. So let's see what exactly we're planning on doing. This is going to be the Spellblade. I'm just using the Scoundrel as a stand-in. This is the Chronomancer. All right. So, well, Mighty Belch is pretty good here. Do we mind using that right away? No, we should have a chance to get it back before we need to kill the boss. We'll want to kill the Archer in here first anyway. So if we Mighty Belch, we get to poison both of these, which is quite good. What can we do for a bottom then? Could we use Revitalizing Brew as a bottom? If we go... No. If we go here... No, but then we're not adjacent. Because if someone went... If the Spellblade moved up, then we could use that. Alright, because the question is just what are we going to use as the bottom action? Because we don't actually need to move to hit them with Mighty Belch. But otherwise, we just don't really have anything to do. I mean, I guess we can use Keg Smash bottom. It's kind of okay. Gives us decent initiative. Still not guaranteed to be before the archers, but yeah, it's fine. Alright. Oops. So, Master's there. At the same time, then we're giving up Keg Smash top, which could actually be very good afterwards, because we could hit both of the ones we've poisoned. Ugh. I mean, I guess the Spellblade's probably going here, because Spellblade can actually hit both of them this turn. So yeah, it's okay that we're not able to do that. Oh, we also should set their healths, so it's 6 health for each bandit archer. Oh, we did already do that. God, we're so good at this game. All right, so speaking of, so we know we're going at 24 there, so the Spellblade kind of wants to go after that. Ah, 26, perfect. And run up and hit both of them with Reality Rift, which seems quite good here. Hitting 2 poison targets, each for an attack 2, and setting up fire, which who knows what we'll do with, but we'll do something with it afterwards. And so if we're just moving up, well, this would be where creating wind would be good, but it's not like we would use the wind afterwards, so it doesn't really matter. All right, so we can kind of do whatever we want as a bottom, just any sort of a move here. I mean, what are we unlikely to use in the near future here? Kind of likely to use everything, huh? I mean, we kind of a bit want everything. What if we use Blistering Shards to attack? But I mean, we don't care about the charge, but it's kind of the same thing. But then we don't get the fire. The fire can actually be good because we can just use Blazing Blade bottom next turn. Although we're also going to be next to something, so we could theoretically just use one of these bottoms. But yeah, Blazing Blade bottom could be fine. We could even do Blazing Blade bottom into Blistering Shards top next turn, which would be pretty good. So that's fine. So, I mean, we really just have to move. It can be pretty much anything. I kind of just want to save all my cards for, excuse me, for afterwards. I mean, this card is generally, but it can like chain into the stun. There's a lot of planning that has to go on when you play a class like this. I mean, because we might want this. For example, the turn before we go into the next room, we could set up win with this, and then we could have this to have a bigger move when we go into the other room. So it's like 4th turn and 5th turn, we want these 2 cards. So if we're using this card next turn, and this could also be move 5 if we take too long. We want to use this next turn. Maybe there's just never a time we really care about using this. We only need 2 movement here, right? Yeah, theoretically we only need 1, so. Alright, that works. So finally, what is the Chronomancer doing? Well, so I'd like to use the bottom of Stitch to increase their initiative, because it'd be nice if we'd go before them, so we don't get immobilized. Although, no, their immobilized is at 29, so we're safe against that. I mean, it'd still be good to increase their initiative, but I actually probably want to keep Stitch to do some healing after because we're going to take some damage here, and I like to be full health before we go into the boss. Balance, yeah, balance is fine, probably. It's going to give, if we use balance, it'll give strengthen for the entire attack action. We'll only get +2 on the first one, but it'll still strengthen 2 attacks for the Spellblade, which is not bad. Heal is also quite good, though, and actually hits both of them. I mean, like, if we just use heal top attack, I think that's kind of the most compelling. Again, these 2 will be poisoned, and so then it'll be 2 attack 3s on both of them. That should kill both of them over there. So really, we just need to, again, go after the Brewmaster, which is at 24. Easier said than done. I guess we can just play like Ebb. We don't really care about this card in general, and this gets us after 24. Otherwise, I mean, maybe going earlier is better with delay. But I may want to keep delay. Yeah, I mean, so if I'm not doing delay, it has to be this to be the next thing to go after 24. And I don't really care so much about having this card, so. All right, this works. Oh, we haven't set up the initiatives. Actually, on either of these decks, I think, right? No. This one has it? Yeah. Oh, that's my bad. So we're going to have to do this a little bit as we go through. One thing I forgot to do before starting today. So I had to make a new, I mean, the Chronomancer has been here before, but we made a new deck when we made changes, and here the Spellblade's never been here before, so don't actually have to put the full names. Theoretically, we don't actually have to put any name, right? So maybe we should just do it that way. Okay, here we go. Ah, it is the Immobilize, but, well, that's annoying because they're going to go before the Chronomancer. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. Oh, the Master of Initiative is getting out initiative? That's annoying. That is annoying. All right, well, I mean, again, nothing to do about that. So we're going to, go here. We're going to use the bottom of Keg Smash. All attacks targeting you gain disadvantage this round. Stagger all damage this round. We gain 1 experience. Stagger all damage this round just means that we don't take any damage to our health pool, at least until we get to the maximum stagger. All right, and we're going to use the top of Mighty Belch. Poison, all allies and enemies in the targeted area suffer 1 damage. So we go like this. So it's 1 damage to each of these. And they're both poisoned. Which is quite valuable here. Okay, so we're done. So then it is the Spellblade's turn. So we're going to use this default move too. We could Endurance Potion it, but there's just really no reason to. We're at 10 card hand size, so we don't gain a turn. It's not like we really care about having this back right now. So yeah, we'll just use this Primal Imbuement as a default move too. We'll go to here, because we can't go all the way here, otherwise we won't hit both of them from there. And then we'll use the top of Reality Rift, so we'll create fire, and this gives us an attack 2 shaped like this, and from where we're standing, we can go like this for our 3 shaping. So each of these is going to be an attack 3. We'll do 2 and then 1, closest to furthest. Okay, so 3 and 2. This one's down to 2, and this one's down to 3. Okay, so then we're done. I'm actually curious about something. I actually need to, yeah, I mean, it's the first time going through it. I need to work on the formatting for this, because Strengthening Self and like Retaliating Self, these are mainline abilities. They're not tied to the move, but the way that it's small text like this, it actually isn't. So what I mean is, the way that this is currently formatted, for example, since we're going to be immobilized, we wouldn't actually be able to do this next turn, even though theoretically we should actually be able to do this next turn, because it's just to perform an additional mainline ability. I think with Consuming Elements, it should work like that. I mean, I think you can have Consume Element create a mainline ability, I believe. I mean, I think it still counts as one, but we just need to change the way that this is formatted. I mean, the formatting's a little bit off for these anyway. Some of them are set more to the left or the right. Like I said, it's just very early in the testing phase. Anyway, this isn't the most important thing immediately. All right, so the archers go. So they're going to be attack -1. So normally they attack for 2, so these are going to be attack 1s, but with immobilize. This one can't move away to lose disadvantage. It'll be attacking there. So first 1 will attack the Brewmaster, because these are both equidistant, but the Brewmaster had lower initiative. And then 2 and 6 will both attack the Spellblade with disadvantage. So in the Brewmaster, it's also disadvantaged on the Brewmaster because, again, we had Keg Smash, which is all attacks targeting you gain disadvantage. All attacks targeting you gain disadvantage this round. Shouldn't it be all attacks targeting you this round gain disadvantage? Anyway. So we are immobilized on the Brewmaster, which is actually pretty annoying, to be honest, because we're pretty much mostly melee class. We still got Long Jab, I guess. All right, and then we've got the 2 on the Spellblade, so the first is also disadvantaged because it's adjacent. Whew, that's a brutal disadvantage attack. So that's a 2 then in the end. So we take 2 damage on the Spellblade down to 6. I'll put the immobilize in a second because then we've got the second attacker. Well, a miss. Kind of balances out in the end. All right. So an immobilize there as well. Archers are done. So now it is the Chronomancer's turn. Is this round necessary because of the symbol? No, I agree. That is actually something I mentioned to. That's something that I slowly but surely changed on a lot of my things. Let's see. Let me give an example. Oh yeah. So we have this. So here it says your allies attacks targeting enemies adjacent to your figure gain +1 attack. Exactly. You don't actually need to say gain +1 attack this round because obviously with the symbol it is just this round. So yes, I agree. It actually doesn't even need it this round. It should just be all attacks targeting you gain disadvantage because of the symbol. ECO is absolutely right. Okay, so to begin with, we're going to use the heal top attack, which is attack 2, range 3, targeted like this, and we get a heal 2 effect all allies in the targeted area. So we could do hit this and heal her, but I think I'd rather just hit both of them because we have a high chance of killing, and we can do a healing afterwards. Oh, this is gonna, no, because we got a ranged attack. Fortunately, we just got rid of our single target ranged attack, but oh well. All right, so we'll do 1 and then 2 in that order, attacking with the top of heal. So these will each be attack 3s because of the poison. No reason to use anything here. Okay. Okay, so we kill both of them because this one takes 3 and the other one takes 4, and they had 2 and 3 health respectively. Yeah, Mighty Belch is a good card. I mean, I don't think it's too good. Certainly not, but AoE poison is quite decent. Also, just playing against low-level enemies is pretty easy. But, again, I say this, yeah, we lost the scenario playing on the same difficulty last time, so can't really judge. All right, then we've got the bottom of Ebb. So if our initiative is medium, so we've got to move 3, heal 1 self. Well, we don't really care about the heal 1 self, but we will grab a coin. So we'll do a move 3. 1, 2, 3. Moving over to this coin. Picking it up. Okay, and that's the end of the round. So, what's up next? Well, the Brewmaster is well and truly stuck. Previously, we had Long Jab here, which is attack 3, pierce 1, you may target an enemy up to 2 hexes away. But since actually both the ones that are 2 hexes away from us are gone, we can't even do that anymore. So now we're pretty much at Revitalizing Brew or Bust. Yeah, that's really all we've got because we cannot move, so we can't get any closer. For example, this stuff doesn't matter. We don't have any stagger to shrug off anyway. So yeah, we'll play Revitalizing Brew no matter what. This can at least give us a heal 2 on the Spellblade. And I don't know exactly what else. Alright, so over to the Spellblade. So Spellblade has to do a ranged attack. It sucks that we got rid of our attack 3, range 3, which would actually be the better attack to use here, because we're out of melee attacks. Can we hit with Conflagrate? We actually can't hit with Conflagrate. This targeting can be annoying sometimes because we can go like this or like this, and neither of them will actually hit here. That's okay. I mean, honestly, I'm fine saving this regardless. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna use Blazing Blade. Like I said, this to me at least should be able to be a mainline ability. I think Element Consumption. Actually, let's take a look in the rulebook real quick. Let's see if this is actually mentioned. Elemental Infusions. Nah, it's not really specified, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, something which would typically be a mainline ability can still be, even under an elemental infusion. I mean, an elemental consumption ability. And again, that is how, in my mind, this should be. So we'll go with that and just do our ranged attack with Blazing Shards. It's not the most impressive. I mean, we're only hitting one target with this. I guess, that's actually interesting. Yeah, that's actually a good point. We don't need to do this. I mean, getting strengthened on this one attack doesn't matter that much. I'd actually rather just charge this fire, so then we can use it for Conflagrate when we get in to face the boss, just to be able to get a wound on him right away. So yeah, let's actually charge this instead. So then what else can we do? Well, I mean, I guess we can do a heal to self, but that's just not necessary because the Brewmaster's healing us. We really have absolutely nothing else to do. It's all just movement at this point or looting, but there's not going to be any loot left to grab as stupid Chronomancer. So I mean, I guess we can just use the bottom heal. How much do we want this top? Probably don't care about it that much immediately. It's just if we can do this into this, but again, this would be on the archer in the next room, which is kind of relevant. I mean, it just depends whether we think we're going to take damage from the archer over here. I guess it is not very likely that this archer is actually dying this turn, right? We're going to attack it for 2, and the Chronomancer is going to attack it, but the Chronomancer doesn't even deal that much damage. So I guess a heal can still be useful. All right, let's see. What's the Chronomancer up to? Well, using a bless would certainly be, I mean, giving someone a bless would be nice. We can just use the bottom to give 1, because we do still need to attack here, I think. We can attack with... I'm hesitant to use this. No, I guess we've got loot for movement as well. All right, so we can do slow as an attack here. Excuse me. We could try to kill instead. Maybe that's better. We're giving up a heal, but I guess we've got enough healing anyway. If we use Stitch and Balance, this actually gives us a better chance of getting a kill, right? So we can balance the Spellblade's attack. So this will give the Spellblade +2 attack, so an attack 4 with a Strengthen, and the possibility of re-rolling once. So that's should hopefully be effectively 5, and then we get +1 from Stitch, being an attack 1, which is 6. So this should actually allow us to kill the Archer. I think that's best. And we can have the Brewmaster go yeah, actually late with this, so that Brewmaster can still heal the Spellblade if necessary, although Spellblade won't really be the one taking the hit, but well, anyway, I think this is fine. Okay, let's go. Ah, yes. Just a second, just have to remember to do this each time. I guess we should just go through and do it for all the cards quickly. Otherwise, we'll just keep forgetting. Okay, done there and here. Oops. Don't know what I did there, but hopefully it doesn't affect anything, and then we don't need to care. I think I just like pressed the deal button or something like that and clicked on a player, maybe. Player's color, I should say. It doesn't really matter too much, I think, if it didn't actually get dealt. Because the player doesn't exist, or that color doesn't exist. All right, there we go. So, let's give this a try again. Yeah, it's a scary thing to do. So it would be good if we get the kill. I mean, it's a powerful thing, I should say, not that scary. All right, so we'll begin by using the top of balance. We gain 1 experience. We strengthen Spellblade, and the affected ally gains +2 attack on their first single attack this round. After that ally finishes drawing modifiers for that attack, they may draw new modifiers once. And then we're going to use the bottom of Stitch, which gives us an attack 1, range 3, may increase or decrease the target's initiative by 20. We won't do this. So we'll just do attack 1, range 3. It's changing its initiative here, it doesn't matter at all. So attack 1, range 3, targeting the Archer. Oh, yeah, that's going to seal the deal. We would have to get a +2 now here, which is so unlikely. So few -1s on our deck too. Oh well. Alright, so no damage there. So the Spellblade's up next. So like I said, we're going to use the top of Blistering Shards, performing an attack 2 range to target 2. We've only got 1 target. It's attack 4 because of the bonus from balance. And we will use the charge ability, but obviously that's a mainline ability, so we'll do that afterwards. It's a separate mainline. So attack 4 with advantage because of the strengthen, targeting the Archer. Yeah. Strength didn't do anything in the end either. Alright, so the Archer goes down to 1. And we will use the charge ability. So for anyone who's watching here who hasn't actually read through the album, I'll quickly explain how the charge ability works. Basically, we've got this sheet down here, and whenever we play a charge ability, we can clear all the elements which are currently stored on the sheet, because we can basically only have 1 instance of charge at a time, and then we can consume whatever the number on the charge ability is of different elements, and store them essentially on this sheet, which then are elements that we can use in the future for non-charge abilities. So we will consume the fire and charge fire, which will allow us to use Conflagrate when we enter the room. Okay, well, I mean, I guess there's no reason not to create the Earth, so we'll do a heal 2 on ourselves. So heal 2 self, we're up to 8, and Earth is created. And the Archer goes. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2. So unfortunately, the Archer is going to attack the Chronomancer. Oof, all right. And I was just saying, we don't need any more healing. We're fine. So 4 damage to the Chronomancer. Chronomancer's down to 2. Not ideal. And then it is the Brewmaster's turn. Unfortunately, the Brewmaster's heal is range 1, so we actually don't get to heal heal anyone here, because we were just going to be able to heal the Brewmaster, and we can't reach the Chronomancer, and we don't have an Endurance Potion to Audible here. Alright, so we just do absolutely nothing for our turn, unfortunately. Stupid immobilize, and that's the end of the round. Alright. I don't quite understand the requirement for the strength and range 3 ability. The ally has to perform a single target attack, or is just their first attack? It's just first attack. I guess it could just say first attack instead of first single attack. Yeah. I just said single attack to make it clear that it was a one attack, but you're right, that technically, yeah, that's actually a good point. All right, let's grab our pen and paper so that we can make notes here today. Because ECO is absolutely right. This should just say first attack, because that actually does mean what I'm trying to say here. The single attack, the single word is actually redundant based on game terminology. The only reason I had the single there is just to make it clear to people, but theoretically it is clear. Although I think, in my defense, I would argue that some not insignificant percentage of people, when reading this without the single there, will actually think that it can apply to an entire attack action. But well, this is still the correct wording, so. Remove single from balance top. And the redrawing is tied to the flip for that single attack only, correct? Yes. After that ally finishes drawing modifiers for that attack, they may draw new modifiers once, so correct. After that single attack, I mean that attack, which is a single attack, I mean, yeah, is finished, they can choose to redraw modifiers for that attack. If they wish. But only once. And modifiers is specified, obviously, because it's strengthened. Okay, so now we need to kill this silly archer with 1 health. I mean, we could get a guaranteed kill with a conflagrate, but like I said, we really want to save conflagrate for the boss. So, what would be good to do here? Ooh, actually, this would be good to do. We don't have any healing left anyway, so we're not doing any of that, but this is pretty good. Unfortunately, it doesn't let us go before the archers, so have to see. But this is really nice because basically we'd like to have wind set up for next turn, like I said, so that when we go in, we can use Empowering Beam bottom to move as much as we need to, and then get into a good position to use Conflagrate top. Otherwise, we're kind of going to be lacking movement a little bit, simply because, I mean, at this point, we have this move 5, but again, we really want to get Conflagrate on the boss as soon as possible, because the wound is going to deal a lot of damage, since the boss has a lot of health. So yeah, this is ideal. The problem is that the wind use, I mean, it's kind of a little bit awkward using all in here, because at this range you can't actually hit someone with all in, which is why I think all in's a reasonable ability. I definitely don't think it's too strong because it's kind of difficult to use. We could use our boots, but we certainly don't want to use our boots here. We really need to save those for the boss. But we can use all in, and then we can use the bottom attack, which creates fire. The nice thing about the bottom attack creating fire as well is that theoretically then we'll have wind and fire next turn, so we can even just use the fire that we've created this turn to conflagrate, and then we'll still have this charged fire for, to do theoretically like the bottom of Blazing Blade later or something. Just gives us an ace in the hole. The downside of this, though, is we're going at 19 initiative, so the archers actually have 2 cards that they can flip that go before us. And 1 out of 4 to go after them is kind of bad because it means they get another attack off. So we'll have to see what we can do about that. Do we have much healing left? We have the bottom of Recover here. And I guess it would be nice to use the top of Bless as well. You would just give 1 Bless to both of our allies, but obviously, like I said, on a boss fight, Blesses are quite valuable. We definitely should be healing because we don't have healing from anyone else here. So, we need to play this no matter what. I guess the question is whether we should attack instead of blessing. But, with our 2 allies who really can't do anything but attacking because they're dumb I wanted to say grunts or brutes, and I got brunts or groots. I failed not just the first time, but also the second time. Anyway, these 2 can really only attack at this point, so I might as well let them do the attacking, and we can do some actual buffing. Do some non-attack actions. And our only really meaningful non-attack action here is Bless, and Bless is honestly fine. Like I said, giving a Bless to both our allies before going into a boss fight is pretty sweet, especially trying to counteract those curses a little bit. All right, so the annoying thing is we could have the Brewmaster go earlier to hedge against the archers, creating problems for us, but like I said, it is actually nice if we can always get the wind here, but we won't necessarily get the fire. I guess trying to get the fire is a little bit greedy. Maybe we should just have the Brewmaster go early. At the same time, kind of want to save the move 4s because we need as much movement as we can when we're facing the boss because of how much he moves around. 17 still doesn't, like, isn't significant for initiative either, because the archers go at, I think it's like 14 and 16. So it's really like 11 or, or it doesn't matter. But I guess this is still just fine to use. What attacks do we want? I mean, what actions do we want when we go into the boss? I mean, like, we kind of, I think, want our 2 move 4s probably. And then, I don't know, probably something like that. I guess something like that. No, this puts us in an awkward spot. Maybe then instead of both of the move 4s, we can use a move 3? So what if we do something like this? These as our things? Oh, sorry. So bottom, bottom, but these are still the tops we need, no matter what. These are only top attacks, non-lost top attacks left, and Pain Strike top isn't that good yet. So we're still in the same awkward situation of how our initiative interacts with the archer this turn. What if we use this for entering the room instead? But we really want it to be us who goes into the room first. I mean, I guess it can be the Spellblade who goes in first. Spellblade does have 8 health. It's not like she should die the first turn into the room, right? And this does let us solve this problem this turn. Although, again, we don't really want to kill it at 11. I mean, I guess the only downside is the possibility of a miss, but I think this is the most reasonable thing to do. We can consider being greedy or not, depending on what we see. If we see them going after 19, we can try to not, we can just not attack. I mean, here we can just use a default attack too. It has 1 health anyway. Or she has 1 health anyway. But the better argument, I mean, then the question is, if we don't attack, do we get into problem if then we get a miss? Especially with all those curses. Yeah, that's really risky. I think it is actually best that we attack and then... but we actually can't both attack, because there's actually only 1 spot to attack from. Unless we use long jab. If we use long jab, we just don't have top attacks. No. Swap shenanigans. Do we have reality rift still? No, we don't have reality rift anymore. The swap shenanigans are in our discard. Chronomancer could like mess with initiatives or something. No. Yeah. I am happy to see though that the swap shenanigans already. I mean, that there's already a call for swap shenanigans. It makes it seem like it could do something. All right. I mean, I, I'm doing too much. I'm acting too much like killing this archer is a foregone conclusion, and I shouldn't, because if I end up just taking more damage to it, it's just going to make the boss fight that much harder. So let's just play what's best here, and then we'll worry about dealing with the boss fight when it comes. In truth, worst case scenario, like I said, because we really only have 1 top attack here, I mean, we could theoretically use Keg Toss, but traps at 14. Ooh, yeah, traps at 14 are a problem, huh? Then we have to tank the trap, because the Chronomancer doesn't need... Oh, God, that would be awful. Be 3 more guaranteed damage. Which mod is this? All right, so the link to the mod is, I'll just provide this for you real quickly, but you can always find it down below. So there are 2 good mods for Tabletop Simulator, for playing Gloomhaven on Tabletop Simulator. I use one of them due to some personal preferences relating towards rules as written setup, but yeah, here's the link. But you can also always find it under the various resources section down below the stream. Okay. Just gonna have another sip of water. Actually, though, Themris, I'm sorry, Themris. I just saw I had a message from Themris, which is what made me think. Even if it does make a trap, I can still hit it with long jab, actually. So it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is a pretty decent hedge. This has upside and downside, but as long as it doesn't do the trap, we should be fine. Nice. All right. So first things first, we have the Spellblade. So we're going to do a move 2 jump, attack 2, target all enemies move through. So we create wind, go to here. We're not going to actually attack anything by moving through it. And then we're just going to use the bottom of Fortifying Strike to do an attack 2 that creates fire. So creating fire and performing an attack 2 targeting the archer. Alright. Don't like seeing all those +1s out already before fighting the boss, but we're still pretty happy to at least have gotten the kill here. I would love an endurance potion right now, for the record. Alright, so then we're going to use the bottom of Recover here. Oh, we messed it up. Oh, we stupided. Oh well, it's our own fault. Not paying enough attention to our own class at this point. So we actually want to go at medium initiative to get +1 heal. Instead, we got +1 range, but we're targeting ourselves, so this is just stupid. All right, well, anyway, we're going to use the bottom recover, and we're going to heal for 2, so we should be at 4 instead of, at 5 instead of 4. And then we're going to activate the top of Bless, which is at the beginning of your next turn. Perform Bless, affect all allies within range 2. So activate that. Okay. And we're done, and the archer was eliminated. Okay. So, it's time to get into this room. Oh, this is awkward. Our initiative is not great here with Can Fly Great plus Empowering Beam, but this definitely makes sense. I mean, we've got the 2 elements. This gives us a big move jump plus the wound attack that we really want. The other annoying thing is how how Bless actually works, because we need the people next to us, I mean, still to be around. Oh, sorry, the Brewmaster actually should have gone. Hold on, we actually forgot to play the Brewmaster's turn. Oh, poor Brewmaster. So we just had to move 2, so I guess we would have just moved to here. We couldn't even make it to a coin. So be it. All right. Yeah, because like we need them to be near us for Bless to actually do something. But so if the Chronomancer goes first, then we do bless both allies, but then the Chronomancer has to open the door, or the Chronomancer does nothing for the turn, which sucks. It's not worth giving a bless to do nothing. Otherwise, but the problem is if the Chronomancer goes first and runs into the room, I mean, we've got 4 health. It's not super realistic for us to be the one opening the door, right? Accordingly, we really need to go after, which we can do pretty easily with this 50, which is also a decent amount of movement. So like this works pretty well. But then we're not getting I mean, then the Spellblade's not getting a bless, which sucks. But I guess, I mean, whatever. It was just a free top action anyway. We're still giving 1 bless, so why not? All right. And so as for here, so we kind of, I think, also want to go after the Spellblade simply because the Spellblade. Oh no, because we also need to go after the Chronomancer. So that's fine. So we go at 88 with a move 4. With 6 movement, we should be able to. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, I think we don't actually hit anyone. I think it's sarcophagus here, sarcophagus here, sarcophagus here, enemies behind. So I think we're actually not even getting to hit someone then. Like this. So we should actually save this and just do like this as a throwaway maybe. And then that way next turn we can still go early and do a top attack with vengeful approach. All right, and so the Chronomancer is doing this presumably to move. So we're always going to do one of our top attacks, which is either going to be delay or slow. It'd be really nice to hit with delay, but it's just impossible to hit the boss with delay. Oh yeah, Easter, I forgot. Was I supposed to change the wording on delay somehow, or as is already, am I able to place delay on doors? This is the thing. I mean, I know this got brought up before, and I actually forgot how that ended up being resolved. And we've got 3 reasonable top attacks here. What's our initiative going to be? Medium? Yeah, let's just attack with flow. I think this is the most reasonable thing. Changing initiatives here doesn't really matter because we're going late anyway. The Brewmaster's not planning on attacking. And flow, at least because we're going to go medium initiative here, gives us an attack 3 range 4, which is pretty good. I guess this is not going to be a move 5 though. It's only going to be move 3 because there will be things that went before us. So we should actually just use a move 4 here. No, closed doors block line of sight. Okay, yeah, so we can't use this on doors. So yeah, it's actually just impossible to hit this boss with a delay. So we'll just use this in move 4 then. But then we're not getting. Ugh, gosh. Then we're not getting medium initiative. Then we're getting a worse version of flow because we don't need pierce at all here. We also have to go later though. Whatever. Let's just do this. Is 3 enough? If we get range 4 on our attack, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that should be enough. I think that should be enough. All right. Sure. Okay, here we go. So, Spellblades first. We're going to use the bottom of Empowering Beam, Consuming Wind, gaining 1 experience. This gives us a move 5 jump. 1. Alright, and then we have 1 elite archer, 1 regular archer. These archers definitely have to be our top priority. Okay, and we've got the boss himself. Hopefully just doing a dirtily turn, not attacking us. That'd be nice, right? Alright, hold on. So we've got 9 health for the elite archer, 6 health for the regular archer. And Yeah, opening a door. I mean, it's better that than summoning skeletons at least, so we'll take it. But whew, that is ouch. It's the best way to describe that, I think. I don't like that one bit. All right, so we've got 4 movement left. 1, 2, 3, 4. The jump not really doing much for us. We are actually gonna use our boots here because this is just too perfect to pass up, and go 1, 2 like this. Should we go to the other side so that we don't die? I guess it's better to have this have a disadvantage attack than this, and it's going to put us closer. I mean, we do actually have to keep attacking the boss, so. And if we lose cards, we lose cards. All right, so we go there, and then we're going to use the top of Conflagrate. We're going to consume fire, gaining another experience. This gives us an attack 1 wound in a line like this, hitting all the targets. So we'll do, and this is actually a great time to draw some of those curses, to be honest, because it's just an attack 1. We don't really care if we see curses here. This is 36 health. All right, so we'll do 5 boss 1 in that order, closest to furthest. Nothing special to use here. Okay, so 1, 0. I got a curse. I'll take it. Okay, so we did 1 damage here. And none of the rest took any damage, but we did wound all 3 of them. So at least there's that. Okay. So we are done. So then next up is the Chronomancer. Chronomancer is just going to use the bottom of loot as a move 3. That's all it does. 1, 2, 3. And then because we have medium initiative, we get the middle option on flow, which gives us a +1 attack, +1 range, which gives us attack 3 range 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We can hit any of these. Like I said, the archers are the highest priority target. It'd be nice if I thought there was some realistic way to kill this, because I wouldn't mind Spellblade not getting attacked by all these things. But anyway, the elite archer is a bigger threat, so let's just go ahead and hit that. Hit her. So make an attack 3 on the elite archer. Ugh. I considered this, but we've got AoEs, and we're not ever long resting. Ah, that's painful. Wow. Yeah, this scenario can be brutal. Are we going to lose it again? Yeah, too early to tell, but this is not a great start. All right, so they're both going to take 1 damage from their wound. At least there's that. So it's attacks at +1. So it's an attack 4 followed by an attack 3, both from the Spellblade. The attack 4 from the elite is with disadvantage because she's adjacent. All right, at least there's that. So 3 damage, we'll take it. And then the regular, 3 more damage. Ugh. And just like that, we're at 2 life. And we don't have any healing left either. All right. So the boss's ability involves him jumping to this door. He does take 1 from his wound, so at least there's that. It's a long road, but it has a first step. And then in this room for 3 players, we have 3 regular zombies. They are here, here, and here. And they have how much health? 9 health each with 1 movement. We're going to have to flip their card as well. Take damage and don't move. That's what I want them to do. No, that's not that. All right, they go. So they have 1 movement. So this one doesn't move. This one moves 1. This one moves 1. All right, and so then it is the Brewmaster's turn. We could. No, they're not even clumped up for cake toss anymore. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Problem is he's gonna jump away. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I guess we actually could use our boots and do a default attack 2 here. Let's see. Do we end up needing to use our boots next turn anyway? No, because he's never jumping away that early. The jump away is late. We wouldn't reach him otherwise. I mean, honestly, I mean, the boots basically give us 2 extra damage. I'm not sure how useful they'll be later. I mean, they will be, but I think it's actually probably worth it. All right, let's boots up. So 1, 2 to there. And then we just do a default attack 2 on the top of Pain Strike on the boss. All right. Every bit. And that's the end of the round. All right. So we're going early and doing some punching. We're going early and presumably dying. Oh, we actually just cannot take hits at all because we have no cards in our hand either. We've got a pretty decent turn here, so I mean, we should still just play those cards. Are we in position to use Breach? Maybe we need to move up, but then we can Breach. This is probably as good of a chance as any. I mean, AoEing the zombies and the skeletons just isn't as valuable as AoEing now. The archers are really high priority targets, as is the boss, so we're basically hitting 3 high priority targets with this. It's a little unfortunate because we have to move, but that's fine. This gives us good initiative. We can theoretically even maybe move somewhere so that the Spellblade doesn't die. Yeah, I think this is a fine thing to do. We still got our goggles and our power potions, so. Alright, let's give this a try. Here's to not dying. That's vicious. And now there's summoning. +1 move. Ugh, this is a lot of bad flips. Alright. So first things first, we have the Chronomancer. So we've got a move on the bottom of slow. So where do we want to go? Let's see where the Spellblade is going in the end here. So the Spellblade can consume fire. So first of all, Breach is immobilizing it's actually immobilizing on every target here, which doesn't do much in general. Yeah, it's not really changing anything anywhere. The Spellblade goes after the Brewmaster. So theoretically, if the Brewmaster runs to here, yeah, we can't even stop this from summoning, because even if we move to here and here, it'll just summon behind. So if the Brewmaster runs to here, then at least the Spellblade doesn't get focused by any of the targets. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, okay. So the Spellblade can probably end up just staying here, or maybe move here. We'll see what happens from the other two people. But yeah, this is fine then. So we don't necessarily need to move up into like a tanking position as the Chronomancer, who also, admittedly, only has 2 more health than the Spellblade. Although obviously 1 more card to lose as well, with an actual card in hand. So we'll use slow as a move 4, and we'll just move to here, I think. This keeps us close to where he is now, where he'll jump to. Lets us get our range 3 attack on all the targets. So then we will use Breach top, so we gain 2 experience. This gives us attack 2, range 3, target 3, and if the target's initiative is, all of the target's initiatives here are fast, so this will be immobilizes on all of them, which does a little bit of something, not a lot. Boss does nothing, but the elite, at least it kind of does something, theoretically. It can. We'll see. Alright. We're certainly going to pop our power potion here. We're never hitting more targets than this, and we'll pop our Eli goggles. So we'll do left to right, I guess. So 1, 5, and then boss. These are all attack 3 with advantage. Oh, really? Wow. I mean, technically drawing curse was worse, but that's... Honestly, I'm not even sure if drawing a curse was worse, because at least we would have gotten rid of a curse from our deck. That was a truly terrible advantage draw. Alright, and the elite. Alright, that's a bit better. So 4 damage here. We desperately need that, because killing this is really important. Killing at least one of them this turn is quite a big deal. Alright. That's very good, actually. So it's crazy. We had a lot of negative modifiers there. Alright, so our 3 gets doubled to a 6. So we get 6 damage on the boss. That is very welcome. Whew. Okay, and so we are done. So now it's the Brewmaster's turn. So the Brewmaster's going to use the bottom of Energizing Brew as a move 4. Go 1, 2, I think 3, 4 like this is fine. Because the Spellblade jumps to here. I mean, if the boss jumps to here, then we're already adjacent, which is nice. Whereas if we're here, I guess it depends. Because the boss will summon, so presumably, I mean, I guess the boss will summon here, because it's kind of the same either way, but here closer to the lower initiative, I guess, theoretically. Here it's closer to more people, but I don't think that really changes anything in this regard, so I guess boss summons here no matter what. So we still have a line to there, whereas if we stay here, we have a line to there or there. But no, yeah, I think we can go here. I don't think that's necessarily bad. Alright, so we'll move there with our move 4 on Energizing Brew, and then we'll use the top eventual approach. This gives us an attack 3, retaliate 1 self, stagger all damage this round up to your maximum stagger value. So we'll make an attack 3, targeting the elite archer. Still nothing special to use here. Need to get at least a minus. Oh gosh, this is so mean to have done this for this scenario. Wow. Even a -1 there was perfectly fine because, oh no, we have made a huge mistake too. I mean, I just thought we'd kill it, but I was forgetting about the immobilized. This is actually really significant because if we'd stopped here, then we could always use long jab to hit the boss here or to hit the boss here. But here, unless the boss teleports there, and the boss teleports there slow, so it's never going to work. we're actually not going to be able to hit the boss because of the immobilize. We're going to actually just be able to hit the skeleton, but actually the skeleton's there. We're not even going to be able to hit that. I mean, I guess we're going to end up hitting this. Although that's also not going to be necessary because this is going to be a 1 life with wound. Because we're going to be like healing. Oh god, yeah, we've done a poor job here. This was a mistake. Although, I mean, no, even if I didn't get the kill, I was still getting immobilized. This was just stupid. All right. So now it is the Spellblade's turn. Huh. The question remains, are we feeling lucky? No guts, no glory, right? We can consume the charged fire to do our move 3, going like this, 1, 2, 3, and then go here and attack this, right? And all we have to do is get a +0 on our attack 3 for this to die without attacking us. With an advantage to attack 3, I mean, I know, we still have 2 curses in our deck, so this is honestly not that reasonable. But at this point, with how much bad stuff's happened, we kind of need to get a little bit lucky, I think. Otherwise, we're going to be in a really bad spot. So I know this is very greedy, but I'm going to go for it. So let's use the bottom of Blazing Blade as a move 3. We're going to consume the charged fire, so we gain 1 experience. We perform move 3. 1, 2, 3, which strengthens us. And then we're going to use the top of Guiding Strike as an attack 3 retaliate, creating ice. So we've got ice, and we make our attack 3 with strengthen, so advantage targeting that archer. Oh god. Don't. Oh, TTS. Why'd you have to troll me like that? All right. So that was excellent, obviously. That was really fortunate for us. I mean, we took a big gamble there, but it did pay off, which is going to help us a lot here. All right, so that's gone. That's gone. And most importantly, she is gone. We did get the kill here. What was our battle goal again? Oh, the number of times we used our items. Second we've used once. Who knows? We may even long rest, actually. Oh no, I'm actually an idiot. We always can get this here because we actually don't need the long rest because this gives us two usage. Did you activate Bless? We completely forgot to do that. Good call. So when we activated Bless, it actually would have just, yeah, good call. So this is actually the previous turn we should have done this. Pretty easy to retroactively do it though. If anything, it's actually only hurt us because we would have appreciated having one less chance of missing in the Brewmaster's deck. So this was actually the previous turn. It was at the beginning of your next turn, perform, and there was the Brewmaster within range. There was not the Spellblade within range. So we would have gained 1 experience. This would go to our discard, and we would have given 1 bless to the Brewmaster. Thank you for reminding me that, Isio. It's difficult to keep track of all your persistent cards when playing 3-handed, for sure. Especially with classes you haven't played in a while. Okay, so we're done here. Now the boss goes. So the boss's special 2 is just summoning a Living Bones. And that's definitely going to be here because this is closest to an enemy now, for sure. So summon, I think it's like 7 health, I want to say. 5 health only. Okay, never mind. 5 health. All right. So the archer goes. So the archer's going to take 1 damage from its wound, which puts it down to 2. And it's going to attack the Brewmaster. So it cannot move away because this is immobilized. And its attack is going to be at a -1. So normally it attacks for 3. So here it's going to be an attack 2 with disadvantage because it's adjacent. Okay, that's nice. So it's just 1 damage to the Brewmaster. We actually did have stagger all damage this round. So it actually won't be any damage directly to us. We'll just get 1 to our stagger. We will, however, get immobilized, which is a little bit annoying, but we also had 1 retaliate, thanks to Vengeful Approach, so we will actually deal 1 damage back to this, putting it down to 1 as well, which means it will die to its wound before ever going again, which is nice. So the retaliate actually ends up being quite significant here, although obviously just killing would have been better, but can't win them all. All right, so then the Living Corpse goes. Living Corpses go, I should say. Sorry, they have +1 moves. This one just goes to here. And I guess realistically the +1 move didn't change anything. Also, the boss is supposed to take 1 damage from wound on his turn. Okay, and that's the end of the round. Yeah, there's no reason to long resting gets us our boots back and 2 health, but it's just so this is tough actually because just dealing damage as quickly as possible is so important here, but it's also really risky for us to. I mean, we can't really run in because we run the risk of just getting hit. Not that really the boss or the zombies are going to, but the fact that Living Bones makes 2 target attacks is very scary. Still, though, I think a long rest here is just way too greedy. It's better to just short rest here. We've got some ranged attacks, and there's an ice we can charge, which is not a bad thing, so. Yeah, all right. We'll lose that. It's not great to lose for sure. Not the top is not very relevant here, but obviously the bottom is quite nice. We've got two sources of fire at this point, and this is easily our best way of spending fire now since we can't apply any more wounds to the boss. So I don't want to lose this, but it's better to lose this than my more significant attacks. And more than anything, I've only got 2 life, so I don't really have the freedom to just kind of reroll for small upgrades, we'll say. All right, so short rest here as well. Plus, we could actually long rest. I also could have just used the heater shield last turn. I actually forgot about that. Whoops. I mean, I guess I didn't mind not doing it because I was staggering. I wasn't considering that I could long rest because we're actually immobilized. What do we actually? All right, let's actually take a look at the Brewmaster's cards real quick. What can we actually do while immobilized here? I mean, I guess we can keg toss. Yeah, we can actually hit all these things with keg toss. That's actually pretty decent. Playing a loss here isn't a big cost. We haven't played any losses yet, and it's a boss fight, so I mean it's a shorter scenario. Right, so let's do a short rest. Yeah, sure. We lose Pain Strike. That's okay. What the heck is going on here? Why does it keep I'm just not being gentle enough with it? There you go, TTS. Is that better? Oops, nope, not like this though. No, I'm just doing it on purpose. Oh no. We've been here before. We've been here before. All right. So last time we did this scenario, like I said, we lost this just like this to a short rest at the very beginning of actually fighting the boss, and we ended up without enough damage. Now here, admittedly, we have another damage dealer in our party, but I'm still not running this risk again. I've learned from my mistakes, so we will actually pay 1 life to reroll here. Because ultimately, as the Chronomancer, we just lack. Well, I mean, we have balance now. I guess this could be a good test for seeing if balance does make enough of a difference. No, no, no. I don't want to have to do this scenario again. I'm rerolling. All right, that's perfectly fine. I mean, yeah, I mean this is a nice card. I'm super happy to have this for the bottom healing because honestly we do need a lot of healing now. But I'm much happier to have flow than to have that. Also, to be clear about the Chronomancer cards, these are testing names. The Brewmaster and the Spellblade cards are actual real names. Bone number 1 has already been deployed. Yeah. How many actually were deployed last night? There was just 2, right? There's just 2, and we couldn't kill one of them. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it really just 1? No, I'm pretty sure it was 2, right? East was teasing because so we actually did finally kill the boss last time, but basically the Chronomancer had like 7 turns, not even exaggerating. I mean, it was like maybe 2 or 3 Brewmaster turns left, and then 6 or 7 turns for the Chronomancer, and they were incapable of killing a single living bones between the 2 of them, which is why we lost the scenario. So yeah, that was the point at which we decided that the Chronomancer needed a little bit more damage. And thus we've since buffed delay and we added balance. All right. So we already know what we're doing here. We want a keg toss. We want to do this early, I think, theoretically. Do we have bottoms that really do much? Oh, I have to lose breach. Good call. Yeah, it's so easy to forget the losses in this. Let's go in there. Thank you. I mean, I guess it's just a bottom shrug off is fine. We could shrug off the 1. Problem is we don't actually have any early bottom shrug off. We kind of want to do this before 21 so that we can hit them before they move. Because they can go at 21, this should really kind of ruin our day. So to go before 21, I guess it's just revitalizing brew. 19, that's fine. All right. So then for the Chronomancer, what are you up to? Probably need to move if we're being honest, because it's kind of dangerous for us here. Heal is actually an okay attack here. I mean, it doesn't attack 2 on the boss, which is about as good as we can do, while also giving us an attack 2 on probably one of the zombies, or even the bones if we really want. Probably not the bones though, because it's 1 shield against our attack 2, and so it begins again. So we kind of need to run away early so we don't get hit by the bones. I mean, we're sitting at 3 life. I don't really want to get pummeled. So I think we can just run away with slow. I think it's not the end of the world if we don't have the top of slow. We got some other attacks, which are fine. Okay, so here we're definitely making a ranged attack. There's no doubt about that. We could use Empowering Beam. It's probably fine to use. We'd only be charging one, but that doesn't really matter much. I guess it would be nice if we could try to get a 2 charge, but honestly, well, yeah, it would be nice if we could try to get a 2 charge so that we could actually do a big all-in at some point, but I mean, that's just not happening if we do it here. Otherwise, we could use just our, I mean, we could use Primal Imbuement instead. Problem is Primal Imbuement puts us kind of in a more dangerous spot, right? So, how we do this? I mean, I guess we would just go late, go to where this coin is, and then Primal Imbuement. But the bones will, no, the bones will actually move to here and attack both of us. So, no, that's no good. Actually, the annoying thing is no matter what, we're getting it. The bones creating some issues. I mean, the fact that the Brewmaster can't run up and tank it is pretty annoying. There's not really anywhere we can go, right? I mean, 2. What if we're here? From there, we can attack the boss. Yeah, so I think we have to use the loss attack here to be safe because we can't let the bones attack us. The bones hits for, yeah, 2, and that's our health. Oops, let's eliminate him too. Yeah, I mean, so what if we only get a charge 1 here? The most important thing is playing loss. So we kind of want to go early, but we need to go later than the Brewmaster so we don't get focused. The Brewmaster's going at 19. So, yeah, we can use this 21, I think. That's fine. Just a move 4 here. The bones have a 20 exactly. God, that would be brutal. Although 20 exactly is -2 movement, so no, it wouldn't reach us. All right, now that would be fine then. Yeah, I think this is an okay plan. All right, let's give this a try. Okay. Ha, it is the 20. Nice try. Okay, so the Chronomancer's first. So we're definitely not hitting the bones since it's healing itself this round as well. So we'll begin by using the top of heal, which is attack 2, range 3. We're gonna hit the boss and this corpse behind him, corpse number 4. We do have line of sight here at that corpse, right? Yeah, we do. Easily enough. Yep. All right, anyway, we're gonna, I mean, I was measuring this, but this is the one relevant one. I was just curious. So we'll do boss and then corpse number 4 with the top of heal. Each of these are attack 2s. So boss first, and then the corpse. Jeez. We've drawn a lot of red modifiers this scenario. What is the boss up to, actually? Special 1, so opening another room. Ugh. All right. So then, oops, no. So then we've got the bottom of slow. So this has only 1 movement, so we can actually just move back to here. Although it's the boss is going to go down here. So what if we do 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, we get a coin this way, which is not bad. We'll be set up to attack the boss where he goes next. Okay. All right, so we're done. So then next up is the Brewmaster. I mean, I guess the Brewmaster did have the bottom revitalizing brew, but going next to the Brewmaster is not changing anything here. Okay, so we're going to use the top of Keg Toss. We're going to gain 3 experience. And we're going to get attack 3, range 3, muddle, provoke, gain 1 experience for each enemy targeted. So we go 1, 2, 3. We hit all these. We have nothing special to use for this. No, so it's just going to be attack 3s each time. So we'll do boss and then corpse 4 and then corpse 5, I guess. Let's make sure we actually lose this time as well. Boss. So 3, 2, 4. Okay. And they're all muddled and provoked. There's not really any reason to do this. So again, we're going to assume the boss is immune to provoke, because otherwise this would be silly. And provoking the corpses here wouldn't actually change anything, because they're just doing a move +0, attack +0 anyway. And similarly, muddling, all of these things shouldn't matter, because none of them are actually going to get to attack anything this turn. Okay. I mean, I guess if we'd hit the boss, I mean the bones with that, then it wouldn't be healing, but what it's doing is fine. It's fine, just hit the corpses. The bones is definitely more of a threat than the corpses, but we do ultimately have to kill the corpses anyway, so it's really not wasted damage. Okay, so then living bones go. It has -1 movement, so there's only 1 movement. So I'm can just move here, here. I guess here puts it closer to other things. And it doesn't get to reach anyone to attack, and sealing does nothing here. All right, so now we're up on the Spellblade. Oops, this is gone as well. So we actually don't have to move all the way over there anymore. We could actually stop. We could actually even go to here. We don't really want that. The nice thing about being there would simply be that next turn we could use, our bottom actions like Frozen Embrace and Fortifying Strike while still hitting the boss where the boss is. But then the zombies are going to reach us, and the skeleton's going to be hitting us. But if we go to here, we have to move again next turn, which sucks. So we really have these nice non-move bottom actions. I think it is important enough. I mean, if we have to lose card to damage, we have to lose the card damage. I think it is actually important enough to make sure we can use non-move bottom actions. So let's actually move to here using the bottom of Blistering Shards. Certainly not consuming the ice for that, rather just charge it. And then we'll use the top of Empowering Beam. So this gives us an attack 5, range 4. We're still strengthened from the last round. Oh, there should actually be experience icon on here. Oh, let's note that. Chrono Spellblade. 2 XP on Empowering Beam. Can I bottom attack and move through him next round? Yeah, theoretically I could, although there's going to be, I think, just an elite in here. I mean, the elite hitting me is certainly more threatening than these hitting me anyway. I can still consider doing it. The other point is also just that, I mean, I can use the bottom heal instead of doing the bottom attack, and then I can absorb a bit more damage as well. So the point is we've got some flexibility for options here. Otherwise, we can always use the bottom of Reality Rift and swap in the Chronomancer. This card, this is really designed actually specifically to troll scoundrels who spend all their time looting and not actually being part of the fight, because they're going to have the lowest initiatives when you swap them in, they get focused afterwards. All right. Anyway, so we've got our attack 5, range 4, charge 2. So we'll do the attack 5 first, obviously targeting the boss. And like I said, we're still strengthened from last round. So here we go. Oh, dear God. These have been some grotesque flips on strengthened attacks. All right, so 4 damage. Puts the boss down to 19. And we've got a charge 2 here, which would allow us to charge up to 2 different elements, but in the end, we've only got 1 element we can charge, so we will consume the ice and charge it. And this is lost. Okay. So we're done. So then the living corpses go. I guess actually because the corpses go after the boss, we won't get hit by a corpse over here next turn either. So that's okay. So that's better too. So it'll just be the bones hitting us. That's not that big of a deal. We can definitely out heal that just by using our bottom heal or something. Okay, anyway, so the living corpses go. So this one will move up. These two can't because they only have 1 movement. All right, then the archer goes. Takes 1 damage from its wound and dies. Hey, morning, Steinberg Matt. It's been a while. I know you're not around often because the spoiler-related stuff of the other things we're doing. I'm happy to see you were able to stop by for a day of custom class testing. Okay, so then the boss goes. First is going to take 1 damage from his wound. Wound is worth its weight in gold. Ah, you've been away. I hope you've been doing well. And is going to teleport to this door. Oops. Things just slide, huh? Is that new? Because I've been noticing that more often lately, and I don't think it used to be like that. TTS table became scenario 2 kite portion, huh? Yeah, kind of. Not quite there yet. We're still on the all-in on the boss portion. The all-in on the boss, so we don't have too many things to kill. Oh yeah, there are two in this room. So we've already grabbed the chest before. So like I said, we've got an elite and a regular zombie in here. So the elite is here, and the regular is here. Okay. Let's see. Oh no, so these actually should still go. You just have 1 movement each. They cannot find focus, so they actually can't go because they can't possibly move through us. So actually, they don't move. All right, great. Okay, so what's next? We have ice if we want it, but it's not super relevant here. So we actually can move through the boss now, though. You're right. If this gets +1 movement, this would be really bad, but I guess if that's going to happen, we can always change our plans. Because this would actually allow us to double attack, which would be nice. And by going at 19, we would go before the skeletons can go and attack. They can go at 12, but then they don't attack. So that's not bad. This would give us wind and fire as well. That doesn't really change anything for us for the coming turn because we'd be using all in, so we don't have multiple element consumption. At level 1 so much. Alright, so this is, I think, the most likely plan. Otherwise, we can use the bottom of this, but then what are we attacking with on top? I guess we could just do this. I mean, even without the earth, it's still just attack 4, but it'd be nice to use this first and then get the shield afterwards. Although I guess the shield doesn't matter to us too much because we're kind of just trying to avoid attacks. Although shield 1 against these skeletons is actually pretty relevant because a lot of times they're going to hit us anyway. So otherwise, we could try to do something like maybe this. We could hit with Frozen Embrace plus Guiding Strike, and then this would allow us to then use Fortifying Strike. But at the same time, it'd be nice. I mean, if we use Fortifying Strike top, then we don't get the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some options. We'll see. Excuse me. I need to fill my water again soon. All right. What about the Brewmaster? We should definitely be using Mighty Belch here, even though it's only going to hit one target. Again, just getting a poison on the boss as soon as possible is absolutely worth it. We don't have the bottom of this anymore. This would actually be great here. Unfortunately, we wasted that. Oh, we also were supposed to take 1 damage from our stagger. Oops. Yeah, we don't really have anything else to do here when we Mighty Belch. I mean, I guess we can Keg Smash bottom, since we're probably getting attacked. But yeah, with the boss still having 18 health, the poison's going to do easily enough, like 3 or 4 damage, plus the 1 here, so this is definitely worth it. Even though it's a low damage attack from us. Kind of like our allies to go after the 24 then. Do we want to do that? Especially if we're doing 2 attacks. But we can't go at 79. That is pretty insane, I think. The true Brewmaster's weakness, forgetting to take stagger damage. Yeah, again, I think like this, like the Chronomancer stuff, is not so much of a real complaint for the class. It's just, this is more of an issue when you're playing three-handed, right? If you're playing just one character, I think you never forget this sort of thing, or rarely ever forget it. But when you're playing three-handed, obviously it's a big, three-handed and streaming, it's a big difference. But yeah, it happens to me all the time. Is the Chronomancer? No, the Chronomancer is not actually in range to use a bottom attack here. I mean, we could use a bottom action if we use the top of flow and go at medium. But our good medium I mean, yeah, that doesn't really work. I guess we could use like Ebb for healing. Balance is pretty good. Oh, this is supposed to be gone as well. I don't really know. Delay is so tempting, but I know it's going to hit nothing if I try to use it, because he's just going to jump away. I guess, what have we seen from his deck? Yeah. Still too high of a chance. Two targets, kind of interesting, but hitting a skeleton with a 2 when it has 1 shield is pretty miserable. I think we want to go just at medium with this. Honestly, healing ourselves for 1 and moving is kind of fine here. And then this also just gives us our best attack with flow. So I think this is fine. All right. And this allows us again to go after the Brewmaster, which is good because then we take advantage of the poison. So here we really want to go after the Brewmaster as well. So it's at 24. So we could use Keg or Reality Rift top. It's kind of not really the attack we want. The nice thing is the initiative. Ooh. All right. Yeah, that is actually really tempting though. If we do this, we'll have fire and earth, and we've already got the ice charge. Then we can actually use all-ins bottom next turn, which should maybe just allow us to not actually end the scenario because we still have, I mean, but to basically end the boss and kill one of the skeletons and probably stun it as well. Yeah, that's pretty high upside. The downside is that we're going at 26 and the skeleton can go at 20 and hit us. But he just went at 20. He's not going to do it again, right? All right. I think this is worth it. Worst case scenario. I mean, yeah, if we lose, have to lose a card from our hand for damage here. This is obviously quite bad for us because we're gonna. I mean, this is all planning around playing a loss as well. But I think kind of going all in like this, no pun intended, is the right line for boss scenario. All right, so skeletons, no 20. Okay, good. Good. So special one. So jumping again. Oh, it's gonna be a third room opened. All right. This is gonna be tough to kill all these things. Because our party's like that's the Spellblade can be range, but isn't that great of range damage? And the Chronomancer also doesn't deal that much damage. So we're gonna struggle a bit to just kill all these things while kiting them. Well, we'll see. So the Brewmaster goes first. We're gonna use the top of Mighty Belch. We're gonna shape it like 2-3 like that, so it just does 1 damage to the boss, putting it down to 17. Fortunately, we never got to see a single generic action from the boss, which is what makes this scenario a lot easier. And then we're going to gain 1 experience using the bottom of Cake Smash. All attacks targeting you get disadvantage this round, stagger all damage this round. Okay. So then we're up on the Spellblade. So we're going to use Reality Rift. Oh, hold on, these aren't getting plus move? No, good. Because if they were getting plus move, we would have actually had to move, because otherwise they would be hitting us. Ooh, +1 attack. That's kind of painful, though. Anyway, Reality Rift top as an attack 2, creating fire. Just hitting the boss. It's attack 3 because of the poison. So here we go. All right. Solid 3. On to 14. And then we're going to use the bottom of Frozen Embrace, which creates Earth and gives us a heal 2 self. Okay, and then next up is the Chronomancer. So we're going at medium initiative, so both of our things will get the medium initiative value. So this is a move 3, heal 1 self, and we've got an attack 3 range 4. Attack 3 range 4 we can do before moving. So we'll go ahead and hit the boss. It's attack 4 because of the poison. Whew! Wow. All right, that's great. So we get an 8 actually, which puts the boss down to 6. We're setting up for a loss that we're not even going to need to play because the Chronomancer's just dropping 6 bombs on him. Oh, we're actually supposed to eliminate archers. That's my bad. It doesn't matter there no more for the rest of the scenario, but still. I've got to move 3, heal 1 self. And I don't want to go here because I'd rather the Brewmaster get hit than the Chronomancer. Not really anywhere relevant to go, I guess. I guess I can move like here. This way, the Spellblade can go to the other side of me and hit the boss. And with like, for example, a Spellblade here, the Brewmaster here, and me here. I mean, I guess if I'm here, it's kind of the same thing, but this gives me more flexibility on having range to hit them as well. I don't know, it just makes me feel like my move does something. All right, and so again, it's just a move 3, heal 1 self, so we're gonna go up to 4. Okay, so the Living Bones up. The Bones is up. Yeah, it's last turn as well. Just want to make sure I hadn't forgotten to summon one or something. Okay, so it's -1 move, but +1 attack. So it's going to be attack 3. Focus is going to be the Spellblade, and then the Brewmaster, slower initiative. Moving to here. So first in the Spellblade, so attack 3. All right. On this note, I'm going to go refill my water because my throat is getting rather dry. Be right back 1 second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, well, we got to lose a card here. We really don't have a choice. It is the 6, and we have 4 life. It's kind of tough, right? So we certainly want to keep our ranged attacks because at this point we're going to be kiting for a while. Similarly, Conflagrate can actually deal a pretty reasonable amount of damage to these zombies. So that's good as well. So these two cards are definitely in. So it really comes down to these three. A fair argument can be made for any of them. I'd plan on using all in, but now it's not even sure that I'll need to anymore because the boss is down to 6 life and going to be down to 5 with his wound. I'm not really sure how I would want to actually hit anything with all in. Well, it could still be good. So yeah, probably not all in. Probably Guiding Strike is actually the worst here. I think a shield is better than a. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I guess this creates elements as you spends. Do we actually have? Ooh, no. Actually, we want to keep that ice creation, right? Yeah, because we have Frozen Embrace still as a stun, and the stun is actually quite useful. This is our fire creator, but we still have, this is a fire creator. We're getting a little bit more limited. At the same time, we also just have ice charged now, so we can theoretically just keep it there for the stun in the future. Because we don't necessarily, like I said, we're not necessarily planning on using this, and even if we do at this point, it's not, hell, I don't know, this is tough. And this is kind of like the problem with an element-based class is that all the cards are kind of cogs in a machine. It's an attack 4. All right, let's get rid of Guiding Strike. I don't know. It's rough either way, I think. It's painful attack. Okay, and then the next is on the Brewmaster. It's disadvantaged because of Kick Smash. Okay, so -1/+1, so it's just 2. Using the shield doesn't really change anything because we're just taking 1 stagger and we can shrug off the 1 pretty easily next turn. Can't be that easily. Who knows how soon they'll be in the long rest. All right, let's just use the shield. So we just take 1. Sure. Oh no, we stagger all damage this round actually. So I guess we can use the shield and we still take 1 stagger, but in that case we can do a move 2 star off 2 next turn. All right, yeah, let's not use the shield and let's take 2. Since we stagger all damage because of the bottom of Cake Smash. Okay, so then the corpses go. They have 1 movement. So again, these will not move. This will not move. This will move. This will not move. Not the brightest. All right, so the boss goes, takes 1 damage down to 5, and teleports to this door. So in here, there's normally an elite and a regular, although in the end we will just have the elite because we're actually out of standees. How much health does this have again? 13. Still a lot of damage we've got to do. Fortunately, it's mostly not shielded damage this time, so we shouldn't run into the same problem, quite the same problem the Chronomancer had last time. Oh, and sorry, and so then this one will move 1. This would allow us to all in if we could jump, but we can't, so yeah, it's not possible. Oh well. All right, well, let's go over there and try to finish off this boss, shall we? With our best initiative. Kind of same thing here, because that initiative might not actually be fast enough if he does special 2, which is actually reasonably likely at this point. The move 4, do we make it? Yeah, we do. Okay. What's our best attack to use against him? I guess this one, because we can use this against Skeleton afterwards. As for the Chronomancer, I guess now, I mean, between the 2 of them, we should kill the boss. One of the 2 of them should connect on the boss, we can hope. I guess. I mean, we don't have any attacks anyway except for delay, so we might as well set up delay and try to hit a zombie with it at this point. I mean, we could use balance to make sure that one of them hits and kills the boss. Maybe that is actually just the most reasonable thing to do, and be patient. Do delay the following turn. Yeah, that's fine. All right, do we need to move on the Chronomancer? Probably not. The zombies won't hit us. The Living Bones can hit us, but that's okay. I mean, we've got 4 life. The Living Bones shouldn't. I say this, and it just got a crit. And even if it does, we lose a card. It's not the end of the world. All right. Ooh. Stitch is actually nice. This allows us to make sure that the boss goes after our allies too, by increasing its initiative by 20. And we're in range to hit him, so that's perfect actually. Okay, here we go. Yeah, he was gonna try to. 11. Wow. I mean, this would have still beat him, but this wouldn't. But yeah, this is the nice thing about having an initiative manipulator in the party. All right. So we'll begin by using the bottom of Stitch first. So attack 1, range 3, increase the target's initiative by 20. So the boss would go from 11 initiative to 31 initiative. And it's an attack 1, but +1 from the poison, so an attack 2 on the boss. Okay. So 2 damage, puts the boss down to 3. What's the bones up to here? Standard stuff, okay. And then we're gonna use the top of balance. So who do we want to balance? I guess... I guess doing it to the Spellblade is better, because the Spellblade will actually put the Spellblade's attack up to a 6 here, and the Bones has 5 life, so the 6 with advantage should likely kill this. And the Brewmaster's attacking for 3 anyway, and we only really have to hit for really 1, actually, because an attack 1, I mean, so we're making an attack 3, even if we get a -2, it does 1 + 1 from the poison is 2, and then this dies from the wound on its turn before it goes. So we would still kill this. So really, we can only just not miss. Now, we've got the curses and stuff like that, but my point is also that by um, by balancing the Spellblade, we're still safe against the boss, because if somehow we do draw a miss from the Brewmaster, then the Spellblade can still run over and hit the boss before the boss goes, because we've changed its initiative to 31. So yeah, I think this has higher upside and is still pretty safe. So we'll use the top of balance, targeting the Spellblade. So they gain +2 on their first attack this round, strengthen, and they can reroll their first attack, basically. Okay, so the Brewmaster's up next, so we're going to do a move forward with the bottom of Energizing Brew. 1, 2, 3 to there. And we're going to use the top of Vengeful Approach as an attack 3, retaliate 1, self, stagger all damage this round. So here we go. There it is, but was that the right deck? We drew here? Yep. But, like I said, that does it. So it's 2 damage, putting the boss down to 1. Okay. So the boss isn't actually at 11, and the boss is at 31. TTS doesn't really play along with initiative modification very well, unfortunately. But we understand. So it is the Spellblade's turn, so we don't actually need to go hit the boss. So like I said, we'll go ahead and use Fortifying Strike. Don't think a shield should matter, but we get the 1 for experience here. We're not charging it anyway. So we'll consume the earth, gaining 1 experience. This gives us shield 1 self. This gives us an attack 6 because of the +2 from balance with strengthen, targeting this regular living bones adjacent to us. Now the advantage did nothing. But, actually, in fact, balance did nothing because we were killing this no matter what anyway, but that's okay. It doesn't drop a coin because it is summoned. And then we've got the bottom of Conflagrate. We have an even number of cards in our hands, so getting a card back here doesn't really change much. We don't have fire either, so it's not like we care about getting this back, really. Yeah, our turn next turn is going to kind of suck. Let's just grab this coin, I guess. Just move there. I mean, we are playing with a Scoundrel standee, so we've got to roleplay the Scoundrel a little bit, right? All right, so the next is the boss at 31. Boss has 1 health left and wound, so the boss dies before ever going. All right, now we just got to clean up the 1,000,000 health of zombies, and we're good to go. Living corpses go, so this is actually really nice. They all take 1 damage. I mean, 6 damage is about as much as we do on a turn anyway, so definitely happy to see this. Okay, and living bones have been eliminated. End of the round. All right, well, we've just got these 2 cards to play, but that's fine. Doesn't matter whether we go early or late. I guess if they get +1 movement, it could be bad, but... All right, as for us, move on to the coin and long jab the zombie, but I guess we should go as late as possible. Oh, we forgot to take our 2 stagger. Oh, we were supposed to shrug that off. Man. 3-handed Brewmaster is brutal. All right, so we'll just use a default move here because we want to go after the zombie. So hopefully the zombie doesn't get +1 movement. The zombie will move there, and then we'll get to attack him without him attacking us. As for here, set up a delay, give someone a bless on the bottom. All right, here we go. So the boss is eliminated as well. Just zombies left. Man, they have flipped this so many times. I mean, it's fine. They've been provoked. All right. So we're going to use the bottom of Bless. This can allow us to modify someone's initiative by 10. That doesn't really matter, does it? No, we're both going after the zombies, which is what we wanted anyway. So we'll just give a Bless to someone. I guess, yeah, the Spellblade does deal more damage than the Brewmaster, so we'll give a Bless there. Both of them are in range, so yeah. Using the bottom of Bless. And then we're going to activate the top of Delay. So we have to choose a place. So it's at the end of the next round this will go off. So where are we likely to get a hit? I guess here is the most like this space right here is the most likely to get a hit, because so this will move up, this will move up. So either this will be there, or I guess it's not actually guaranteed. Ah, man, this is annoying. It's range 4, so we can only go to here. We couldn't put it here. I guess here then, since this will be there, and I guess the Brewmaster can tank him there for 1 turn. So the problem with placing it on this doorway actually is that, so this turn this will go here, this will go here, this will be here, but next turn 1 will move before 5 will, so 1 won't actually ever move onto the doorway. If 5 doesn't move, it'll be there, but now it's safer to put it here because we can at least hold this one here. All right, so that's where we'll place it. Okay, so the corpses go. Okay, so then it is the Spellblade's turn. So we're just going to do attack 3, range 3 from the top of Primal Imbuement. We're not going to use the charge at all. Yeah, maybe we get a lucky +1. We finish this one off. Why not? We'll attack number 5 there. Come on. Oops. No. Oh, that was the blast. It didn't actually shuffle it in properly. Okay, here we go. That's not a +1. All right, 2 damage. And then we have the bottom of All In, just as a default move 2. We're just going to keep kiting over this way, I think. We may even long rest here, because I'd like to get Boots of Striding back, and wouldn't mind gaining some health. We've got time now. It was important to have a sense of urgency while the boss was up, because the longer the boss is up, the more enemies we have to face. But now that the boss is done, we have a finite number of enemies, and they're pretty slow moving, so we can pretty safely take our time and long rest, things like this. Okay, so then the Brewmaster's up next. Technically, we can attack with Long Jump before moving, so why not? We are going to want to move here, both to grab the coin and to hold this here so that it gets hit with delay. But we'll attack it with Long Jab first. So this is an attack 3, Pierce 1. Obviously, the Pierce 1 not really doing anything, but attack 3. All right, so 3 damage, puts it down to 9. We'll also just use our minor healing potion now because there's a small possibility of getting poisoned by the zombie when we go up. We'll move to there and grab this coin using the bottom of meditation as default move. Shall we long rest as well? Shall we all long rest? Dangerous for the I'm gonna guess the Chronomancer at worst gets hit by 1 zombie. How much do they hit for? 3? Yeah. And we've got a card in hand. Yeah, we could all long rest. Triple long rest. The greediest while fighting 6 enemies. I mean, they are zombies. It's basically like snoring while you wait for them to slowly but surely get to you. Long resting here, we get hit, but then we heal back up, and this gets hit with delay. I think it's fine. Getting our boots back on both our characters is also quite useful. So, yeah, I like this. All right, let's go. Oh, there it is, the poison. All right, that's annoying. So the corpses go, so they've got +0 movement again. So this one goes here. This means this doesn't move. This doesn't move. This and this both move. This one doesn't move. So it makes an attack +1. So this is going to be an attack 5 on the Brewmaster. -1, so 4. Go ahead and use our heater shield. So that makes this 3. So 1 damage here and 2 stagger. And we are poisoned. Okay, and then we all long rest. And actually at the end of the round here, delay goes off. Which is, again, place a character token in an empty hex within range 4, or in any hex. At the end of the next round, perform attack 4 with advantage, target any enemy in that hex. So this goes off, we gain 1 experience, and this gives us an attack 4 with advantage, targeting the elite zombie there. Oh well, the advantage was still good. Takes 3, and let's do our long rests. All right, so what do we have to lose here? Guess I don't. Well, a loot card could be. No, I don't care so. I mean, like, I am going to play to get money, but I don't care so much about getting money because the important thing is testing, and obviously items do change that a little bit. So it's fine to do this. There are no lost cards that we played that we forgot to lose. Did we? I think not. All right, so here, what do we get rid of? Well, the healing's actually kind of useful. Yeah, Yeah, I can probably get rid of something like this. You don't need to shrug off so much. We're not going to take much damage from these zombies. As I say that I have 2 stagger right now, but still. So I'm reminded of this again. I'm just gonna quickly zoom in on this and let people, since there are a fair amount of people watching here, I'm gonna ask this question again now, and I'll ask it again later as well. So these are 2 versions of the same card. I can change the perspective a little bit. All right. So basically, the question is which one of these should we go with? Should it be the right or the left? This is how I originally designed the card, but ECO rather intelligently pointed out that it would be a good idea to add white hexes to indicate, like, well, to give you an actual completely accurate layout of where the targeting is. My concern is that it creates a very busy card. Like, it's a little bit more messy, less clean. So what does everyone think? Are the white hexes a good choice, or is it fine without the white hex? Is it better without the white hexes, and we should just not use them? I'm happy to have anyone's opinions on this because I mean, I specifically took the time to print out both versions of this for the DTS because I really wasn't sure myself which way I should go. Because there's one that gives clarity, but crowdedness, whereas there's the other that isn't truly clear. Yeah, it's certainly more elegant without, but the question is whether this is necessary or not. I mean, whether like I said, making it the precision, I guess. I mean, technically this is kind of, but it's not really precise, right? Because it's kind of like uncharted territory of blank space on a card between hexes. You can assume that this is like this, but not necessarily. So yeah, this is just why I'm curious to have people chime in. All right, so we need to use the card to lose here. I want basically all of our cards. Galashan says, I prefer without, but people new to thinking in a hex grid would likely benefit from the full diagram. All right, fair point. All right, so what can we lose here? I'm gonna guess. Well, no, because we need a way to create fire, because we want to conflagrate some of these zombies. Grand Duke says without white hexes. I definitely want ranged attacks. Short range ranged attacks are worse, though, without a doubt. Stun is also. I mean, all my cards are just good against these enemies at this point. This is actually kind of the worst card, but I'm getting my boots back here, so at the same time I can hit a bunch of them with it. Maybe I can just get rid of this. It's 2 target, but pretty short range, so it's not really that good against them. Add in text that the power can only be in range 2. I'm not sure that the text would be a more elegant solution. And also, I mean, how this would be worded is also kind of strange because all of it isn't necessarily range 2. Technically, these 5 hexes are, but these 4 hexes are actually range 3. And that would also be a little bit, I mean, using a range number, but limiting it like this would be inconsistent with how targeting hexes plus range numbers typically work, of allowing you to shape them in any way you wish. All right. So water. Let's get our healing on. So goggles up here, 2 health. Here we're going to take 2 damage from our stagger. We're not going to heal at all because we're actually poisoned. We already refreshed our stuff. And here we heal for 2. I already refreshed the boots. Okay. So what are we up to now? We've got no elements to use. I'd really like to get fire up. It's also kind of dangerous, without a doubt. I blame your convoluted creative designs. Yeah, that's fair. To be honest, I think it's a cool area to explore, like unusual targeting hexes. Let's see, we have this on the Necromancer as well. I think it's a level 1 card, right? Yeah. Yeah, we did Poison Nova as well, which is kind of a design that's also unusual. This design at least is much clearer. I mean, there's no question about where this targets though. But yeah, I think doing stuff like this is pretty cool. But yeah, that definitely comes with a cost. In this case, the clarity cost. Experienced players aren't accustomed to what a white hex is. Do you explain what that is somewhere in a class card? Yeah, that's a fair point. The problem is, as of right now, I mean, if you look on and just for anyone who hasn't seen the albums, I'll just link it directly. Let me see here. That would also be a shame. So here's the album for the class. Having to explain the white hex is another fair. fair argument, because as of right now, as you'll see if you scroll down to just the second image in that album, I've actually just neatly got all of the class stuff onto one card. Every time I'm working on classes, I always think of your statement, Grand Duke, about is it really are the special abilities really worth it if they have to go on more than one card, which is a fair point. So here I was like, all right, I got it all in one card, it's good. Um, Whereas otherwise I'd have to shrink the font size, which is it really on one card at that point if I had to explain white hexes? And I'm not sure that'd be worth it for one card, so I would probably prefer if I don't have I mean if I didn't have to explain them. At the same time, yeah, I mean that's fair. Although I mean, if you look at the effect of the card and you see the white hexes, even if an experienced player doesn't know what they are, what else could you possibly assume that they are, you know? Because there's no effect from the ability that you would think that I mean, there's no other effects, right? I mean, I guess you could maybe think that it only pierces like in the white. I think it's like it's difficult to draw some sort of a conclusion from the white hexes other than what they actually are. Would be my point for why I'm not sure it would actually be necessary to mention them in a rules card. But at the same time, like I understand the argument for doing that. All right, so I really need to get fire. Have I really lost 4 cards? Oh yeah, because we have to lose a card to mitigate damage. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And we played a loss as well. All right. I really need to get fire. It's just difficult to get fire against the zombies because I don't want to get close enough to them. What if we just waited? No, but they're not actually going to move. I mean, I guess if we just go late no matter what, we can create fire. All right, yeah. So let's just use this and go as late as humanly possible using like this. Because we just need to create fire. We're going to hope that they go before us, they move up a bit, and then we can move up and fire them. And then the following turn, we're going to like run away with Fortifying Strike, plus use Conflagrate. Because we really want to get wound on a few of them. So meanwhile, the Brewmaster and the Chronomancer should probably finish off this one over here. The delay token is gone. Yeah, it's fair. Grand Duke. Oh, you're right, EC. I shouldn't have taken full stagger damage. Good call. I should have taken half. All right. So what else are we doing here? Hopefully, finally killing this zombie, huh? That'd be good. So it can attack at 32. That's the earliest it can attack. So we really want to hit it before then. The annoying thing is we can't actually attack for more than 2 before 34 as the Chronomancer. So again, it's going to be balance. We have to get a +1 on the strengthened attack though, otherwise we're not killing. It's kind of bad because the plus, I mean, strengthened, like I said, it's like plus 0.6. It's really not plus 0.1. Yeah. At this point, I think it's reasonable to expect a +1, I suppose, especially considering that we can reroll. Actually, we forgot to do that earlier. I think we could have rerolled earlier and we forgot. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty likely for us to get +1 with a reroll as well, right? Yeah, we should be able to count on that, I think. All right, so let's use balance, and then what else can we do here? I mean, I guess we need to move because we don't really want to get hit by these corpses for no reason. If we're moving, what are we playing for a move? We've already got balance for initiative, so we can play pretty much whatever we want here. Most important thing is just to keep the cards we want to play. Excuse me, for tops otherwise. Oh, 3 hiccups in a row there. I guess slowing the zombies doesn't really matter. They're so slow anyway. Okay, so the Brewmaster's attacking with that, and then I guess we've got 1 stagger we can get rid of. So we can do this. I mean, still 1 healing, why not? All right, here we go. Oh, they're doing nothing anyway. This is a nice flip for us. Okay, so yeah, we should still balance though. So we'll use balance. We gain 1 experience. We strengthen the Brewmaster. I guess now we don't even need the reroll. As long as we get 5 on him, it's just going to die to itself. What are our battle goals again? 13 more experience. Yeah, we're a long ways from that. Number of times we use items. We've used this once. Oh no, we haven't used this yet. We've used this once, so we should be able to get that, no problem. And here no one becomes exhausted, easy enough. Okay. So yeah, we balance the Brewmaster, and then we use the bottom of slow, and honestly, it doesn't really matter where we move to. guess we'll move to like here. This allows us to kind of be a little bit more protected against them while still kind of close to them. All right, so the Brewmaster goes. So we're going to use the bottom, no, sorry, we're going to begin by using the top eventual approach. So we have attack 3, retaliate oneself, stagger all damage with stagger all damage, doesn't matter. So we got attack 3 plus 2 from balance and strengthen. So attack 5 with strengthen, targeting the elite zombie. All right, oh, we got him. Oh, I hate to see that. You hate to see that. All right, so we grossly overkilled the zombie. And we get a move to shrug off to. Well, we'll go here. I mean, even though I don't care that much about getting coins, not like I'm still playing like I'm actually playing. I'm not gonna just pass up a coin for nothing. So we'll grab that coin. All right. So then it's the Spellblade's turn. So we have a default move 2 at the bottom of Primal Imbuement. I'm gonna go 1, 2 to here. And then we're going to use the top of Reality Rift, which gives us fire and an attack 2. We'll hit 4 and then 5 in that order. Okay. I think that's a more reasonable bless. No, it's not, is it? Isn't this a 2 health one? Yep, it is. Alright. So 3, and this one's dead. So the living corpses go. They suffer 1 damage and move +1, so 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And this one stays where it is, and they all suffer 1. Okay, and that's the end of the round. So, well, we created fire for a reason. It's time to use Conflag, right? The annoying thing is we do have to move to hit 2 targets. We really want to hit these 2 because they've got the most health, with the elite especially. We can actually move 1, 2, 3 to there. We don't actually, I guess we have our boots, worst case scenario, so we always have 3 movement, although I kind of want to save the boots for all in. But I don't have movement cards otherwise, so yeah, I guess we're doing this. This also gives us our best initiatives. This makes sense. All right, so what about the Brewmaster? What about Mighty Belch? Ooh, yeah, Mighty Belch here hits 3 targets. Oh, that's beautiful. Can we go before this 19 too? That's then gonna hit the Spellblade. That's okay. Yeah, it's totally worth it. I don't. So I actually don't remember this because to me, I actually thought that this was supposed to poison your allies as well. Does this actually poison your allies, or does it just deal 1 damage? Because it seems based on the wording that it should just deal the 1 damage. Sadly, Themis isn't here to answer this, but all allies and enemies in the target area suffer 1 damage. So that's clear. Obviously, the Spellblade will take 1 damage, but the question is, does the poison affect? Yeah, only damage. Exactly. That's what I thought as well. For some reason, I thought this was supposed to also poison allies. It makes it a bit better than I thought it was, because the 1 damage is much more meaningful, much less meaningful. All right. So as for you, multi-target seems good here since the poison. We can actually use flow and go late. Oh no, we don't have breach anymore. We can never go late anymore. Ugh. Can't wait to get a late card at level 2. Stitch does hit there. So what if we use Stitch to attack? And I guess heal to attack? Allows us to hit these 2. So we do Stitch hitting this and then heal hitting these 2. Yeah, that seems fine. Alright. Here we go. -1 move, so not even moving. Yeah, zombies. So this ended up being significantly easier than it was last time, obviously. Admittedly, I'm a pretty experienced player, and I'm playing on the recommended difficulty, not even increased difficulty. I mean, recommended given the solo bump, so I certainly shouldn't have too much difficulty being this scenario typically, as it being scenario 2, otherwise it would be a bit of a problem in the game. So yeah, I mean, the outcome of the scenario doesn't really say too much to me thus far, and I haven't really noticed anything standing out. Balance does still feel quite good, but I'm not sure if it's too good or if it's just fine to allow this class to actually deal some damage. I don't know. We'll see. I didn't really get a chance to test Provoke at all, which is really the only thing that need to be tested on the Brewmaster. I'll go over the cards afterwards a little bit, though. All right, so we're going to do Attack 1, Range 3 with the bottom Stitch. Changing its initiative doesn't matter in any way here. So just Attack 1 on number 4. Yeah. I guess there's not actually... No, let's do heal first. Yeah, because I guess if we get up like a +1 here, then we could do heal like this. Sure. All right, so we'll use Stitch first, hitting number 4 here. Where are you? There we go. Yep, all right, nice. So a +1 actually kills this corpse. And so then the top of heal will do attack 2, range 3. We'll go 1, 2, 3, and shape it like this. So it'll be heal 2 on the Spellblade and attack 2 on the corpse. Jeez. Okay. Chronomancer was like, you said I don't deal damage. And then we get a heal 2 on the Spellblade. Finally back up to full. So we're done. So then it is the Brewmaster's turn. So the Brewmaster's going to do bottom of Energizing Brew. 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. And then we're going to use the top of Mighty Belch. So it's 1 direct damage to all these guys. And poison on all of them. Oh no. Not drop that one so well. Okay, and this is also... Oh wait, no, it wasn't this one. Oops. Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I see. So you're already catching me on that one. It was because I was thinking there was 3 before because it was this one, but actually this one died, so I didn't. Yeah, so I put him back up and didn't poison him. So it's just these 2. And we also take 1 damage on the Spellblade. Okay. We didn't have any stagger or anything like that, so we're good. So then next up is the Spellblade. Yeah, it's still better to conflagrate both of them. Because we could actually use the bottom here and the top and just hit this twice instead, but I think I'd rather get conflagrate on both of them. So we'll just do a default move 2 at the bottom of Fortifying Strike. I think I'm just going to get this back anyway. I mean, no matter what, I need to use this to get my battle goal. Oops. So we'll use a charge of our Minor Endurance Potion to bring back Fortifying Strike. It's also just a good card, so I'm happy to have it back. And then we'll use the top of Conflagrate, and we'll consume the fire, gain 1 experience, and this gives us an attack 1 wound, hitting all these, and it'll be plus 1 because of the poison. So we'll do there and there. So each of these is attack 2 wound. So 1 and none. Wow. We got some high variance flips this scenario. Okay. And we're done. So then the corpses go. So they have -1 movement, which means no movement. These each take 1 damage from their wound. And the elite hits the Brewmaster. +1 attack, normally for 4, so here for 5. 6. We'll go ahead and use the shield. So 5, so we take 1 here and 4 here. Woof. That did hurt a bit. All right, that's the end of the round. So we still don't really have the elements to use all in a meaningful way here. We do have the element to stun something though, so we can just move up and stun one of them. I think that's fine. Okay. As for us, Keg Smash. If we move up, we can do Keg Smash. We also kind of need to shrug off a bit, because I don't really want to become exhausted. Ooh, Revitalizing Brew. I guess if we stun one of them, it doesn't matter so much. And then we can actually use Revitalizing Brew to make that person attack, and then us attack again. Ooh, yeah, this actually works quite well. All right, yeah, we'll see. Going after us, though. Ugh. Can we change initiatives? No, we don't have Bless anymore. We do have Bless. Yes. All right. Doing it. Perfect. So we need to use Bless to increase the Brewmaster's initiative by 10, to make the Brewmaster go at 29 instead of 19. Or to, I guess better is just to decrease the Spellblade's initiative, making the Spellblade go at 9. Yeah. So we need to go before the Spellblade goes then. It's at 19. So we literally just have this 18, but no, that's fine. I mean, it's going to be a kind of crappy attack here, but it helps so much setting up our 2 allies that I think this is fine. Okay, let's go. Standard stuff again. So we're first at 18. So we're going to begin by using Bless. Yeah, I think we'd rather have it on the Spellblade again. So we'll Bless the Spellblade and decrease the Spellblade's initiative by 10. So the Spellblade's initiative goes from 19 to 9, so we'll be next to act. And we'll use the top of flow because we're at fast. It's just going to be an attack 2, range 3 pierce for a bunch. Actually, it doesn't. We can't even hit anyone from here. Was this really worth it? We're basically getting an extra attack from being next to the Brewmaster, but an attack 2, and we're giving up our turn. For some reason, I thought we would hit stuff. Oh well. I mean, we're kind of pot committed at this point. We've already shuffled in the blast. Not a big deal here. All right. So then next up is the Spellblade. So the Spellblade is going to use the bottom of Fortifying Strike again as a default move 2. 1, 2 to here. Also, man, we're really doing some nonsense here, actually. This doesn't make any sense. This really makes no sense. Because we're going to stun this one, and the idea is the Brewmaster is going to make the Spellblade attack it again, but it's going to be stunned. I mean, we're making an attack 3 stun against a 4 health poison wound thing? Like, what? What is even good? For some reason, I thought I would be able to, like, hit another one and stun it. And then the Brewmaster, but I was like, wow, check out this sweet turn. Just derping all over the place. Dear God. I mean, all right, so we're still going to go here. I guess the Brewmaster can just heal himself so he doesn't exhaust. So sure, we're just going to go there. We'll consume the charged ice, gain 1 experience. This gives us an attack 3 at +1 because of the poison. So attack 4 stun, targeting the elite zombie. So 3, down to 1, and stunned. I could have not used the ice since the attack most likely killed anyway with the wound and the poison, but it was just safer in case of a miss or a -2. Although I think a -2 wasn't even possible, but really just for a miss. We still got, yeah, look at that. Still got, I think, 1 curse left in our deck too. Okay. So we're done. Oh yeah, and sorry, we wanted to use our other endurance potion charge here to bring back Fortifying Strike once again. This way we have fulfilled our battle goal. Okay. So then the Brewmaster goes. So the Brewmaster is actually just going to use the top of Revitalizing Brew as a heal 2. I mean, it affects the heals 1 on the Spellblade, heals 2 on ourselves. And what is the special condition here? Add Strengthen and gain 1 experience if your current stagger value is 3 or greater. Ours is 4, so we gain 1 experience, and we strengthen ourselves and the Spellblade. Okay. And then we have a default move 2 with Long Jab, or we can do this crazy loss, which doesn't really seem necessary. So we'll just do a default move 2 to here and grab this coin, because greedy. And then we take 2 stagger, down to 4, and then the corpses go. So the elite dies to its wound. This one will take 1 from its wound. It's going to move to here, but attack the Spellblade because earlier initiative, and this one will attack the Brewmaster because adjacency. Proximity. Alright, so first the attack on the Brewmaster because it's number 1 who goes first. Alright, so +0, it's a 3. Take 1 here and 2 here. It's getting a bit close. And then the one on the Spellblade, +1, so 4. Did you make the Spellblade's perk list yet? No, I have not. I have not messed with that. Obviously, I'm going to be using hybrid elements quite a bit, but I'm still haven't made that. But we won't be getting to level 2 on the Spellblade today, so fortunately we don't have to worry about that. May have to worry about it for tomorrow, but we'll see. Okay, so what's up next? Short rest, I think, for the Brewmaster. Seems like a reasonable choice. Sure. Okay, so here, this time it actually does do something, right? So we can actually Keg Smash plus, where are you, Restore Regenerative Brew, and this bottom attack 2 on the Spellblade will actually cause the Spellblade to do something. So the Spellblade can kind of play cleanup, hitting these 2 afterwards. And I guess we can play all in for some experience, because I actually don't mind gaining some experience. It's going to just be a move 4 attack 1, because we've got no elements, but that's okay. As for here, I mean, I guess we'll just play our 2 cards and see what happens. Okay. Now they're even suffering damage. All right, so who's first? Yeah, Brewmaster's up first. All right, so first we're going to begin by using Keg Smash. We gain 1 experience. This gives an attack 2 muddle, hitting both of these. We'll do 1 and then 2. We're strengthened because we strengthened ourselves last turn. So we'll attack both of them. 1 first. Okay, so 4 there. And then it's going to be 2 there, I believe, because that one's poisoned. So 4 here puts us down to 3. And it's muddled, but they're not attacking this turn, so I'm not going to bother. And again, we got a -1 here, which was a 2 down to 1, but +1 from the poison, so 2. So this one's down to 2. Okay, and then we're going to use the bottom of Revitalizing Brew. One adjacent ally may perform attack 2 or move 3. So we'll have the Spellblade perform an attack 2, targeting the only zombie next to Spellblade. Spellblade's still strengthened, so it gets an advantage attack, so +2. We really only need 1 damage here, but we'll take it. All right. And then we suffer our stagger. We're down to 1 life. So then the Spellblade's up next. So the Spellblade is going to use the bottom of All In. So this is going to give us 2 experience. This is going to give us just a move 4, attack 1. We have no elements to spend, unfortunately. It would be nice to tie the experience to the element spending, just space considerations, but it's possible that I could. 1 experience on each element spent. That can give a lot of experience, but I mean, there are some other level 1 cards for some other classes that can give 4 experience, certainly, and it's not very realistic to get 4 elements. Realistically, you can get maybe like 3 elements. And getting 3 elements on a loss is, 3 experience on a loss is certainly not an issue, I mean, compared to things like Fire Orbs. So that makes it more interesting, I guess, rather than just being able to play it for 2 experience like this at the end of a scenario. I'll have to see. It's just space issues, of course, but... Alright, so we have a move 4, attack 1, which is about as not all in as possible. Oh no, there's going to be this there? Oh, that's brutal. It's 3 health. No, ultimately I want experience more than I want money, right? Because it'd be nice to kill... I mean, realistically, I should just not kill him and milk it, but I'm not going to do that while streaming. Yeah, experience allows me to test the things I want more. Money actually skews the testing, so sure. All right, did we already gain our 2 experience from doing this? Yes, we did. So we move to here. Just move and not attack. Yeah, I know. No, it's not so much that. I mean, like I said, I can just not kill him, but that, again, that's like milking it. I'm not going to do that. It's not worth it. Not while streaming. And again, it's not like I really care about money. If this was the actual campaign, it's a little bit different, but for testing campaign, it's a bit of a different story. All right, so we get an attack 1 with advantage. All right, so 2 damage. It's down to 1. So we can end his life now with Fortifying Strike, and yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're just end this thing. All right, so make our attack 4 with advantage. Okay, so we killed him. Again, if we were playing for real here, we would not kill the zombie in order to be able to pick up all the coins here. But again, for a testing campaign, it's a little bit less important to get money. Okay, that's lost. Doesn't matter at this point because the scenario's over. And as for us, we're going fast. So we have a move 3 jump or a move 4. In either case, we can't make it to a coin. Oh yeah, we can. 1, 2, 3, 4. I was just thinking we couldn't make it to this glorious double stack, but that's okay. Okay, and we successfully completed the scenario. All right, so now is a great time if anyone has any feedback or things they want to say about any of the cards, the classes, or just general thoughts. I certainly welcome them. I'll go over the stuff a little bit myself, and then I'm going to take an eating break. Should be about 15 minutes. Just going to make myself a quick quesadilla, and then I'll come back and we'll do scenario 4, which will be the last scenario for today. That'll conclude today's testing. How are you going to afford item 72 when you can get it? Hold on. I thought that's what it was. I just had to be sure. Just had to be sure. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. All right. Yeah, so we did get 4 gold here. Just tally up our end of scenario stuff. Yeah. Because it was 2, but really 1 because of the solo bump. So the coins are worth 2 each. So let's do this correctly. I haven't made the sheet yet. So we have 4. And flag right top seems very strong to me. So difficult to discuss things like this without spoiling, but comparing Conflagrate top to, again, the most obvious comparison for this class, it makes, I mean, like, again, yeah, to begin with, we had a really perfect line. I mean, I knew we would have that, which is why it was so important for me to get enough movement to get into a spot to get the 3 target with that. But basically, like, if you compare that card to the top action of another level 1 card from a comparable class, like that other card is certainly better than Conflagrate is, I think. And maybe that other card is a little bit overtuned though, but still. Then secondly, like again, the one of the classes we're playing in our campaign, one of the unlockable classes, that also a level 1 card which doesn't even need an element actually produces an element and does a similarly effective attack, right? In terms of also a ranged wounding attack, you know? So comparing to the two of these, and that other one was also nerfed, right? I mean, like it's a nerf version, and it's theoretically fine by now. I think comparing to either of those isn't a very favorable comparison for Conflagrate, so I think Conflagrate, I'm not really worried about it. Maybe it could be, but also, yeah, I mean, this sort of scenario, like I said, we had a perfect line of 3 here, and then after that we had uh, I mean, it's like zombies who move one at a time, you know? So it's like move one, the other one waits behind, and then it gets in behind. So they just kind of like walk in lines, which makes it very easy. Okay, so we have 7 experience, plus we have 6 experience, so 13 here. Alright, so 7, same thing. So 13 experience here, puts us up to 54. And for gold, we gain 6, puts us up to 24. Also still think mobility is a little too high. Yeah, maybe. I guess that as a melee class, I'd like it to have a lot of mobility. I think this is fitting with, sorry, oh yeah, I'm looking over here, but I don't know why. I mean, it's literally the same experience across the board. I think this is fitting with other melee classes in the game, but it could potentially be too high. So there's certainly something to keep in mind. It's a fair point. Wait, so why do I do this like 5 times? Sorry, trying to think about too many things at once. 13, so we're up to 50. I think it's 2 coins we gained. Yeah, so 4 gold, we're up to 29. So we'll have a level for the Chronomancer and a level for the Brewmaster. Cards are allowed to be situationally powerful. Do you think Conflagrate is good in too many situations? I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't seen that many situations that it's been in, but Wound is such a good status effect, I think can be. Wound also has the issue of not stacking with itself, though, so it's kind of an interesting status effect, right? I mean, same with Poison, but Poison's obviously a worse status effect. Like I said, all right. Can I? Let me just change the screen quickly. Boom. Let me just find a couple cards so I can at least give the card numbers that I'm obviously talking about, just for anyone who is curious and wants to do the research on their own, because I don't want to spoil things. All right. So the card numbers that I'm referring to are cards 455 and cards 325, if anyone has easy access to these things. I can't really give more specific instructions than that. These are both level 1 cards for unlockable classes, and I think in neither instance do people cite these as being like overpowered cards, and both of them are strictly better. I mean, like, are clearly better than Conflagrate, I would say. So, like, in my mind, there's no world in which I'm worried about Conflagrate as long as these 2 cards exist, and like, it's not like we're talking about like Eclipse cards or something like that, you know? If people argued that these were overpowered as well, then maybe, but I don't think they are. So, hey, sorry to interrupt any thought process or conversations, but I just noticed your house rules, which I feel are super useful and really enjoy. I was wondering if you play summons as rules is written. I finally got to start playing the game a few weeks ago, and initially we were controlling the summons and didn't realize they act like monsters, which will make sense. Do you have an opinion on which way to use summons? So I don't do any house rules for summons because I do feel that they impact the game balance quite a bit, and I'm not really in a position, prepared to offset them. But I certainly don't blame people for using house rules for summons because there's no doubt that the way summons function can be very frustrating. Um, if I were going to use house rules for summons, the only one that I would probably use, I mean, like obviously like there's steps, so people should use whatever they want, and like I really think these are reasonable house rules for people to apply. The the most reasonable one though, I think in terms of like very little balance impact would at least just be the one where summons when they can't find focus, just focus the summoner and move towards the person who summoned them, so that summons at least keep up a little bit, which helps a bit more with dealing with summons in some regards. But beyond that, I mean that would be a house rule that I would consider using. The rest I probably wouldn't use because I think they affect balance too much. But again, for me, it's really difficult already to create scenarios that are, I mean, to increase the difficulty enough to make things difficult without making things absurd. Like you some stuff we've seen. So I'm hesitant to do anything that can skew balance too much in my favor. But especially for a newer party, like you've got a lot more room, I think, to adapt the difficulty of the game. Like most likely as a new party, you play at +0 difficulty or maybe +1. So if you find that this makes summons too strong, you can always just increase the difficulty to +2 or something like that to compensate if it makes using summons a more pleasant experience. So in that case, I would absolutely encourage it. All right, so would you mind comparing your cards to level 1 Mind Thief and Scoundrel for movement comparison? Yep, that's not a problem. I already got out so when I was working on the cards a bit, I grabbed all the level 1 cards for all the melee non-high health pool classes in the game and compared all of them, which is what I use to inform my decisions. So I have already gone over this, and I'm happy to again. Awesome. That's sort of what I was realizing that really could affect the balance in the future. So thanks. Also really appreciate all your activity on Reddit. I've gotten so much help from you. So thanks. No problem. I'm happy to hear it. I think it's fine. Maybe a way forward is to start tracking how much damage Conflagrate does. If the numbers prove to be too high, too much damage from a single card over the life of the scenario, the nerf might be in order. Yeah, it's possible. It's more difficult to track something like Conflagrate though. Because so it's not a card in a vacuum, right? I mean, like no cards are in a vacuum. This is kind of a stupid thing to say, but what I mean is because it's an element consuming card, it's also like you have to consider that you also have to do something in order for it to do its thing, right? And what the cost of that is. So, for example, having to play the top of Reality Rift is not a good action. I mean, it is a good action because of the fire, but without the fire, for example, it's not a good action. The bottom attack 2 changes this a bit, although I don't know. I mean, this scenario was a bit exceptional, but we certainly saw that it's not so easy to play bottom attack 2s as like when you have a high health pool class like the Brute who can easily absorb damage more. So I don't know, we'll see. But so my point is, I mean, obviously, if the numbers were like way too high, then this would certainly prove that there's a problem. But if the numbers were a little bit too high, but then you also have to account for the fact that you're also paying a cost in order to do it, I think this is what makes tracking a little bit more difficult. But yeah, this is certainly a fair thing to do. All right, let's grab this, delete this, and let's grab this, delete this. Okay, so our level 1 movement cards. Do we have an entire deck over here? Sorry, I just want to make sure my cat's okay. She's meowing quite a bit. 1 second, be right back. You okay, Gigi? Ça va? Okay, yeah, you can come along. I'm getting up soon though. I've got to go make myself food. All right, I'm back. So we had an extra deck over here for some reason. I don't really know why, but whatever. All right, let's grab our level 1 movement cards. So we've got to move 3 here. Probably not really considered a movement card. We'll just set that aside though anyway. So what we have here is move 4, move 3, move 4. It's a loss, so we certainly won't consider that. Move 5. All right. So we have a move 5, we have a move 4, which can be a move 5 jump. We have a move 4, and we have 2 move 3s. Which again, we can kind of just discount these because it's not like these actually matter. So basically, our good movement cards are a move 5, move 4/5, and a move 4. You should grab all in for its top. Yeah. Should we though? So this is kind of like the. It's difficult. We can certainly. What I mean is, so top movement things. All right, let me give a good comparison. Because this is obviously a card we'll need anyway. So let's like use this as a comparison. So Scurry, for example, reminds me of the Reddit thread announcing this playtest, how you and Thermos play the Brewmaster wildly different. You two favor different game mechanics. You may feel something is overpowered while Thermos doesn't. Yeah. So, all right, what I mean here is all in is like limited in terms of a movement card. So Scurry, for example, is a movement card. Why? Because we can use Scurry and we can end next to something, which we're trying to reach, and still have a reasonable effect with the card, right? In this case, we get the move 3 and we get an attack 3. Whereas in the case of all in, if we end next to someone, we don't get the movement. Like it doesn't actually do anything. So the only way we can ever, I mean, we don't get the added effect. We just move next to someone, but then we do a bottom action, but then we're not really getting a top action. Then we just did a move 2 with a top action. So in this case, it would have been better to just play a bottom action and then play a top action for the same effect. The only way this ever changes is again when we use Boots of Striding. Without Boots of Striding, this is not really a movement card. Now, obviously, we can make an exception to this if we're talking about like a scenario where you need to run through to the other end of the scenario. Then it is still a movement card. But at least in terms of combat, it is not a movement card outside of using Boots of Striding. Whereas something like Scurry actually is, because Scurry actually adds 3 movement, because it still allows you to do something else. In that case, then you use like Brain Leech, or in the best case, Perverse Edge, go invisible, something like this. So this is still kind of a movement card, is what I would say. All right, anyway, so our movement cards for Mind Thief are move 4 jump, move 4, and these will be our, well, this is kind of, but yeah, it's a little bit different to compare. Although, well, I think this probably bears some comparison regardless. All right, so we'll grab those, we'll set the rest of this aside. And then here, again, we're not really removing move 3s. Kind of. All right. And so this, and this, and this, and then we've kind of got, I mean, these things to consider a little bit as well. I mean, we don't even need to consider this. This is kind of, so I guess this goes actually here. All right, so for our comparisons, we have, oops, like this. If we had to rank these in order of best movement to worst movement, it would probably be something like this, right? Oops. I think. So in the case of the Scoundrel, we have a move 6 and 2 move 5s, and then we have a move 2 attack 2 on top, which is a lot worse than Scurry, and is honestly not much better in terms of movement than All In, because at least All In is better when you use Boots, whereas Quick Hands is not really getting better when you use Boots. Although, honestly, I guess like in terms of trying to reach a single target or reach a target, I mean, for the purposes of movement, all in and quick hands are kind of similar when using boots. I suppose still, because it's unlikely if you're trying to use all in for movement more than anything that you really hit more than one target. Depends though. This is probably worse. But anyway, I mean 6, 5, 5, and here we have 5, 4/5 with jump, and 4. So I guess the advantage we have here is the possibility that we do have jump. We do actually have 2 instances of jump, although again, difficult to use this for actual jump. Again, well, in combat. Out of combat, certainly. And yeah, and then of course, in order to actually have this be a move 5, we do have to perform either this or the move 3, which then means our average movement per turn is certainly lower by a significant margin than the Scoundrel. Scoundrel also has very good movement, so be it. Then we go down here to the Mind Thief. So the Mind Thief has 4/4. Why do I keep Empathetic Assault here? Well, Empathetic Assault is kind of interesting because it's not a lot of movement, right? But it is still a card which increases that Mind Thief's average movement per scenario. Because of the fact that you get Empathetic Assault's free movement, like what I say, free movement. Like you get movement 2 every time you play Empathetic Assault because like you're playing Empathetic Assault for something else, which is a heal 2, which is also a strengthen 2. I mean, strengthen for 2 turns self. So like every time you're going to use this all scenario, and you're going to use it all scenario, so you're going to end up moving more than you would if you didn't have this card. Whereas in our case, like to do a heal on the bottom, we have to do this, or to do a strengthen self, we have to consume element. Then we're only going to move 3, which is also a little bit different because then we still don't get the healing. But anyway, I still think our movement is certainly better than the Mind Thieves. Again, Mind Thief has guaranteed jump, which is something the Scoundrel lacks. Also, it has a small upside, although very, very rare upside. Yeah, this is definitely not as good as this, even considering that Scurry is definitely the best of all the top movement cards here, again, by a significant margin. The interesting things as well are that so our 2 best movement cards also have quite bad initiatives, whereas if we compare to the other 2 classes here, they also have good initiative on their movement cards, right? The Scoundrel has, I mean, the giant move at 6 initiative, the other quite big move at 4 initiative, and then this one which has bad initiative. The Mind Thief has by far her only 2 late initiatives, and her 2 good her best late initiative on her entire class, essentially, on her 2 big moves. So these are also very relevant initiatives to have. I mean, you end up keeping Feedback Loop much longer than you'd like, just because of the interaction between the 79 initiative and movement. Whereas for us, we have a 37 and 56, which are both bad initiatives, and then we do have a 21, which is a decent initiative, but it's also by far the worst of our movement cards. So I don't know. Does it really seem like the Spellblade comes out ahead in this comparison, or by a significant? I mean, oh yeah, no. I mean, that would be my question. To be clear, when I changed the bottom of this from the move 3 with the Pierce, um, I actually thought I was nerfing the card, not buffing the card. I didn't think giving a little bit more movement, but getting rid of the Pierce ability would be a bad thing. And I thought that I wanted to have basically one action to jump because again, I mean, we'll see in testing how easy it is to use this, but in my opinion, I think it's quite annoying to have to try to use this for jump. And so I wanted there to be one jump option on bottom since we removed the jump from the move 3 with wind, which I thought was a reasonable change, which is why this is here. It's possible that, I mean, if ultimately movement does need to be nerfed, I guess the easiest change still would just be to remove the +1 move from the wind consumption, and this would just make it a move 4 jump when consuming wind, which would also still be okay. And I wanted again this to be move 5 because otherwise it's kind of awkward. If this is a move 4, it just seems so weird to have this in move 4, but these also have move 4s with upside, which just feels off. Otherwise, then these both have to end up being move 3s, but this is also kind of bad because like you don't really care about the retaliate much. It's more of just an occasional upside. The jump does matter. This actually, I guess, could be a move 3 and +1 and jump, but at the same time, it has a poor scaling loss on top, so I wanted it to have like a better top. I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I think that it does compare favorably to the Mind Thief, but not by a significant margin. It doesn't compare favorably to the Scoundrel. And like I said, I think the initiatives also play a part in this. Also worth mentioning is that, I mean, of the unlockable melee classes, one does not have good movement, but I mean, that class, you know, and then the other one also has quite good movement. So I think, of melee non high HP classes. All right. But it's definitely something to pay attention to. If it ends up being too easy for us to move, yeah, this could be something to be concerned with. At the same time, being a melee class and being too easy to move is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, having additional frustration when trying to get to targets as a melee class isn't necessarily a good game mechanic, but obviously balance is important at the same time. Okay. Yeah. Now that we accidentally deleted something, there we go. So what we do want to delete is this, and this, and this, but not these. This as well. All right. goes there. So we got the 2 of these and our other 11 cards. All right, I think for now we'll be playing with this, but we'll leave this, the question of this, on the side. I don't really know how the extra deck ended up over there. All right, so now we need to do some leveling up. We'll do that before we take our eating break. So first we get to level up in the Brewmaster. We'll do the Chronomancer first, actually. So it's actually kind of annoying because I don't have the Chronomancer deck. I think I made it, but I didn't prepare it for today. I didn't actually consider that I would need an additional deck, but it shouldn't actually be too difficult to do this. So what we'll do is we'll just replace a -2 with a +0. I think this is a reasonable choice regardless. Getting rid of the only -2 in your deck is quite nice. And so to do that, we'll just need to cut out, oops. First we can grab these curses out anyway. And we'll get the -2 out, and we'll just copy paste one of these +0s and put it back in there. All right, so we did that, and then we get to choose our card for level up. All right, so leveling up here, we get to choose between bubbling and brewing for the Chronomancer. So we'll go over the cards a little bit here. So brewing gives us a loss, attack 4, range 3 curse. If the target dies this round, perform curse, target all or affect all enemies adjacent to the target. Seems decent level 2. Certainly doesn't scale very well, but I think the bottom actually scales better. So at the beginning of your turn, place 1 damage token on this card. Then you may immediately discard, or if there are 4 tokens, you must discard this card to perform heal X, range 2, target 2, where X is the amount of tokens on this card. So this is something that builds up over time and can be quite useful. On the other hand, we have bubbling, which is the next attack performed by an ally within range 4, gains add target. Numbers might correctly believe that this top is still too strong, which certainly see, and the bottom is the same bottom, except it builds up to an attack rather than to healing. We certainly need attacks in this party, I think. I mean, with any party with a Chronomancer, more than we need healing, but I really do want to test brewing because we've tested bubbling a lot more, thus far, and I want to see how decent both the losses and the bottom heal are. The other significant thing with brewing is that the initiative 73 is quite important. For the Chronomancer, it's actually very difficult to get late initiatives because anytime the Chronomancer has cards that give you like 3 options of like slow, medium, and fast based on your own initiative, the most powerful effect is typically tied to the slow initiative. And so accordingly, it's quite difficult to get slow initiatives. In all our level 1 cards, we have only 1 slow initiative, and so this gives us a second one, which is quite nice. So we will do that. We'll grab brewing and not take bubbling. All right, as for the Brewmaster at level 2, here we have attack 4, gain plus or add +1 attack and gain 1 experience if your stagger value is 3 or greater. So this can be an attack 5. And then on the bottom, it's a shrug off over the course of, shrug off 4 for the next 3 turns. Meanwhile, here we've got one of my favorite Brewmaster cards, attack 3, shrug off 1 with the opposing strike targeting, which is most of the time just an attack 3, shrug off 1, which is still quite nice as a tank. And then on bottom, we've got shrug off 2, shield 1 self that also staggers all damage, and it's with 12 initiative. So everything about this card is pretty great. And as we're playing the Brewmaster more as a tank than anything else, we will certainly be taking the Brewmaster. Taking the Brewmaster. We already did. We'll be taking Fortifying Brew. All right, and so here for leveling up, fortunately we have Thermos's modifiers. That's not an issue, but we're still certainly going to be replacing negatives. I think, again, still replacing a -2 is better here. I mean, removing 2 -1s is better, but once you start replacing, I prefer to replace a -2 just because it gives us more predictability. So we'll do that as well. We'll grab -2 out of our deck. Oops. And where are the extra modifiers? There we go. And we'll add in a +0. Okay. Great. So also, we forgot to get our check marks at the end of that scenario. We'll do that really quickly as well. So the Brewmaster is the only one who didn't gain a check mark. Yep. Okay, so we got a check mark here. And just put this on here for now. Okay. All right, so that's that. Should we do any more shopping? Probably. All right, so we have 24 gold on the Brewmaster. What do we have left? We have armor slot left and a one-handed slot left. God, so bad. It's unfortunate because the one-handed slot we like and the armor slot are both locked to Prosperity 2 for now. I guess we'll buy the Poison Dagger. Why not? Give this a try. Some people seem to think this item isn't terrible. I think this item's terrible. Well, very overpriced, but I mean, in this scenario, we would have been happy to have it. This is a fair point, I suppose. So in some scenarios, I guess it's fine. I can certainly give it a try. Oops. How do we get a check mark there? All right. And over here, we've got how much gold now? 29 gold. Oh, so this cost us 20 gold. So we're down to 4. All right, so we have 29 gold here to buy something. So no more Boots of Striding, which is kind of the most obvious thing always to buy. We got a small item, so we can't buy anything else like that. I guess we can buy the Piercing Bow. It kind of sucks for us, but there's just no hand weapons really for our class anyway, coming anytime soon. So, oh no, we don't actually have enough. We need one more. Yeah, because we have only 29. All right, well, then we'll hold off on that. Easy enough. Oh, or not. We actually missed a coin. All right, beautiful. Huh. Guess we placed it up there for some silly reason, I'm presuming. So this was actually posted at 31, so actually we're going to be down to 1 gold and have a piercing bow. Okay. We're going to put our items in places that make them us a little bit happier. All right, so that's that for now. Like I said, I'm going to take a small eating break. It should take more than 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll do scenario number 4 and continue our custom class testing. Even though I'll have my mic muted and everything, I will still be here. I'm just going to obviously eat at my desk, but mute the mic for pleasantness sake. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to type them out in chat, and I'm happy to respond still. All right. Anyway, so I'll, like I said, be right back in around 15 minutes. So I should be back. I mean, we should be back playing at around 6:15. I mean, my local time. But otherwise, like I said, feel free to ask questions. Oh wait, no, hold on. I actually wanted to talk about the cards a little bit first. At least the Spellblade cards. Well, no, it was a boss scenario. We'll talk after both scenarios. Boss scenario is too specific, and just against one type of enemies, it's really difficult to get a more general understanding of how the cards performed. All right. So like I said, be back in around 15 minutes, and we'll be doing scenario number 4. All right. Alright, hey everyone, welcome back. Sorry about that. All done eating now, though. Good to get into this next scenario, where we can get a better idea, better handle on Fly Great. Alright, so Christopher had a question, which I'll go back up over now, which was, love this, very good at speaking, love this custom class stream. I haven't been able to catch many streams lately because I haven't unlocked classes. I'm trying to avoid spoilers. Very reasonable. Can you give me a bit of an overview on these classes and catch me up a little bit? This Brewmaster class sounds interesting to me. Please tell me it involves beer. All right, so just a good time as any to go over any of them or to go over all of them again. So the Spellblade is a medium health pool melee slash ranged hybrid, primarily melee though. Oops, to cut this out. Who focuses on using the four primal elements, so no light and dark whatsoever, and who uses the unique charge mechanic, which allows her to stockpile elements, although with only one instance of charge at a time. I'll do the Brewmaster last, since that's what you're most excited about. The Chronomancer is a time mage, quite simply, who the mechanics for this involve a lot of delayed effects and things which make initiatives matter, either changing initiatives or effects which are different depending on the target's initiatives or his own personal initiatives. And then the Brewmaster is, and so that's a small health pool, ranged class, largely support, and with an 11 card hand size. The Spellblade has a 10 card hand size. The Brewmaster is a 10 card hand size, medium health tank, who doesn't have the the heavy armor perk, so to speak, and instead mitigates damage not with so much armor and shield, but actually with the stagger mechanic, which allows the Brewmaster to take damage to basically the second health pool, which the maximum amount of damage that can be stockpiled here is equal to the Brewmaster's maximum health pool. So here our maximum stagger is 9, and at the end of every turn, half of this converts into damage, which we cannot prevent. And then we have some things called Shrug Off, which allow us to remove the stagger. And yes, we do involve beer. For example, we've got a number of these already. In the last scenario, there's Keg Toss. So we basically tossed a keg at a group of enemies, which made them very mad by provoking them as well as confused them, because let's be real. And so to explain the provoke mechanic real quick, provoke is simply it makes the monsters perform move plus 0, attack plus 0 instead of their standard whatever their card would otherwise say. So basically, there's nothing more infuriating than having a keg of beer tossed on you, so they come charging. And we've got an instance of that here as well with the Bottom Pain Strike. Otherwise, the Brewmaster specializes in different brews, like Revitalizing Brew, or here we smash a keg, but we've got a Fortifying Brew here, which is one that actually gives us shield. So yeah, specializes in drinking different types of brews. And also we even have now some Rhodian City events, which have to do with his brewing of brews, which actually is what we're going to do. Perfect segue right now. So we're going to do our city event and then our road event. So just give me a second. We're just hiding this, obviously, to avoid unnecessary spoilers. If I do get the Brewmaster one, I'll show it. No, we won't be doing that. But city event. Okay. Okay. Get rid of this. Unfortunately, all right, so I'm back. So we gained 1 reputation. Nah, I wouldn't change anything for our shopping. So I'm not sure if you actually saw the Reddit post, but here I'll just link it just in case. Once again, where are we? There we go. All right. So here I'll just link this in chat real quick. In this post, you can actually find a link to the album, so you can see all the cards we're playing with for the Chronomancer and the Spellblade. Unfortunately, I don't have one for the Brewmaster. So the Brewmaster is actually not my class. It's made by Themris, who's a mod on the subreddit. So I didn't actually have an album for that one, unfortunately. So that'll be a little bit harder to look at. I thought Themris would post one, but I guess he's quite busy today. So anyway, how far along are these in testing? So this is the Spellblade's very first day being tested, so very fresh. There's going to be a lot of changes, obviously, needing to be made. The Brewmaster, Themris has been testing this for a really long time. It's basically at the end of its testing. It should be released within a week or two. The only thing really to test now is just Provoke, but it's a pretty minor mechanic, so it doesn't need too much testing. And the Chronomancer has been tested around a dozen sessions, so the balance is getting close, but I mean, well, at least the lower level balance, certainly. But, I mean, there were some issues which came up more recently, which we've been trying to tinker with. So, for example, the card balance might end up being too strong, stuff like this. So, yeah, I would say the Chronomancer is maybe about a bit under halfway through the testing process, probably, to be realistic. Okay, so yeah, we did nothing with the city event. We gained 1 reputation from the road event, and we're into the scenario now. So we need to delete what? So living bones and bandit archers stay. We've got cultists and the 2 demon types there. Did it change the screen back right? Yes, perfect. All right. Where are you, cultists? Guess I haven't gotten you out yet. That's surprising. It's a surprising thing to have not taken out yet. Okay, and we've got earth and wind. So provoke can be pretty interesting against these cultists, but I'm not sure that they'll be clumped up well enough to merit it. We'll see. All right, we're gonna just do one more on just the standard difficulty. Testing is not so much about, I mean, it's important to have an understanding for these classes, both playing on very high difficulty and playing on standard difficulty. So for today, I think doing standard difficulty is fine. Because if we only play on very high difficulty, it kind of skews. I mean, losses become less good, so we are balancing for losses a little bit inaccurate. Oops, they're only supposed to be 5. As well as some other things. CC becomes a lot better, healing becomes worse, etc. Multiple small attacks becomes worse. Alright. What else we need? 3 stone pillars. Obviously, it makes sense to turn all of them after rather than doing just one of them before. Okay, so that's everything we need to set up here. First room, we've got 2 elite skeletons and 2 regular archers. Shuffle this, shuffle all these things. All right, 2 regular archers. I played I played a lot of Crypt of the Damned as well, but it was actually, I guess there was another scenario I think we could have unlocked, but I wasn't sure. Let me see something real quick. Actually, I'm not even sure that there was, right? Hold on. Oh yeah, what did we actually? Oh, we were supposed to gain 10 gold each and 1 prosperity. Whoops. Okay, cool. 10 gold each, huh? So we could have actually bought something else here, but that's okay that we didn't. Yeah, did we actually even have? Yeah, no, it was just Inox Encampment and Crypt of the Dam, and I definitely didn't want to do Inox Encampment. That's a pretty special scenario. I mean, pretty particular scenario. So I thought this would be a more representative scenario. So yeah, unfortunately, this was our only real choice in this campaign. Oops, for what to do. Okay, so let's shuffle all these, shuffle this, shuffle all of these, and we are ready to go. We're just trying to set up our deck. So the AoE piercing attack can certainly be good against wind demons. The push can also be good here because we've got a fair number of traps. So we probably want to do our deck a little bit differently. So this is probably interesting. I mean, yeah, it sucks that we're never going to bring this card. Oh, absolutely. I mean, both are beating scenarios, so we naturally play those most. Yeah, no, I know. I've done a ton of this scenario as well. It's just like it's not that I think this card is necessarily bad. It's just again, I'm in a party with a Chronomancer who has a lot of healing. I just don't really need the healing very much, so this is why this kind of doesn't get brought. But I do think I want the push this time, which again goes with bringing this. I mean, there's no reason to not want Blistering Shards. I think we probably don't need Empowering Beam this time. I don't need that much movement necessarily, and it was more for the boss scenario, so I think that can be something we cut. I'm not sure how good All In will be either. I guess this is kind of more of a maybe. So I guess that goes into the yes. This is certainly a yes. Yeah, Blazing Blade has a fine bottom, even if the top won't be very good. Certainly, both halves are good. The top is good. The top we need. This is fine. And yeah, I think just like this. And so cutting all in. So we're bringing another wind spender. But I guess we cut a wind spender as well. So now we have, yeah, this works actually. Because we've got one wind spender here and one wind consumer here. And also this way we're using different cards than last time. The only thing that's still not getting used is Molten Bulwark. So that's not really getting any testing. But like I said, it's just difficult because we just don't need healing with a Chronomancer in the party. So I think this is a fine 10 cards. I mean, if I were to play this scenario trying to win, these are the 10 cards I would take. So I think that's a reasonable place to start. All right. So as for the Brewmaster, well, so the Spellblade's bringing push, so we don't necessarily need push that badly. Low is nice, though, against Cultists. Probably don't need either of these things. Certainly need to bring this in. All right, let's see what else we got here that can cut. We can cut Revitalizing Brew, probably. Again, we just don't really need healing when we have the Chronomancer in the party. And yeah, I mean Pain Strike is. I should test Provoke, but it's only really good against the cultists here. But a move 3, like, all right, if I didn't know the scenario layout, I might be more likely to bring Pain Strike. The problem is, I do know the scenario layout, and I know that the cultists are like kind of. I guess there's actually a cultist here. So maybe that's maybe being unfair there. Maybe that actually is good here then. All right, let's think about that actually. Let's consider that. Is there something else we could cut instead? I mean, cut like meditation, I guess. Definitely want all these. We don't have to have keg toss, I suppose. I guess we have boots. If we bring this, we'll have like this is a move 3. This is a move 3. All this rarely gets. No, actually, we do use the bottom a fair amount. Yeah. Keg toss could also be very good against the cultists, but we just can't really afford to play losses in the second room. It's a pretty long scenario. So what if we do something like this then? Seems fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. All right. That's good there. As for here. All right, well, are there any cards that, well, so first of all, Brewing always has to go in. Share, condition spreading here. They still don't have conditions by default yet. Share is kind of an awkward card, actually, when you think about it. I mean, I guess that's not true. There are plenty of level 1 enemies or level 2 enemies that spread poison, because it's a low-level card, so theoretically, I mean, as an attack 2, it doesn't scale very well, but a lot of enemies don't apply their conditions until higher level, but that's not true, actually. There are plenty of enemies, for example, that poison. Just not really here. There's not much, so I don't think we need that. Skip. It's probably a card probably just needs to get buffed. It's a card that I'm like every time I'm like, all right, well at least I don't have to play this card. It makes the choices easy. And stop also, yeah, I'm just not compelled to use this top action that much. It's been kind of underwhelming, and the bottom since the change isn't that good. So yeah, I think we just put Brewing in and cut one card. All right. So what can we cut? I'm going to cut Loot. It's actually basically the exact same cards I always cut for this class. I guess that says something. I mean, Loot is just a loot card. It's honestly not bad. Like, give me a move 5 sometimes, move 3 heal 2. Like, it's really not bad. And it's a top loot. All these things are fine. I guess it's just the fact that I'm doing custom class testing, I care a lot less about loot actions is part of it. So it's difficult to get a real gauge for that. And the bottom actions are fine, but I've got plenty of other movement cards, so I don't need it that much. All right, this looks all right. So there are no scenario effects here. No. So let's get into it. So it's these spaces here. Let's see how we're going to start. I haven't quite figured out our spots yet. Well, Mighty Belch is kind of an obscene card. This card does feel potentially too good. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it should be too good, but at the same time, I'm always like, yeah, I want to use Mighty Belch. Yeah, I want to use Mighty Belch. And it always does so much. I really wonder. But it doesn't, like, looking at the card intrinsically, it doesn't seem too good. But playing with it, It's kind of like the balance issue. I mean, like when I say balance issue, I'm not making a pun. I'm literally talking about this card where it's kind of the same thing. Where I look at it and I'm like, this does 3 damage. 3 damage is fine, but then I also always want to use it. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Vengeful Approach is probably fine. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think I think even just hitting 2 targets with this is still really good for a level 1 action, I suppose. Because even at 2 targets, you're still at 2 damage and poison on 2 targets for a level 1 action. That's quite good. I mean, like, all right, no, what I should say is like, that's fine. And when you hit 3 targets, it's like insane. So yeah, I guess it's just very good action. Maybe it is too good. I don't know. I mean, if we compare this to certain other classes cards, is what it's just, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, against shielded enemies for sure. I know. Well, anyway, here, so we move up with the Retaliate, and we belch all over them. Oh, good. If we go here, we hit all of them? Insane. That's 4 targets? What's funny is the last time we did this scenario with Mighty Belch, just trivialized this first room as well. As part of my playtesting, I tracked to see how many coins each class grabs during the scenario. I'm not as concerned about final gold amount, just the number of coins grabbed. Okay. The problem is, while testing, I don't really care about grabbing coins, so I don't prioritize them as highly as possible. I kind of like try to tell myself that I do, but then only kind of do. All right, well, this is also really good here. I mean, I guess their clumping is just generally good for any sort of AoEing. So we can move up. I guess creating wind would no, but I mean, if I'm creating fire, I kind of want to use Conflagrate next turn, right? At the same time, wind is good here because, well, it's only easy to push. Yeah, it's never possible to push both. And the traps do how much? Like 5 damage? 3 damage. No, 4 damage. It's not a lot. Let's set the enemy hells actually. So the archers have 6 and the bones have 7. Yeah, I mean 4 damage on something with 7 health is a lot. Hmm. But this perfect line for Conflagrate also is just very tempting. But I guess it's like a turn away, but it's also just multiple target with them all being poisoned. So I think that is what I want to do next turn. So if that's what I'm going to do next turn, then I don't really care about creating the wind here. So I should basically just probably... No, because I want to go after the poison. The poison's at 17, so I need to go after that. 19. Default action this. I do have 2 fire spenders. I mean, I guess I can always just endurance potion this back. Kind of sucks to use our endurance potion. Not on odd hand size though. What else can we do at after 17? I guess we can do this at... Yeah, we can go with 21. That's probably fine. Depends, I suppose, if you feel looting is true balance concern of a class. It is a balance concern of a class. It's just... It's hard to trick yourself into doing something you don't really care about, is what I mean. Like, even if I try to care about looting, I still know deep down that I don't. So if it comes down to it, I'm always gonna... I think it's mostly the fact that your classes have to loot enough. What do you mean? All right, I mean, sorry, I don't understand. Oh, you think that the bigger concern is classes not being able to get enough loot, but I mean, in most scenarios, for most classes in the game, most looting I do is just by moving onto coins. I mean, I guess there are classes in the game that don't get to do that very often, so that can still be a concern. But what I mean is, most of the time you just get it by moving. So I don't know that it changes much from most class to class. I guess, yeah, maybe too many good bottom actions, so you don't have enough like awkward, like just random moves and stuff like that. All right, so anyway, what are we doing here as the Chronomancer? I mean, I guess I didn't really need to be here, but this gives me better range. What are we actually doing? That's the question. Could use brewing, but I don't feel that it's necessary. This room's going to be so easy for us because of Mighty Belch. Heal is fine as usual. Flow can also be fine. I guess I can't actually use flow. That allows us to start back here. Yeah, and we can start brewing as well, which is actually fine because we're going to take some damage here. This I think works quite well. So we want to go late to get +1 target, +1 range in flow, which gives us attack 2, range 4, 2 targets. So we can hit both the archers, which are the kind of most important things to hit. And then this also will allow us to start up the bottom of brewing, which the sooner we get it going, the better. So yeah, this works quite well. We'll actually have to change this. And where's the level 2 card here? Oh, that's already done. Stemrus is on top of things. All right, here we go. I forgot to uneliminate some of these, huh? That's pretty good for us. Kind of. Actually, we need to move up anyway. Maybe it's not. You should test loots in scenarios where loot actions are required. Yeah, I certainly will. Although you already know how I feel about mandatory loot action scenarios. That's actually that led to the design here. I realized as I was going through today, getting the class ready to play, I was because I really wanted to, I mean, so ECO, your kind of wordy solution, I realized from there was a discussion on the subreddit about invisibility, you know, they were asking something about invisibility, but I realized that the person quoted the rulebook, and invisibility doesn't actually stop you from targeting allies. I mean, even using the word literally. So you would still have been able to kind of exploit invisibility cloaks by just being like far away. I mean, I guess it's still more narrow, but anyway, I was still just worried about it, so I just got rid of that ability entirely. And I realized at the same time that I lacked a loot action. I was thinking, oh, great. I my initial iteration of this card, well, it was more obviously as a joke, was it was just going to be loot 1, and then the rest of it was just going to be text saying like blame Isaac for designing scenarios with mandatory loot actions as the or no, so it was perform blame Isaac for designing scenarios with mandatory loot actions. That was going to be the initial version of this card, obviously more as a troll. And then I realized that I could do something a little bit more interesting with it to kind of create a unique bottom loot action. I think bottom loot actions are generally a little bit. I mean, well, obviously they're quite bad, and so I think it like just like we did with the Spirit Seer, where the Spirit Seer was able to create a spirit. I think it's good to be able to have a bottom loot action which also does something else, so it doesn't just feel so bad. Haven't heard your thoughts about that, about mandatory loot action scenarios. I really hate the design of them. I think that it's not good design. It's very paint by numbers. It's like you have to bring this card. It it's not fun for the players. It's not very interesting. It doesn't require difficult strategic decision. I mean, theoretically, the difficult strategic decision is kind of like, well, how many people in the party actually need to bring their loot action? But the answer is pretty much always you should all bring at least one loot action, etc. I mean, yes, like the idea is supposed to be that it makes it easier for you if you have classes which are good at looting, so it like gives these classes a time to shine. But it's so forced that I really hate it. Um, and anyway, it was kind of one thing before, but since there's been the errata, or which allows bottom actions to be default played for loot actions on some scenarios that require looting, this should really just have been done for all scenarios which require looting at this point. Like, that drives me crazy that it hasn't. So yeah. So yes, I'm still obligated to always put a loot action on every class at level 1 so that you can beat all the scenarios in the game. Woohoo! All right. So we're up first here. We're going to do a move 3. Gives us 1 experience. Retaliate oneself. 1, 2, 3 to here. We're gonna do Mighty Belch, hitting literally all the enemies in the room. Just 1 damage to all of them. I'll have to check the FAQ. Hadn't heard about that errata. Yeah, it's only for some scenarios, not for all of them. I'm not sure if it's actually in the second edition scenario book. I don't think it is, although maybe it is. But there are some scenarios now which allow that, but not all of them. I don't know if it's ECO would be able to better tell you whether it's in the rule book, I mean the scenario book entirely, or whether it's FAQ related, etc. But it does exist. I mean, at least maybe to you all it's not an errata, but to me, I have a first edition rulebook. So in the first edition rulebook, there were no scenarios like this, or maybe there was like one. I'm not even sure. But in the second edition rulebook, I think maybe this has changed, or maybe it's changed in the FAQ. I don't know. That's okay. Yeah, I don't remember either, but like I said. Okay, so we're done there. So then it is the this person's turn. What is your name? Classy class. Ah, Spellblade. There we go. Sorry. Oh, the errata. Just that there are some scenarios where it was changed where you can play a bottom action as a loot one action. You can play any bottom action as a loot one action on some of the loot required scenarios, but not on all of them, which is what I don't agree with. I think it should have just been changed for all of them. No, it's not errata for all loot-based scenarios. Yeah, like I said, my version of errata and yours can be different because my rulebook and your rulebook aren't the same, and my scenario book and your scenario book aren't the same, etc. Well, we didn't put ourselves in the best position, huh? We should have actually been here. I mean, I guess. Sorry. Sorry for adding confusion. We didn't know that they wouldn't move. We could have considered this, though. Anyway, because if we go here, we get hit by both of them, which kind of sucks. Otherwise, we can just. Well, yeah, I mean, if we go, for example, to here, we just get hit by this one, but we also get hit by this archer. But I guess that's still actually the best. Then we don't have to use our boots. Otherwise, we can go to here and use our boots. Then we don't get hit by this archer, but we get hit by this. But I guess if we go here, we get hit by just these two things. If we go here, we get hit by all three of these things, which is still worse. Hmm. All right. There's some value to saving the boots, but there's also a reasonable chance we'll get a long rest after this room. Because we should probably kill all of them in 5 turns. Probably less than 5 turns with how disgusting that belch was. 4, 1, 2. Either case, we can get the 3 targeting flag. I guess actually, no, yeah. The archers are hitting quite hard too, right? They're both +2ing, but it would be disadvantaged on both of them, but I'd really rather one of them attack the Brewmaster. So, but this is just stupid, right? Wait, hold on, I'm going here. So going here, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks. Going here, there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 attacks. So it's the same total number of attacks, except the difference is the targeting. It's just one more archer attacks the Spellblade than would otherwise, but also at disadvantage if we go here. We don't have to use our boots. I don't think using our boots is that big of a cost. I think there's a decent chance we get to long rest. All right, let's use our boots and the bottom of our move 4 with blistering shards to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. And we're going to use the top of Reality Rift, creating fire. This gives us an attack 2, but really 3 because of the poison. We'll do Archer 3, and then Skeleton 3, and then Skeleton 10. All attack 3s. Okay. Even Stevens. So here we do 3, down to 2. Here we get -1, so our 3 becomes a 2, and he has 1 shield, so we get 1, actually. And here we get +1 on our 3, so 4, but he has 1 shield, so down to 3. Okay. So then the archers go. So archer number 3 will attack the Spellblade with disadvantage. So 3 damage. And then the other archer will attack the Brewmaster, not with disadvantage. Right? Yes. Brewmaster lower initiative, so that's why it's targeted here. All right, -1, so 2. Might as well use the shield. Why not? All right. So take 1. That's the archers. So then it is the Chronomancer's turn. So we're going to activate Brewing. So we're going to try to do our best to remember to trigger this every turn. So again, we're going to use the bottom here, which is at the beginning of your turn, place 1 damage token on this card. Then you may immediately discard, or if there are 4 tokens, you must discard this card to perform Heal X, range 2, target 2, where X is the amount of tokens on this card. So for now, it does nothing. All right, and then because we went late, we've got the best version of flow. I mean, not necessarily the best, but the best for here, which gives us attack 2, range 4, target 2. And we'll target both of the archers, 3 and then 6. This is kind of ruining our conflag, but I guess we can conflag both the skeletons, which is still pretty good. All right, so 3 and then 6. No real reason to use goggles here, I think. So he says. So he says. Yeah, otherwise we would have killed there too. Should have used the goggles. All right, so -1 on our 2, +1 from the poison, so just 2. Well, that sucked. Well, I guess this room's not over yet. Mighty Belch be damned. All right, so this one attacks there, this one attacks there. And their attacks are for 5. Jeez. 5 on the Spellblade? Really? Wow. Maybe I should have avoided them. Maybe I should have avoided them. Did we have avoided them? We could have gone here and just hit the 2 archers. We couldn't actually make it here. Well, that sucks. All right, so we're losing a card on the first turn of the scenario. Maybe not playing so well. The push is still good, but I'm not even going to have win for a couple turns. So is it even that good at that point? I'm not even sure. But if I don't care about the push, I also don't care about the win generation. I mean, losing a card on the first turn means we're definitely not anywhere close to playing this top loss in this scenario. So, hmm. Yeah, right. We're not anywhere close to playing this. And then the one on the Brewmaster, 0 as well. So another 5. So we take 1 here and 4 here. Oof. All right. That was painful. So can flag. And we need enough movement to make it there. Which we don't have. Do we really play? Yeah, no. Oh, we didn't bring the other movement card. Ugh. And we don't have our boots anymore. Double I mean, I guess we're just running to here and conflagging both of the skeletons then. Conflags at 37. They heal at 20. It's kind of awkward, but I also kind of need to go before they heal. I think just using this as a default move probably is fine. Okay, so the Brewmaster, what are you up to? Keg smashing, I think. And moving and shrugging off because we do need to remove some of the stagger. Okay, and then the Chronomancer. Well, we can. Well, I guess these archers are going to get hit. This one just probably lives, which is kind of annoying. But there's no easy way for us to deal with that one. I mean, I guess if we move, we can do a heal like this. But moving kind of sucks because we've got so much good non-move stuff to do. But that's probably the best thing to do. Man, I miss having endurance potions. So if we've got to move, and we're going to move in fast, doesn't really matter what we play. I don't think we really can gain anything by playing something specific to move with. I guess we can just play slow, because it's unlikely we're going to be using that in this room. No, because we need to go after the Brewmaster moves up. Brewmaster moves up at 24, so we need to go after 24. So the same situation where we play a 33 then. Alright, there we go. 16. Well, that makes our decision for. Oh, dear God. This? Whew, okay. This is about to get tough. So we're going to use the bottom of Guiding Strike as a default move 2. We are going to use a charge of our Endurance Potion to bring this back because we already lost a card, so this gives us an even hand size. So we play default move 2, going to here. And then we use Conflagrate. We consume the fire, gain 1 experience. This gives us an attack 1 wound, hitting both of them. Which is attack 2 because of the poison. So 3 and 2. So 3 is 2, and 2 is 1. but they are both wounded. Okay, so then the archers go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, yeah. So they're both going to focus the Brewmaster. They attack at -1, so attack 1. So no damage and 1 damage. All right. Then the Brewmaster goes. We're going to play the bottom of Purifying Brew, move 2, shrug off 2. So we remove 2 stagger, and perform move 2 going to here. And then we're going to use the top of Keg Smash, gaining 1 experience. And again, hitting like this. So we'll do 3, 3, 10. So Archer 3 first. That would have been -2 otherwise. Although -2 still would have killed. All right, so +0 kills here, +1 here on an attack which was basically which was otherwise a 3 because of the poison, so it's 4, so we kill there. Wound didn't even do anything. And yeah, we kill here as well. So thus far, Conflagrate did how much damage? Well, Conflagrate in this room actually did 1 damage. Mighty Belch in this room did 20 damage? I mean, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's pretty close. Now, obviously, that the fact that Mighty Belch was OP in this room doesn't mean that Conflagrate's fine, but I mean, this time at least, Conflagrate literally did 1 damage. It actually did 3 damage on the attack. The wounds did nothing, and 3 damage on the attack. The 2 of the 3 was actually just from the poisons. So thus far, it's at 1 damage for the scenario. And some coins. Okay. So then it's the Chronomancer's turn. So, oh wait, sorry. First, then we take 1 damage from our stagger. So we've got to move 4 here. So we'll just move, I guess, to this coin. Here. Oh, we also put a charge on this. And then we'll use heal as attack 2, range 3, and then heal 2, affect all eyes in the target area. So we'll be hitting the Brewmaster and the Archer. So here we go. +0. Archer has 3, 2, +1 from the poison, so 3. Alright, and then we get a heal 2 on the Brewmaster. And Living Bone, oh, they're both eliminated. Alright, so that's that round. So, what do we have now? I said we don't mind being able to take a long rest before going into the next room. Then why didn't we use our goggles to begin with, huh? If we use the goggles, no. Wait, maybe? Wonder if we wouldn't have had to lose a card on the Spellblade, actually. I think, yeah, we wouldn't have. Ugh. It's painful to know. All right. Trying to think here how we can do things. So, kind of need healing. I guess we're only missing 3 health. Creating wind is kind of pointless, but I guess we can just play this card no matter what. Go to there. That's fine. To grab the coin. As for us, setting up Breach is not a bad idea, but we won't go first next turn is the issue. So we need to bust in that room and start blasting. So, but Breach is range 3. Here. But no, there is line of sight to there. So if the Brewmaster goes to there, then it would still work. But the Brewmaster is most likely going to here. How much healing does the Brewmaster still need? The Brewmaster needs 3 healing. The Spellblade needs 3 healing. What if we just do this plus this turn? Just do a double heal. So our allies don't need to worry about them healing, which is just easier. Okay. So what do we want for this next room? We want this, the provoke thing. And probably like this for the turn we go in. Ooh, that's painful initiative. And then probably this and this maybe. Yeah, the Pierce doesn't matter so much in this coming room, so we can throw away these cards. Just pick up some coin. Alright, so what are we doing? We can actually set up ice by playing this, because the Retaliate is a mainline action. So we can use Guiding Strike, and then we would have ice for next turn to use Frozen Embrace or to charge it. Seems alright. Sure would have been nice to get fire, but alright, yeah, this is probably fine. Oh wait, hold on, we need to, yeah, no, this will work. Oops. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Guess we didn't get this initiative because we didn't play it last time. We'll also need to do that for, no. We really only changed one card? No. Should have another card that didn't work. Oh, it's probably both of these then, isn't it? No. I don't know. Anywho, so here we go first. We're going to do the top of Stitch on the... Oh, whoops. We did this wrong. Whatever. This is not... I mean, I'm just being a little bit careless here. Also, they're actually even in the wrong piles, so... It's all open information here. We have no hidden information, so I'm just going to correct this. I was supposed to go at medium initiative so that I get the +1 heal. It's the second time I've done this. All right, so who's actually first then? It is actually the Spellblade. So we're going to do a move 3, which creates wind. Not that we really care too much about that. 1, 2, 3 to here. And then we're going to just do a retaliate oneself on top here, which creates ice. All right, so we're done. So then the Brewmaster goes. The Brewmaster is going to do a default move 2 with one of his cards. And move to here and grab this coin. And then the Chronomancer is going to go. Chronomancer is going to use the bottom of Recover, which is then, because we're at medium initiative, a heal 3 range 2. So healing. Oh, so the Brewmaster actually should have taken the 1 damage from Stagger on his turn. Healing 3. And then we're going to use the top of Stitch as a heal 2 range 3. So it heals 2 here. And gives a regenerate. Oops. And for anyone who doesn't know regenerate, this is from the Forgotten Circles expansion. It's not hidden. I mean, spoiler information or anything like that. It is 1 heal per turn until damage is taken, basically. Opposite wound, essentially. All right. Can we all go after this? Yeah, we can. Because this is a really nice opening turn. No, we can. Oh, yeah, we can. We've got 84. Okay, okay. Okay, nice. So we play this and this. This allows us to run in and provoke one of the cultists and then hopefully stun something else. We do have our boots as well, just worst case scenario. All right, as for us, might as well use this to move. And then, yeah, maybe we can stun a cultist next turn with this. And I guess we'll just enter using Breach. It's fine to play a loss in this room. This is the hardest, probably the hardest room in the scenario. So it's all right to go in guns a-blazing. All right, so us, we have to go late as well. So this means playing this. Which sucks a little bit because we're not using this right away, but that's okay. Because we are just going to be able to charge the ice anyway, and then we can use it next turn with Frozen Embrace. Thus far, I have liked how charge plays as a mechanic. It's quite flexible, which is what I was hoping for with it. I guess we should use this turn. No, it'd be better to go early next turn. We don't want to have to... Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. All right, let's go. So, first up is the Brewmaster. So we're going to do a move 3, provoke, target 1 adjacent enemy. If your current stagger value is 3 or higher, there's none of that. So it's a move 3, provoke. So 1 to here. And provoke is useful because we know that there are cultists in this room. And being able to stop one of them from summoning would be great. Not doing too much there, that's okay. And then we've got 3 regular archers. equals, we've got 7 for the cultist. And then for the archers, we've got 6. Okay, so let's see what the archers are up to as well. Oh, that. Hmm. All right, so we've got 2 movement left with the bottom of Pain Strike. So we're gonna go 1, 2. I think we're actually not going to use the Provoke. The Provoke would actually increase the damage from either the Archer or the Cultist. Now, don't get me wrong, the Provoke could actually be very useful against either of these things to prevent the Death Explode or to prevent the Immobilize, but we're going to get Immobilized no matter what. And I don't think the Death Explode is happening. This turn... Yeah, it seems pretty unlikely that we're going to kill this turn, so I think this is fine. All right, so we'll just not use the Provoke, and instead we'll just do an Attack 2 Stun. So the Cultist hits for 0, the Archer hits for 1, so I guess theoretically better to hit the Archer. All right, so Attack 2 Stun hitting the Archer. I guess we'll use our Poison Dagger here. Why not? Yay, go Poison Dagger. Get him. All right, so 2 damage, Stun, and Poison. Okay, so we're done. So then the Cultists go. So the Cultists have a -1 move, -1 attack, and Death Explode, so 1 movement. Okay, and so this one attacks the Brewmaster. No damage. All right, and the Archers go. This one is stunned. The other 2 attack. Both attack 1s. Ooh, that's a 3. Okay. And no damage. And we are immobilized. But that's livable. Okay, and then next up is the Spellblade. So we've got to move 3 with Blazing Blade. We heal 1 with our Regenerate at the beginning of our turn. 1. We forgot battle goals. Oh well, too late now. Who cares? I guess, is being there beneficial to us? Yeah, it is actually. Being next to the Cultist allows us to do bottom and top attack next turn, which is quite nice. I've actually got a lot. That's another reason why I don't. I mean, maybe. We'll see. I mean, I guess the question is of it being too good. We have so many non-move bottom actions, which are tied to our element generation, which makes sense because it's obviously a lot more, I would say, engaging to actually have to perform some sort of an action to do something to get an element rather than just doing a move to and getting an element. Obviously, we have one instance of moving, giving an element, but this is wind, which is kind of our least useful element. Anyway, but yeah, so by finishing here, we give ourselves some flexibility to do either of these bottom actions, both of which can be pretty good for us. So we'll stop there. It just means we're not going to target this Cultist, but that's okay. I think we'll actually target this Archer, because our attack has a decent chance of killing, since it's an attack 3 against something with poison, so 4. So we'll use Primal Imbuement, so we'll make the attack first. The charging is later. It's both main lines. Okay. Hold on, let's... I'm going to channel my inner Themris. There we go. That one's for you, Themris. I'm sure when you watch this VOD, you'll appreciate that. I guess normally you spam like 5 of them, but that was really unfortunate. All right, so now we get to charge 1, so we can take either the wind or the ice. Wind we have no use for right away, and it's generally going to be worse for us, whereas the ice generates stun, which is pretty nice. So we'll charge ice. So we consume the ice, although both of them are going away shortly after this anyway. Okay, so now the Chronomancer's up, so we're gonna gain a charge of this. Did we forget a turn of gaining this? Let's see, last turn we did these 2 things. Yes, we did. We started that the first turn. I'm playing 3-handed, is rough. We started this the first turn when we did that plus this, yeah. And then, so there was this turn, it should have gained 1 charge, this turn it should have gained another charge, and this should be the 3rd charge. So next turn we're actually going to be forced to use it. Gaining a charge there, I mean, the Forgotten Charge, having gained the Forgotten Charge isn't necessarily a good thing for us, but should be okay. All right, so we're going to do a move forward slow. 1, 2, 3, 4 to here, because I think we're going to hit the 3 archers. Okay, and then we're going to use Breach. So we're going to gain 2 experience, and this is going to be lost. Hold on. Yeah, it's going to be the same thing no matter what. They're all early, so it's always an immobilize. Does it start with 1 charge on it? No. It doesn't, but this is our 3rd turn after having played it, right? This is because this is our 4th total turn, and we played it on the 1st turn. It does not start with a charge on it. But we're on round number 4 here, and we played it on the 1st round, and it gains a charge at the beginning of every one of our turns. So if we played on the 1st turn, then 2nd turn, 3rd turn, and 4th turn, which is now 4th turn, we should have a charge each time. But no, it doesn't start with a charge on it. All right, so we gained our 2 XP, and we're going to make an attack 2, hitting all these targets. We're going to use our goggles, and we're going to use the minor power potion as well. So this gives us an attack 3 immobilize, hitting all the archers. It's going to be 4 on the poison one. This is the biggest reason for hitting this one, but the reason why we're hitting the other archers is because otherwise, if we stopped here, we can only hit 2 targets, and if we go here and we hit the cultists as well, we lose our advantage on the cultists. So better, I think, just to do maximum damage here. The archers are also certainly a threat in this room. I mean, everything is a threat in this room. All right, so we'll go in numerical order, 3, 4, 6. Okay, so that's 4 damage there because of the poison. So do kill it. Poison dagger doing a work. Right. Nice. So that's a 4 as well. Ooh, and that's a 6. Wow. Eagle Eye Goggles. This is down to 2. And this one's actually dead. Eagle Eye Goggles plus minor power potion. How nice. I mean, it's just a poor man's fire orbs, but still. We actually had to build our own fire orbs by using a power potion just to get to the same level. Obviously, it has the added conditions. All of thus far, the immobilize has been pretty so-so, but still. I mean, I don't think it has to be as good as fire orbs either, so that's not really a problem. It's just funny how it's not really been anything more than that each time. All right, and that's the end of the round. Did we forget to take stagger on the Brewmaster? No, because the Brewmaster went in first and then took the damage. Okay. Well, Brewmaster's playing these 2 cards with some highly variable initiative there. Yeah, we definitely want to go earlier. Hope they don't do their death explode nonsense again. As for us, I mean, Ebb is good. And I guess Bless is fine. And I suppose we'd rather go later so that since our heal's going to go off, do we have range? Yeah, we have range in both allies. This way, there's a better chance that our allies will have taken some damage so that our heal actually does something. Okay, since we're forced to play it. Okay, so the Brewmaster's up first at 11. We've got Fortifying Brew. Can we get the Dream? We can't get the Dream because we're immobilized. Oh no, immobilized ruining the Brew Dream. Okay. Okay. So we could use the shield. Like this would actually mitigate a lot of damage this turn, right? But we've also got a heal 4 coming. We're currently missing 3 health. So basically, if we do this, yeah, we take so much less damage. That's got to be correct. And we're only missing out on 1 damage. That's got to be correct. All right. So we'll begin by using the top of Energizing Brew simply as a default attack 2, targeting the adjacent cultist. Ooh, okay. Down to 3. And then we will gain 1 experience. We'll use the bottom Fortifying Brew, so we shrug off 2. God, I love Fortifying Brew. We gain shield 1 self, and we stagger all damage this round up to our maximum stagger value. Okay, so then the archers go. Or the archer goes. It's immobilized. This doesn't really change anything. Where are the traps? Not those traps. These traps. It's going to place a trap here. And going to shoot the Brewmaster at -1, so attack 1. Didn't need a shield anyway. I guess we're actually not saving that much damage this turn. Oh well. I don't think the 1 extra damage here would have changed much anyway. Well, maybe it would have. Alright, so then next up is the Spellblade. It's kind of interesting, huh? So we got choices. We could use this. We've really got choices. We could use this or this to attack. The adjacent cultist has 3 life left, so an attack 4 should kill it. Again, only a -2 fails to kill it. I mean, -2 or miss. So We're 90% to a kill, but for anyone who's played XCOM, obviously we know just how realistic that 90% is. Otherwise, we can do this and this. I mean, the advantage with this, so this we have to get +0 or higher. But if we don't kill it with that, then we still have another attack too, which just makes us even safer to kill. We can also use the ice to stun, so even if we somehow fail to kill with both halves, we're better off. But the advantage of using this is that then we can also use this. Healing ourselves doesn't matter at full, but we could create Earth. I don't think we care too much about that, but we could also use this default move to pick up a coin. I think I prefer just to make the attack 4. I mean, 90% to kill is 90% to kill. All right, let's just make the attack 4 on this cultist. Okay. So this cultist is dead. And then we're going to use this so we can heal. So do we care about an Earth? I mean, Earth would allow us to use Fortifying Strike again next turn, but I don't think that's what we want to do next turn anyway. Next turn we probably want to stun one of the cultists. We can even reach them. I'm not actually even going to be able to reach cultists to stun them really though, right? I guess we could swap spots. And then we could. All right. Yeah. I mean, I think no matter what, we're probably not doing this next turn. I don't think the shield 1 really matters much here with the enemies that are left in this room. It's more important to prevent them from summoning, so we're more likely to do this using our charged dice. So the earth doesn't really matter, so in that case I'll just... I didn't say that to my cat. I mean, I didn't mean that cat, sorry. Didn't phrase that very well. I'll just use this as a default move too. We have, no cards in our hands. This is easy enough. Just go here and grab this coin. Okay, so then the cultists go. They have move to attack 1. So 1, 2, and then this one's just going to go 1 because it can no longer find focus here. It's got to go all the way around. So attacking the Brewmaster. Okay, so, well, that actually does something that we played our shield thing a little bit. Otherwise, the +1 on the other thing wouldn't matter, so this is still fine. So +1 on a 1 is a 2. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, I don't know why I'm so tired. Nah, it's true. I actually didn't sleep very well last night. But I had coffee. I should be fine. Actually, I've got some coffee beans. I'll maybe snack on 1 or 2 of those. The chocolate covered coffee beans. God, I love those so much. Anyway, all right. So it's an attack 2. We block 1 with the bottom of Fortifying Brew, and we take 1 to stagger because of Fortifying Brew, we stagger all damage this round. Okay, and the cultists are done. So then it is the Chronomancer's turn. So here, our plan is to attack with Ebb. So Ebb does something based on the target's initiative. So if the target's initiative is fast, we actually get to stun them, which is pretty cool. So we can actually stun one of these cultists. Definitely makes the most sense to stun the back one, because the front one we can stun much more easily. 1, 2, 3, so we already have range, so let's go ahead and do this. Brewing reminder. Oh, yep, good catch, thank you. All right, so at the beginning of our turn, we add the 4th, and when we get to 4 tokens, we have no choice but to use this. So we must discard this card to perform a heal 4, range 2, target 2. Unfortunately, this is a pretty underwhelming overall. So it's no one else is hurt except for the Brewmaster, who heals for 2. Overhealing does actually heal stagger. Thank you, Isio. Yeah, so thus far brewing kind of mediocre. But obviously it's also just because we're kind of doing well in the scenario. Certainly would have rather the bottom attack one here, but well, we'll see. I mean, the initiative also helped us in the first turn, so the initiative is not insignificant. All right, so anyway, Ebb as an attack 2, range 3 stun, targeting cultist number 6, because this is the harder one for us to stun next turn. +1, so 3 damage, down to 4, and stunned. Nice. All right, and then we're gonna just use the bottom of Bless. Changing people's initiative isn't gonna matter, but we'll put a Bless into the Spellblade stack. Okay, and that's the end of the round. Is the other level 2 card fast? Yes, the other level 2 card is fast. Where is it? Here we go. This is the other level 2 card. But remember, fast is actually the worst initiative for the Chronomancer, which is funny to say, but this is an intentional design. We have so many fast initiatives that getting a fast initiative isn't very helpful. We have almost no slow initiatives whatsoever, and we have just a few medium initiatives. So order of importance for initiative for us is actually late initiative is by far the most important, followed by medium, followed by fast. We've already got a lot of fast stuff, but like I said, this top I mean is certainly better than the other top, than Brewing's top. No doubt about it. I agree. We'll see how good Brewing's top can be, though. It might still be decent. And the bottom, I think it's more competitive because obviously the other one can be a heal 8, which is pretty insane. But as we saw here, I think that it's quite high variance still, which is fine. Um, like sometimes it will actually be a heal 8, in which case it'll be insane, but a lot of times because you have to prepare, I mean, the time value of healing is really significant on a card like this, right? Like a heal 8 is really good, but when you want a heal 8, you want it now, you don't want it in 4 turns. So now obviously this rewards people who can plan ahead effectively, because if you did plan ahead and then you get that heal 8, right at the time when you need it for your party, that feels amazing. But a lot of times like this, you prep it in the hopes that it's going to do something, and then here it ended up being heal 2, which again, was fine, especially considering that it was a heal 2, which also gave us late initiative, but can be a little bit underwhelming. Whereas an attack, yeah, an attack's almost always going to be good. So the other one is kind of more of a surer quantity. Like getting an attack 4 at any point is always going to be an attack 4, like you're almost always going to be able to use it, whereas the heal you're not always guaranteed to be able to use, but obviously that's why the attack 4 is 4, the heal can be an 8. Okay, so we're done. And who's doing what? God, I really like getting my Boots of Striding back, but I need to deal with these enemies. It's Cultist Room. Let's not be silly. Short rest. Oh, no! I literally actually even want the bottom, not the top here. Alright, yeah, we're re-rolling. Alright, that's fine. That is fine. Oh yeah, you're right. So long regenerate. I mean, it's not like the regenerate really mattered for us. I don't even think it's possible for us to get wounded in this scenario, but yeah, fair point. Good catch. That's an interesting choice. I mean, I guess it should be fine because of what we plan on doing here. Yeah, all right, that's fine. We can lose that. It's one of our less good cards, so. Although it is still quite a good card. Yeah, it's fine to lose as well. So while we're on this little subject of so long regenerate with the 1 damage from re-rolling short rest, should short rest life count as suffered? I mean, should it deal damage the way it does? Like, should the damage from short resting be A, capable of knocking off regenerate, and B, be capable of being redirected and then negated by some other ability? Thoughts from chat? All right. Meanwhile, we're going to focus on what we do here. So this one stuns. We need to stun this one, which gives us, like I said, a pretty cool and useful plan for once. So we use that, and we use that. So we can go at 26 or 32, which I think is fine because we can do a 24, hitting both of the cultists. And what for a bottom? Okay. It's kind of silly, right? Because I'm so excited to get to use the swap, but it's actually not even necessary because the Brewmaster can just move away. I guess the thing that the swap allows is if I want to go before the Brewmaster, but here I actually don't need to go before the Brewmaster. But I suppose if you're not playing like solo like this, do you repeat the question? I missed the beginning. So, for example, here we just lost our regenerate token because we short rested, which dealt 1 damage to us. So the question is, should the damage from short resting be actual damage? You know what I mean? Like, for example, here it counts as damage to your character, so it removes regenerate, which thematically feels strange. Also, let's just imagine we have some sort of a card which allows you to redirect damage, okay? So let's say you have some sort of persistent card that allows you to redirect damage from your ally to yourself. But you can mitigate some amount of this damage as well. Isn't it a little bit weird that you can redirect and mitigate short resting damage? Because it's not like, the idea of some sort of card like that, we'll say, is like the card lets you consistently protect your ally from external stimuli. I mean, like negative things coming to that person. Isn't it like the short resting damage isn't someone trying to attack them or doing something bad to them? It's them like kind of stumbling as they're getting up from a nap. And you're like, no, no, I've got you. So this is the question. Should it function the way that it currently functions? Should it be damage which is affecting things like regenerate and mitigatable I mean, by being swapped around to other people? Losing a card to negate it, this is at least fine because this is still self-contained. So what would be even more generic than suffer damage, reduce hit points, question mark? Yeah, reduce hit points would be fine. Reduce your hit points by 1. Reduce your current hit points by 1 instead of suffer damage. Yeah, that could work, right? And that's not too convoluted, is it? All right, anyway, so the swapping doesn't matter so much, but it does allow us to do something that's non-move. So we can even do like a fortifying brew. We don't need the shrug off, but the shield and the stagger are always nice. A provoke could also be okay. The provoke isn't really necessary though. Yeah, we can just fortifying brew. I think this is fine here. All right. As for the Chronomancer, so this one is stunned. This one will be stunned. We're gonna damage both of them a little bit. So the Chronomancer can throw out some more damage, presumably. What is the? I mean, I guess no. Even if they do the Death Expel, that's not a big deal. So we don't need to worry about making them go slower or anything like that. So there's the Archer. Wouldn't be bad to hit. Can we go late? Yeah, we could set up another brewing. We don't really need a brewing. The initiative is nice though, but I guess we want to kill the Archer before it goes. This is a bit silly. Why don't we just attack it with slow, for example? That's fine. And what for a bottom then? I mean, I guess Stitch is fine as well, just as another attack. Oh, did I say long rest? Yeah, I certainly meant short rest, because what we'd had here was a short rest. Yeah, I think Stitch is fine. Just 1 additional damage. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, suffered a damage to pick a different card, exactly. So we're up first. We're going to use the top of slow as attack 2, range 3, targeting the archer, just changing its initiative matter. No, not at all. So just attacking it. Yep. Don't worry about it. And then we'll use the bottom of Stitch, and I guess we'll just do an attack 1, I guess here on number 3. Yeah. Well, it didn't matter anyway. All right, so then the Brewmaster's up next. Well, this doesn't even matter in the end because they're not attacking us, but it does give us 1 experience, and we can't make it to the coin. But yeah, so why not? All right, well, so we'll use Fortifying Brew Bottom just to gain 1 experience, and then we'll use the top of Cake Smash, which also gives us 1 experience and gives us an attack 2, shaped like this, so we'll hit 3 and then 6. Okay, 3 and 3, nice. That's what I like to see. Okay, and we're done. So then here, we'll use Reality Rift, swap the position of your figure and any allied figure within range 5. I'm still not giving up on this action. I still think it has purpose. I mean, like I said, it could have mattered here if if it wasn't easy for the Brewmaster to go before us, or if our party didn't communicate initiatives very well, etc. Like it could allow us to guarantee do what we wanted to do here. Rules written, damage losses. I'm not sure if Childress intended that interaction, but that's how it plays out to me. It does lose the regen effect. No, we're not debating that. We know that it removes the regen effect. The question is, should it? I mean, like, should it not in the sense that it does, but should it as in, is it really the best thing that it does? Can you mitigate the damage? Yeah, I mean, for example, you can lose a card to mitigate the damage. If you have some sort of a card that redirects damage to someone else, you can do that as well. It's just suffered damage like anything else. There's no distinction for it. Fortunately or unfortunately. Again, that's the question. What if we... I mean, I guess we already did the bottom. Because actually we could have done the top of Reality Rift. This was kind of dumb. Yeah, we're being dumb here. Oh well. I wanted to swap. We're swapping. Alright, so we're going to use the top of Frozen Embrace. We're going to consume our Charged Ice. Gain 1 experience. Let's give us an attack 3 stun, targeting the cultist adjacent to us. Ooh, didn't need a stun in the end, but better safe than sorry. So we kill that cultist. Ooh, all those coins. Okay, so then the other cultist is stunned. Oops. Literally all those coins. Do we even have ice sources left, I wonder? Yeah, we've still got the top ice source. Okay. Well, and that's the end of the round. Yeah, Regenerate is an effect that I thought would end up being better than... I mean, when I first read it, I was like, man, that is good. But it has ended up being not so great. I mean, I don't think it's a bad effect to exist. Like, I think it's fine that it exists, and it's logical that it exists like an anti-wound. It's just... It ended up being so much less broadly applicable than you would think, I guess. Just, I guess you underestimate how often people take damage from a variety of sources. And it's best on people who need healing the least, which is what makes it weird. But I mean, that's kind of okay as well. It's just healing in general needed buffs in Gloomhaven, and this wasn't really the buff that healing needed, even though it was a buff for some sort of healing. Why do you even lose health on a short rest reroll? I ask because the mechanic itself seems silly. The cost could be lose a different card, unknown to you which one, with no chance of recovering it. The cost to health seems largely inconsequential. I just get rid of the effect myself. Well, the cost already is that. Isaac just added the. I mean, the thing you say is the actual cost, right? He just added the other cost as well. It's just to. It's just to add more. So Grand Duke, your question is, but a reduced health mechanic works, but would it exist anywhere else? Would you want to introduce a new mechanic just for short rests? Well, I would argue that there are other cards in the game that should also feature this mechanic. Let's imagine, for example, that we have some sort of a persistent loss, which gives us some bonus, but does 1 damage per turn to us, right? And if we have an ally who can redirect and mitigate damage, it feels a little strange to be able to redirect and mitigate the damage that our ally is taking every turn from their own card, right? So this would be another example of something where you could apply this sort of mechanic. Yeah, it's true that you could also, it could just say this is not considered damage. Because yeah, it's true that the cards already have that. That's probably the cleanest way within the rules to fix it. And I think that is actually probably, I mean, I think I would argue in favor of that, certainly. All right, anyway, so we need to kill this cultist. It has 1 life left. So let's make sure that it dies. I mean, I guess we have a guaranteed kill on it with Mighty Belch, and we actually can Mighty Belch it from where we are. So, all right. Mighty Belch saves the day. All right, and what else? So we should probably start heading down this way. There are all these coins, but I guess we're not getting them anytime soon. We do have our loot, but we don't have the top move. Without the top move, the loot is a little bit worse. Can we create an element? Create ice? Because we got rid of our wind thing, right? Yeah. So the push is no good for us anymore. So wind has no purpose for us at this point. So we don't really need to worry about that. So we might as well create ice while moving. I think that's fine. Because then we can charge it next turn by attacking with Primal Imbuement. So how much are we going to move? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, we really just need to move 3. I mean, I guess we can just play this anyway just to get rid of it because I don't really want to have this card. The other movements will be better afterwards. Although, actually knowing what's in that room, I'm going to play a little bit differently here. I think but I do kind of want to get the wound on what's coming in that room as well. I guess I don't have fire creation anytime soon, so that's not happening. Because I'm not going to be using this bottom here. Okay. So we do this top, and theoretically, we don't actually need to move much. Do we have anything else to do for a bottom other than move, though? Not particularly. You can just get rid of this. We don't really care to have this. Oh no, we need to kill the cultist early. But we don't want to waste our biggest movement. This is also good attack. Yeah, let's just... We can't even kill it before 11. That's annoying. Kind of like to set up delay. We don't have a ton of movement, but that's okay, I think. No, because then what do we move with afterwards if we use that? Yeah, it's maybe not great. What if we just set up 2 things here? Where are we exactly? Yeah, from here we can actually set up a reasonable delay already. So we can just do these 2 things actually. I'm going to set up the bottom of balance. I think that's reasonable. And we're going to set up the top of delay. You're not wrong that it could be value in the idea, but 3 ways to damage health, each one with its own caveats. Normal damage that can mitigate any source, suffer damage that can't be mitigated by shields, reduce health that can't be mitigated by any mechanism. I don't know. It's fine in theory, it just doesn't excite me right now. All 3 of those already exist though. ECO used the this is not considered damage thing because it already exists. I mean, he's just saying to use the same wording that already exists on other cards in the game. All right. And let's go. Yeah, there's the summon. So we're up first. We use the top of Mighty Belch. This is 1 direct damage and poison like this. So it kills the cultist. Mighty Belch MVP. And then we have the bottom of Energizing Brew. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think is reasonable. Well, so 3. We still have our boots too, right? Yep, just in case. Okay, so we have 1 movement left. Let's see what's in this room. There's a trap here. And we've got 1 elite and 1 regular earth demon in here. Alright, and they have how much health? 18 for the elite and 12 for the regular. And let's see what they're up to. Hopefully not ranged attacks. All right. -1 movement, so barely even moving. It's kind of annoying because I kind of want them to move, but oh well. All right. Sorry, so we have 1 more movement, and we're going to move. Lead will be there. Yeah, better just move away, I think. Fair enough. Don't forget that sweet treasure. For your loot leisures. Oh yeah, sorry, I do have to actually place the treasure. I mean, I'm beyond the point of pretending with this treasure chest. Let's get real. Sorry. All right, so now it is the Spellblade's turn. So we've got to move 5 with Conflag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we can just go to here because we're gonna make a range 3 attack. We don't need to be any closer than this. Do we have blistering shards? I guess we do have blistering shards. No, because we won't have range to hit this. This one's not moving up. This one will move up 1. So now it doesn't work. All right, now so we'll just stop on the door. It's fine. And we'll use the top of Guiding Strike simply to create ice. Retaliate 1 and create ice. Okay. And then it is the Chronomancer's turn. So we're going to activate both these cards. So we're going to activate the top. Well, we'll use put balance in the first slot, actually. So balance, we're using the bottom here because it's fun. Why not? Needs testing. I think the bottom certainly isn't really an issue, but I mean it's worth testing it from time to time. After you or an ally finishes drawing modifiers for a single attack, that player may choose to draw new modifiers for that attack once. So we can do this up to 5 times for us or for other people. It allows us to re-roll attacks. All right, and then we're going to activate delay. So delay, we again choose a hex within range 4. And at the end of the next round, we'll deal damage there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh, this is tough. There. So really the best hex would be here, because if they don't move, then it hits the elite, and if they do move normally, the elite will move up and the regular will go to there. But unfortunately, that's 1 out of range, and I do want to set up balance. Maybe I shouldn't be setting up balance. How many losses? I've already played 2 losses. All right, yeah, that's a shame because it's fun. We'll set it up at some point, but maybe right now is not the time. All right, so that means I guess we're just using balance as a default move, and we're going to move up 1, 2 to here, which allows us to set delay there, which is also better. All right, it's less fun, but it's probably correct. No reason to lose this scenario for nothing. All right, cultists eliminated, and Earth Demons go. They have -1 movement, so the elite has 1 move, and this has no move. So we'll get an attack 4 there at the end of the next round. Okay, so like I said, we're going to use Primal Imbuement to charge that ice, and probably run away. Guess we're probably going to keep using ranged attacks. I guess they can also create Earth, so maybe we could actually use Fortifying Strike. Give them a taste of their own medicine. I mean, both of these seem pretty good. This is definitely the worst card we have right now. Let's just do this. I think this is fine. This gives us more movement as well, potentially. All right, so for the Brewmaster, we're going to wait for them to move, going as late as possible. They should move. I mean, the elite should, keyword should, move 2, and then we can use long jab to hit him from range 2, and then move away. Obviously, they've got a lot of things where they don't move 2, but I think this is still the best line. And then the Chronomancer, it's kind of the same situation, right? I guess if we go medium, we can actually get a guaranteed attack. That's probably fine. So medium can be heal or recover. I guess heal's probably better here than recover because we're going to keep moving, so we're unlikely to use this bottom. We're not about to use the top. All right, let's go. Not moving, huh? All right. Well, that's okay. I mean, we're still going to hit with delay. That's the most important thing. So we have Primal Imbuement. Ugh. Sucks because, I mean, whatever. We can still flip a good modifier, but they're just going to heal the damage we deal here. So we're going to make an attack 3, range 3, targeting the elite. Yeah. Well, at least we got that out of the way. So we only did 1 damage. I'm not even going to put it on him because he's just going to heal 3 immediately afterwards. And we're going to use the charge 1 to charge the ice. Okay. And then we have the bottom of Fortifying Strike. So I guess next turn we do want to use Blistering Shards. So we can go 1, 2 to here. Then we can Blistering Shards and then run away. Excuse me. We're going to have disadvantage on 1, but there's nowhere we can go to really hit both of them. Without disadvantage on 1, we can't make it all the way over here. Right, we only had 2 movement. Yes. Yeah, so the Earth Demons go. They don't immobilize anyone because they have no Earth. They just heal for 3, so they're just still at full health. Okay, so then it's the Chronomancer's turn. So here we're going at medium initiative. So flow gives us attack 3, range 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, targeting the elite. It's an attack 3. Ooh, okay, nice. Oh, we also forgot the. No, maybe we didn't forget the advantage last time. But anyway, I mean on the delay. So our 3 gets doubled to a 6. That's great. And then the Brewmaster goes. The Brewmaster has the bottom of Meditation as a default move 2. We're just going to go to here. And then we're going to use the top of Long Jab as an attack 3, Pierce 1. You may target an enemy up to 2 hexes away. So targeting the Elite, number 5. Alright, so 4 damage. Getting there. And so then at the end of the round, delay goes off, so we gain 1 experience. By the way, I wanted to mention this, but it was pretty beautiful seeing the 7 experience all across the board. It's nice seeing a well-balanced, team of experience game. So here we get an attack 4 with advantage, targeting the thing that was in the hex where we placed the delay, which is the Elite Earth Demon. Oh, that actually didn't change anything, but oh well. So 5, so down to 3. Great. Well, heal hits both of them, which is nice. We do have to move up to do it, but that's okay. Move up with this. Well, I guess we're also hitting both of them, which is also nice. And moving away. And us. I don't really know, but we're playing some cards. I guess again, no, because now we're actually, I guess we're not actually in range, because this one should be dead. So we can actually go as late as possible here. It's probably better. Move 2 is already enough. We only need 2 movement to get next to, yeah. So if we go late, hopefully the regular will move up but not actually hit us, and then we can move up and hit it afterwards. Okay, here we go. Again! Alright. I mean, it's not really doing much. It's just kind of wasting our time, but fair strategy, fair strategy. Okay, so the Spellblade's up first. We have attack 2, range 2, target 2. Hitting both these, so it'll be disadvantaged against the Elite and then regular against the regular. So disadvantage against the Elite. Nice, and then regular against the regular. Wow, okay. That's nice. So we got 2 plus 1 here is 3, so it actually kills this one. And then here our 2 doubled, so for 4 down to 8. And then we've got the bottom of Shattering Volley. I mean, we need to leave this spot for the Brewmaster anyway. Man, this treasure chest is just so tempting, right? I think we'll just stay where we are, probably. I think the 2 of them can kill. I guess someone has to short rest, but we'd like to long rest because we really like to get our boots back. I mean, everyone has something to get back, though. Huh. Annoying. I mean, it's the treasure chest is literally blocking the spot because I'd like to move there, but I'm definitely not picking up that chest. Let's just move to here. It's fine. This gives us an advantage of being next to him that we can do a melee attack and then run away next turn. All right, so we'll move there with this. We'll create the win because why not? Even though we're never using it. Okay, so the next up is here. Is anyone missing health actually? No, not. Oh yeah, she's actually missing 1 health. All right, so that does kind of do something. So we've got the bottom of Ebb. This is interesting. We could actually use Ebb top. This would allow us to do an attack 2 curse targeting him. Otherwise, we do an attack 2 that also heals the Spellblade for 2. But if the Spellblade's going to long rest, the heal doesn't really matter. So I think I'd rather get the curse. So let's use the bottom of heal as a default move 2. We actually can't hit it. Now we're missing the movement, so it doesn't work. All right, so we got to use the bottom of Ebb. Our initiative is medium, so this gives us a move 3 heal oneself. We're at full anyway. So we go 1, 2, 3 to here. Because if we're here, it's 1, 2, 3. We can do heal like this or like this. Well, actually not like this, just like this. But we can't get both of them, so we actually do need to go all the way in. Because it's probably worth it. You never know, we might not long rest. And then we'll use heals top, attack 2, range 3, and heal 2. So we'll hit the Earth Demon and heal the Spellblade. Okay, so 3 damage, down to 5, and heal the Spellblade for 1. Okay, and the Earth Demon goes. Still doesn't have any Earth, but does heal himself for 3. Back up to 8. And then it's the Brewmaster's turn. So the Brewmaster is going to do the bottom of Purifying Brew as a move 2. Grabbing this coin. And then we're going to make an attack 3. I mean, the rest of the stuff doesn't matter. Basically just an attack 3 on the Earth Demon. Yep. So down to 5. Alright, so who's long resting and who's not? We have 2 cards lost here, 1 card lost here, 2 cards lost here. I guess the Spellblade needs longevity most because we had to lose a card. I mean, the Chronomancer has as many lost cards, but the Chronomancer has one higher hand size and has recover to regain 2 lost cards. So, yeah, I guess this. I mean, because we kind of just have to have 2 people go. The third person doesn't need to go, so the Spellblade can long rest. The other 2 will short rest. No, we are absolutely not losing it. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I love Cake Smash, but there's no way we can lose them in 4. This good initiative. I do agree, Themris. I assume you're watching that at some point. I don't think that this card is a problem in and of itself, but I do think it's a shame that. I mean, I bring this card to almost every scenario, and I've used the top maybe once. Maybe twice, but basically it's like a 98% 1/2 card, which is a little bit of a shame. Wouldn't be the worst. Consider something else for the top. And I wonder. I mean, move 3 jump is probably too good. Maybe it's not even. I don't know. I don't know. All right, short rest here as well. I do like flow. No, I actually can't lose flow because we got wind demons coming. And no. All right, delay is fine. Well, actually, now I don't have any movement left, but we'll be okay. Okay. Well, let me blow my nose quickly. Sorry. All right, back. Whoa. Accidentally misclicked there. So we've got to kill this Earth Demon. We've got to do basically 5 damage to it. Time to Mighty Belch. It's funny that I say that, but that is actually a very good option still. Let's see. I mean, early initiative with something like this is a good idea. And some sort of an attack 3, which is also not too much movement. So we have move 4, move 3, move 3. So it'd be better to use not any of these cards. So I guess long jab is the most reasonable because it's also just an attack 3 with that it doesn't have good movement on the bottom. Because this way we still got 3 good movement cards for when we have to go up towards the next room. Okay. As for us, I guess balance is kind of the most surefire way to get the damage because we got a 3 plus 2 is 5 with strengthen, should be good. All right. And then we can honestly just start moving towards the next room. Yeah, because we do not have much movement left at all. I mean, we've got some. We'll be all right. But... all right, let's do this. Oops. Long rest. There we go. Okay, so we go first. We use balance, gain 1 experience, strengthen the Brewmaster. Brewmaster gets +2 on its first single attack and may redraw. Okay, so when the Brewmaster goes, the Brewmaster will use the top of Long Jab, I guess. So this is an attack 3, attack 5 because of balance, with advantage because of the strengthen. Yep, that's all we needed. Oh, 6 anyway. So Earth Demon's down. I'll leave this coin, I think, because we don't have that much movement left either. So we'll just do the bottom Fortifying Brew as a default move to there. Oh, we forgot to move 4 afterwards. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Earth Demon's eliminated, and here we do a long rest, which refreshes this. Nothing to heal. You get to choose the card to lose, though. The most important thing here is, come on, is movement and things to deal with shielded enemies. So we've got still a move 4 here, and a move 5 here, so we have to keep these 2 cards no matter what. Reality Rift is probably not excellent in this next room. Yeah, I guess we can still create fire here. Yeah, let's get rid of Reality Rift. So we have ice stockpiled for now. So our ice generation isn't necessary, but it's also just fine to keep this card. It's also our best initiative. All right. Anyway, let's start moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now that doesn't change much. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do a move 4, I guess, to start. Got a long way to run no matter what. Yeah, just play a throwaway card. I mean, we're most likely not making it to the next room without another rest cycle anyway. Okay, so kind of same story here. This is 3, so the Chronomancer has to not be there anymore, but that's okay. Chronomancer wants to go pick up those 2 coins. Well, the Chronomancer also cares the least about items. But we can still use some, so why not? So we've got move 3, and we already used our move 4, so no matter what, we're just playing one of these move 3s. Sure. Just throw like something like this away. Here, it's kind of the same story. All right. Choosing the other card we play doesn't really matter, because like I said, there's almost certainly going to be a rest cycle here. Oops, the Chronomancer actually did need to go first, so that our move 3 works. Again, all open information here. So we have a move 4 with Blistering Shards. Certainly not going to consume that stored ice just for 1 experience here. Oops, actually, well, it's him first. So move 3 with Flow. 3. Okay, and here we've got a move 3 that gives us 1 experience. Okay, and that's the end of the round. So how much is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there. Yeah, I'll do it. Definitely want those coins. And another throwaway card. I mean, I guess this is also a move 3, but how much does the move 3 actually matter? I don't really know. Regardless, I know that I don't need this card, so that's fine to get rid of. Here, a move 4. Or just do a move 2 this turn, get the coin. Yeah, let's play as if we actually care about getting the coin a little bit. I think we would probably do this. All right. So what are we going to want to do the turn before we go into the room? I guess it can be some of these cards. Who really cares? All right, let's just play these. Okay, so here we're first. We have a move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're getting a reasonable amount of coins here. And then here we have a move 3. We're we're medium, so move 3, heal oneself. Oh, we're actually missing 1 health. So nice. All right. 1, 2, 3 to there. And then the Brewmaster goes and does just a move 2 to here. And that's the end of the round. All right. I mean, no matter what, we're just throwing away cards here because we're in a long rest afterwards. It's just better to do that. Sure. There we go. So here we have, I guess we can actually be smart about this. Here, there we go. Again, all open information. So first we'll do the top of Stitch. Oh no, because we're using the top of Recover. It doesn't actually change anything. All right, well, we'll use the bottom of Stitch as default move 2. Just move to there. And then we'll use the top of Recover. So we recover 2 of our lost cards and we stun ourselves. We've got 3 lost cards here. Definitely want Breach back for the last room. So the question is delay or bless. That's actually pretty close. delay is nice for the movement. Can be decent for an attack as well. Yeah, blesses in the last turn are pretty mediocre. Let's take back delay and this, and recover is gone. Okay. So then here we do a move 4. Just going to here. Nothing else. And then here we do move 3 creates ice. When we've got the top that creates ice. None of this stuff matters though. So we're gonna long rest next round to get rid of that stun and all that. All right. So that's the end of the round. So now we do triple long rest. I'm not gonna bother clicking all the way through it. Choose card to lose. I think I want to try using this maybe in this last room here. So what do I care the least about? Probably don't. I mean, now that we're in the last room, don't care that much about charging elements anymore. I guess blistering shards is, but it's also big movement. But Confly can also be a big movement the first time. We don't need that much movement in this last room. We are going a little top heavy though here, because this is only a top. This can theoretically be either. This can be either. It's tough to use this bottom, but it can theoretically be there. This is only a top, and this we're basically keeping for a top as well, so wouldn't it be better to get rid of a top, like a top only? So maybe this then? But this is so much better against, I guess, it's not really that much better. All right, let's get rid of this. Oh, my cat's giving me the stare down, trying to get food from me. All right, we'll do like that. So here as well, I need to lose something. So we heal 1. We're already at full. We're already at full. Refresh this. Refresh this. Nothing to refresh there. Refresh this. Probably meditation. We shouldn't need that much mitigation in this last room. It's kind of less about that. I was gonna say, do we really only have 7 cards left? But no, it's because we have 2 cards in hand. Okay. Okie dokie. That's good. I'm worried otherwise. Gosh darn it. Sorry, my cat is really pressuring me here. It's like just staring at me, right next to me. Not flinching, not blinking. It's very unnerving. All right. God, it's so distracting. Okay. Focus. Probably don't need heal anymore. This is the last room. And it's decent against cultists, but not even that good, and it's bad against wind demons. Okay. Here we go. So what's our plan? Well, the Brewmaster should probably enter the room first. With this, we can even provoke one of the cultists, which is quite nice, to prevent them from summoning this turn, just in case. Always better safe than sorry. And they're not really going to be clumped up for belch yet, I think. So probably better to use long jab. It also gives us some flexibility because of the 1 range. We can hit. I mean, at the same time, no, this isn't the right way to do this, though. Because we actually want to hit the cultist first. Because we need to kill the cultist before we kill the wind demons. This isn't high difficulty where the wind demon has disarm. All right. So as for us, I don't want to lead with this because I need to actually see if I can pull off the targeting. So I think to begin with, we're just going to run in and probably do Frozen Embrace using the ice, because then we create ice and wind afterwards anyway. So we can always follow up with an ice user. I mean, it's not really exactly what we have, but otherwise we can follow up with a charge into an ice user, etc. I like charge as a mechanic. How does the targeting work for Shattering Volley? You in the center, 1 hex empty all around, and then you can, as with anything, you can rotate it or flip it. No problem. Yeah, I know it's an unusual targeting, but I think, as I explained in the beginning and talked about with ECU, I think unusual targeting hex orientations are pretty cool and kind of underutilized in the game, so I think it's a good space. Yeah, it's no range, but it's got, so the range isn't necessary to be specified because it does have the gray hex in the center. So the gray hex specifies where you are relative to the other thing. So I'll actually show. So I mean, maybe you bring up a fair counterpoint to other people. So all right, let me actually show you. This is the debate we're having. Which one of these should actually be the case? So on the right, we have the current iteration we're using, which looks much cleaner. On the left, we have less clean, but clearer because it actually shows precisely the range and the positioning of everything. So would you be one in favor of preferring the left, or do you prefer the right? Now that you've seen it, do you understand, or now that I explained it, or do you think it would confuse enough people that it would actually be better to go with this one? I'm interested to have your opinion as well. All right. I'm in favor of the right. It's much cleaner. Yeah. Yeah, me as well. But at the same time, you were also a little bit confused by it, so it's risky, I guess. But I mean, hopefully it's intuitive enough if people really just like sit down and look at it, but maybe not. All right. So like I said, yeah, we lead with this stun. I think that's fine. And since we might want to charge, yeah, I think we'll do this. 32 initiative should be fine. Again, it's just most important that we go before the 63. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, also as I was saying, I have really been happy with the charge mechanic thus far as well. It's worked. I mean, it hasn't been too strong, which is kind of how it's been budgeted on the cards, but it's felt good. It's felt like the right kind of thing for this class. It's been less important at level 1 because we don't have multi-element spenders yet, which is obviously the way the class is meant to be designed, that you're not supposed to start with multi-element spenders. You're going to build to that, but I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out with some higher level cards. All right. So what are we doing for the Chronomancer here? Prepping with balance as usual. I would like to use the bottom of balance in here, though, I think. If we use the bottom of balance, can we use any meaningful top? What's our range on delay, for example, from where we are? From here, 1, 2. It's not great, but it is doable. Let's give that a try. Let's try doing that. Do we still go after him? Yeah, we do, easily. So let's try prepping a delay and setting up a balance bottom, because balance bottom will definitely be good in this room, I think. I guess the only shame is that, God, it would really be nice if we had a top we could play that wasn't an attack, but we really don't. I mean, they wouldn't require line of sight. It seems like, I mean, I guess we'll still have plenty of turns to get value out of balance, but in the final fight like this, especially against wind demons, the bottom balance should be quite valuable. Okay, so we lead here with a move 3 provoke. So 1. Setting everything up. All right, so we got 3 coins in the back. We got a chest as well, actually, because we have not done this scenario before in this campaign. And then we have 1 elite and 1 regular wind demon and 2 regular cultists. I'm still not sure why you didn't implement a double element consumption on a non-lost card at level 1. Yeah, all right. I'll be honest. It's something that I am considering because it does give a more immediate, valuable application of charge. But I was afraid of. Well, there are a number of reasons. First of all, I wanted to create a more like smooth difficulty progression, let's say, because like using double element things obviously greatly increases the difficulty of playing the class. So this is kind of one point to it. The other point is that double element things on level non-lost double element abilities are very difficult to balance appropriately, I would say. But yeah, it's possible that it should have. I mean, this is definitely a suggestion I'm open to. It's something that I thought about as well, and it's very fair point that possibly I should. I also tried to add a fair number of, like things like the bottom of reality rift and stuff like that. Add a fair number of cards which actually had nothing to do with elements, but it's possible that I don't need to have so many. All right, let's see what they're all up to. Well, no summon. One of these days, the provoke will actually be relevant. I mean, it's still always better to have it than not have it. And wind demons, huh? Well, we're not going to have earth, so I don't think that really matters. Right now, I feel charge is a bit bland. I've been pretty happy with it. It's just allowed me to like bridge my elements to times that I want, but that's fair. So we have 2 movement left. So we're going to go to here. We are going to provoke him, because it actually does do something here. It'll prevent him from healing himself for 1, so why not? So he gets provoked. And then we're going to use the top of Vengeful Approach, which is attack 3, retaliate oneself, stagger all damage this round. So we make an attack 3, targeting that cultist. I think I'll save the Poison Dagger for the Elite Wind Demon. Woof. Well, that happens. Okay, so then next up is the Spellblade. So we've got to move 5 here. Problem is if I go there, I'm tanking a bunch of attacks, right? I guess I'm only tanking 1 attack. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to here. I guess I also don't really need to stun that thing, though. I mean, I could be stunning this. That's maybe better. Because stunning him doesn't really matter since he's not summoning, and he's just making an attack into something with retaliate anyway. Yeah, actually, that's probably right. So let's do a move 5 like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, actually. Kind of splitting focus, which I don't like, but we can always dance around afterwards if we have to. It is nice to be on our target already. I guess we should also make some consideration for the Shattering Volley targeting. So let's actually take a look at that, right? If we're here... It's difficult. It's easy to hit this one. It's hard to hit this one and this one. I mean, this is actually the spot where we can hit both of them, right? Mm-hmm. And I guess that just means we just worry about it afterwards. I can already see how hard it will be to distinguish between provoked and non-provoked enemies. How do you mean? Like, oh, that some of them are doing different actions than the others? I guess I don't consider it to be that big of a deal, right? Because usually you look at the standee and you perform the action. Yeah, I understand, I guess. All right. Man, this kind of sucks. It makes sense to stun this one though. All right, so we'll go there. We'll consume the charged ice. Gain 1 experience and make an attack 3 stun targeting the elite. Unfortunate. Okay, then it's the Chronomancers up next. So we're going to activate the bottom of balance and the top of delay, just like we originally planned on doing it that one time. So we're going to place delay at range 4 here, because that's too likely to move. This could actually be decent. Getting an attack 4 in the next round is fine. So place delay at 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Okay, so then the cultists go. It's a -1 movement, so it's only 1. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, it needs to move like this. And then this one's going to attack the Brewmaster. So it's just attack +0, +1. So it attacks for 1 normally, so 2 here. I'll just take it. Don't mind getting a little bit of stagger. And then we get... Oh no, actually we stagger both of it because we have Vengeful Approach up. Oops, not like that. So like this. And then it takes 1 damage from Retaliate. Okay. And then the Wind Demons go. So the Elite is stunned. So then the regular goes. Nothing special to do here. Just makes an attack 2 on the Brewmaster. So 3. We stagger all. That's fine. We'll keep taking this. Might even be able to build up a big attack here. And end the round. All right. So what are we up to now? From the center of the room, maybe? No, like I said, it's not that important. Better to just hit the... yeah, I assume provoke wears off like other temporary conditions. I mean, I'm not the one who created it necessarily, but yeah. At the end of the monster's next turn, the provoke token is removed. Yes, it does. All right, so we've got an attack 4 coming from the Chronomancer, so we just need to hit it with something else. Problem is the delay attack is coming after it can summon. This is the one turn where the summon would be really bad. And we also can't stun a 63. We can stun an early initiative, but yeah, it's a bit of an annoyance. This didn't really move up enough yet for us to use Mighty Belch. I guess just this attack plus this shrug off is good. This gives us 3 shrug off. We've got a lot of stagger right now. Seems fine to do. It's still just an attack 3. As for us, we run and use Breach, I guess. Can't really ever hit 3 targets, right? 1, 2, 3. We can there. We have disadvantage on one of them, but I guess that's fine. Sure, why not? Just got Breach back, and we're about to fire it off again. But I think this is fine. And as for you, I mean, honestly, I guess just making the 2 attacks is probably all right here. Although they don't really do much damage. Definitely makes us wish we were next to something else, but at the same time, this is going to die to delay anyway, so it's not really, wouldn't really be any better if we were here. I wish we could be next to this, but that's not so easy. Oh, the 1 turn! All right, well, things just got a lot, and 1 shield? Man, this is going to be a brutal turn. Okay, yeah, well, Wind Demons go first. No elements for them to consume. They do move. Oh, so, God, this is a really brutal turn. So that's moving away and attacking the Spellblade at -1, so 2. No damage. And then the regular is just going to attack the Brewmaster. Oops. So 1, so we'll just block that with a shield, so no damage. Of course, when we don't provoke, that's when they do this. And this sucks now because Breach, I mean, I guess we're still hitting 2 cultists, and we kind of actually just need to try to kill this cultist, so I think it's still worth it. So we have a move 4 here. Yeah, it's not possible for us to hit the 2. I mean, because I don't really care about how I hit the Wind Demons. I just care about hitting the cultists. It'd be nice if I could hit them without disadvantage, but it's actually not possible to hit this one while hitting this one without disadvantage. So 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. And I guess we'll do cultist 3. We'll do cultist 4, cultist 3, Wind Demon 3. We will use our goggles. So let's see, the cultists have medium initiative, so these will be attack 2 curses on the cultists, and the Wind Demons have early initiative, so it's immobilize on the regular Wind Demon. Alright, so again, cultist 4, cultist 3, Wind Demon 3. So the first one is neither advantaged nor disadvantaged. Yeah, we'll reroll on that one. So again, it's after you or an ally finishes drawing modifiers for a single attack, that player may choose to draw new modifiers for that attack once. So we'll definitely reroll on this one. Alright, so our 2 does 2. And then the next 2 are advantage. Can we do better than that? Yeah, I think we can. Let's reroll again. Okay, that is better. That is certainly better. Done 3, and so these are both curses, so they get 2 curses. Oops, no, it's these ones. Okay, and then we have the last one on the Wind Demon. This one we don't really care about. Well, okay, that was about as good as possible. So we got +2 on a 2, so 4. He has 3 shields, so it's just 1 damage. But honestly, every point of damage counts. I should get 1 XP for the second reroll, yes. And I should have also gotten 2 XP for playing Breach, so I should have gained 3 XP total. Thank you. All right, so then next up is the Brewmaster. So we'll use Fortifying Brew as an attack 3, targeting cultist number 4. Come on, +1. It's so improbable, but sometimes you just gotta believe. Let's do it. Plus, this card's fun to use, right? Getting to reroll is great. It's just gambling. All right. This changed nothing. It was a wasted charge. But oh well, I think it was worth it for the chance. So we do 3, down to 1, and we shrug off 1, and then we'll use the bottom here, which is shrug off 2, so we shrug off 3 total. So then we'll take 1 stagger. Man, that's unfortunate. We're gonna have a lot more things in here to kill now. Okay, so then we're up. I guess we just need to kill this. I guess we can kill either of them, right? Yeah, we've got the rerolls anyway. So, oh no, we've only got move. We've got our boots. So we've got move 2 with this, I guess. 1, 2, and we'll use our boots because I'd rather kill the other one because this one's gonna actually suicide. So going 3, I guess 4, because then I'm adjacent to this and I can do bottom plus top next turn. So going to here, and then we're going to use the top of Guiding Strike to make an attack 3 retaliate, targeting the regular number 3 there. +0. Yep, that's all we needed. He had 3 life. Great. All right, well, we stopped one of them from summoning, so that's good at least. And we created ice. Oops, not ice. Not wind, ice. Okay. And so we're done. So then the cultist goes and is going to summon regular living bones here. And takes 2 damage, so he dies. Delay not gonna do anything in the end. All because they flipped up the summon and we just had to go ham. Oh well. Happens. Can't always predict the future, even as a Chronomancer. Alright, so we have ice now. No matter what, I think we're just playing these 2 cards. Well, are we really? Alright, let's actually... So let's see. Where's the spot to hit both of them? Here? Yeah, that's not ideal. That does do it though, right? No, because we went here. Is it possible? Let's see. So theoretically, we need it to be like this. So if it's like this, then it's always going to be space. No, that's not. It's not possible. So we can hit this. Yeah, exactly. If we're here, and then we'll hit this, and then we can do this. But otherwise, no. All right. So we can either hit these 2, or we can hit the 2 wind demons. But if we hit the 2 wind demons, we have to go here. No, sorry. Yeah. No, no, no. Yes. Then we go like this. Yep, exactly. Oops. Jeez, come on. So then we would go like this and like this. Yes, exactly. But if we could just go to here, then we can just hit both of these. We don't have to tank a trap. It's probably better. And still quite decent. All right. Let's do that. Ooh, and we can actually give ourselves 2 retaliate, and since this is immobilized, it's actually going to attack into our retaliate, take a fair amount of damage, since we got nothing else to do with that wind anyway, or that ice anyway. Except it's probably going to, well, maybe it pulls. It could push, but it could pull. All right, no, this is fine. Okay, so I'd like to poison dagger the elite with a long jab before the Spellblade attacks it. That's not too difficult to do either, though. And as for us, when's this at? 11 and 21. I guess flow is just as good. I mean, flow is an attack 4 here, so there's no point in playing a loss attack 4. Just play this, and I think I'll start up the bottom of brewing just to be safe. It's unlikely we're gonna need it, but now, well, I mean, do I have a move? I have a move 3 jump otherwise. Let's make it to a coin afterwards. That's not bad. But I guess I can always just get to a coin. But I guess the Brewmaster can also stop here. But the Brewmaster could also go to the chest. So yeah, this is fine. This works. No, yeah, going early is still better. Okay. That seems fine. Let's go. Oops, they're actually eliminated, so this shouldn't be there, and you should have a turn. That stuff, huh? All right, so first up is the Brewmaster. So we're going to do a move forward with Energizing Brew, going 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. I'm going to grab the chest. All right, let's go ahead and see what's in that. Chest number 38. Let's get this. Nice. All right, so we got an item design for item number 123. I'll not bother showing that on stream now. There's no reason. Just not necessary. We won't be using that soon in this campaign anyway. At some point we might. I guess I'll put a check mark on it, so I know. So I don't forget that we got it. But yeah, no reason to spoil people otherwise. All right. So then we're going to use Long Jab, which gives us an attack 3, pierce 1. We're going to use our Poison Dagger as well. We're going to do all this targeting the Elite Wind Demon. So attack 3, pierce 1, poison. +1, so 4. The Wind Demon has 2 shield, so that means it takes 3 actual damage. Putting it down to 4, and poisoning it. Okay, Living Bones goes, shields and heals, so it has 2 shield now. Not a problem for me. So next up is the Chronomancer. So I'll use the top of flow, so it's going to be, since I'm going it fast, attack 2, range 3, pierce 3. Yeah, I'll hit the Elite Wind Demon. We should be able to kill it this way. No, I guess there's a decent chance that the Spellblade kills it anyway, so I'd rather hit this, so then this dies to retaliate. So yeah, let's actually hit the regular Wind Demon. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to reroll that. I'm happy with it. It'll still die to the retaliate, so it's down to 1. And yeah, I'll use the bottom of brewing to go pick this up. Somebody's a default move. Okay, so then next up is the Spellblade. So as a Spellblade, we're going to do a move 4 with the bottom of Blistering Shards. We're going to consume the ice, gaining 1 experience and gaining 2 retaliate. We're going to move to here. And then we're going to use the top of Shattering Volley. So gaining 2 experience, creating ice and wind. Ugh. Yeah, creating wind's a little bit annoying here. Hopefully we should be okay though. Unfortunately, I think it's still worth doing. It's only kind of actually worth doing, but it's fun. And if we kill the elite, it's absolutely worth doing. All right, this gives us attack 2, pierce 2 in a targeting vector like this. And again, so we're here, the white hexes are here, and we've got 3 here and 3 here, and we can't actually hit this one, but that's okay. So we'll do the Wind Demon and then the Skeleton. So Wind Demon's attack 3 because of the poison. Can we do better? We've already flipped 2 +1s. That might be a bit crazy, but if we get a +1, he dies. It's so worth it. Yeah, what else were you saving these for? All right, we'll reroll another one. So 1 more experience there. Come on. Nah, I mean, honestly, this is what we should expect. We were being greedy, but I think it was reasonable to try to be a little bit greedy there. All right, so 3 damage. And then on the skeleton, well, that's what we did to ourselves there, but so be it. Let me just blow my nose, sorry. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, so then the Wind Demons go. So the Elite Wind Demon is going to do 2 targets, first on the Brewmaster, then on the Chronomancer. They actually do move, so it's going to, I guess, move back like this. So first on the Brewmaster, so it's attack +1, so 4 on the Brewmaster. We were also supposed to take 1 stagger on his turn, my bad. Ooh, a +1, jeez. Alright, so 5 on the Brewmaster. So 1 like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then on the Chronomancer, alright, well, that's good at least. And then this one goes, so first it's going to make disadvantaged on the Spellblade. And then here. How does this actually work? If something dies on its first target, does it still attack the second target? I assume it shoots like both blasts out, but you just flip one and then the other. I think so. I've actually never had this situation come up before though. But I'm going to assume that it still hits both targets. It doesn't die attacking one of them. Actually, I'm not 100% though, but I mean, when in doubt, for me, I do what's worse for me. So first it attacks me. So it's attack +1, so 3 with disadvantage. Okay, so no damage to the Spellblade, and it takes 2 retaliate. It'll die, but we'll flip its attack for the Chronomancer just in case. Well, whatever. Got a curse. Didn't change much. Alright, and so this dies. And that's the end of the round. We forgot to get rid of the lost card there, I'm sure. Yep. Yeah, we don't really care that much about that anymore. Short rest here as well. No, I'll reroll that. Because I definitely got the life to afford rerolls. Oh no, Pain Strike with all my stagger. Alright. Thermos was going to be so happy. I was finally going to get to use that. Not this time, though. Alright, let's just play these cards. I think these are fine. So you still have to kill that Elite Wind Demon, huh? But that's not too difficult. I think we'll just kill it like that. Ooh, but actually we can just kill it with this, because there's only 1 life. This allows us to Mighty Belch, both guaranteed killing that and doing 1 damage to this and wounding it. I mean, and poisoning it, which is pretty good. So we should go early. This should be fine. And as for us, so we don't have any element. Oh, we do. Oh, sorry, no, the wind was actually used. We still have ice, so I guess we could just go get a stun off. Going as early as possible. Yep, alright, that works. Oh no, because we actually need to we need the stun, the poison first, so that's too early. We'll go with this. This should still work, yes. Alright. There we go. This, fortunately there's no wind anymore. Alright, so the Chronomancer's up first. This increases it by 20. Alright, that works. Do we have range? Yes, we do. Beautiful. Alright, so we're actually going to use the bottom of Stitch to do an attack 1, range 3. You may increase or decrease the target's initiative by 20 this round. So we'll attack the Elite Wind Demon. Could actually just kill it because we got the Piercing Bow, but oops, this should actually be in discard. Better to make this more fun. Alright, so no damage, but we'll increase its initiative by 20. So now it's at 29 initiative rather than 9 initiative. And then we'll use the top of Ebb as an attack 2 range 3, and because the Living Bones is fast, we'll actually get a stun. So we'll do attack 2 range 3 stun, disadvantage, targeting the Living Bones. Here we'll use the Piercing Bow, because why not? Alright, so that was disadvantage, so just 2 damage, because we pierced all its shields with the Piercing Bow. And stunned. Alright, no, so the Wind Demon's actually at 29, so next is Living Bones. The Living Bones is stunned, so skips its round, or skips its turn. Then it is the Brewmaster's turn. So we're going to use Vengeful Approach, gain 1 experience, move to here. We're going to Mighty Belch these 2, so this kills the Elite, which leaves a coin there. Does 1 damage to the regular, putting it down to 2, and poisoning it. Okay. And then at 19, we're going to go here. We're going to do the bottom of Fortifying Strike as a default move 2. Going to here. Beautiful. ECO, we're on our way towards that item. And then we're going to use the top of Frozen Embrace. We're going to consume ice, gain 1 experience. This gives an attack 3, plus 1 from the poison, so an attack 4, stun, targeting the bones. Yeah. And we will use the very last charge of balance. Beautiful. Just the way we drew it up to reroll that attack. Nice. This kills this living bones, drops a coin. That doesn't really matter too much. And we successfully complete the scenario, which just, I believe, does nothing but unlock some new scenarios. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. And we'll do that off stream at some point. All right. So that's that. I'm going to go refill my water quickly. If people have any comments, questions, concerns, feedback, etc., feel free to. Otherwise, I'll go over the cards a little bit myself and my opinions on stuff that happened, and then we'll wrap it up. But anyway, be right back. Just going to get a little bit more water first. All right, let's get our post-scenario rewards. So we've got 12 gold here. And again, do we really? Oh, the Chronomancer ruined it for us. We almost did 778 or 777 across the board again. All right, so it's 13 experience and 12 gold. So 12 gold puts us up to 26 gold. And well, 13 experience puts us up to 26 experience. Huh, interesting. Okay, and we didn't gain check marks because we didn't do our battle goals this time. All right, so over here we gain 6 gold. And again, 13 experience. Okay. And over here, we gained 8 gold and 14 experience. Okay. So that's that. So let's take a look at the cards. I mean, Brewmaster, I don't really have to give much feedback. Provoke is a very small thing. I think it's fine. Definitely needs to have a clear indication that it doesn't work on bosses. That's my only concern with that, but other than that, I think it's fine. I understand your concern, Isio, but I think it's mostly all right. Like, I see not such a big problem of it in terms of, like, remembering which enemy, because you put the token on the enemy. So, like, I mean, you see on the board. I guess it's a little different if you play at home and you're like putting it on the sheets, because here, when you're playing on TTS at least, you have the token on top of it, so when you do its actions, you see that it's doing the provoke stuff rather than its other stuff. It's like easy to remember because the thing it does is just move plus 0, attack plus 0. So you see the thing with that on it, it just does that. So to me, that's not really a problem. The provoke ability did compel me to bring Pain Strike more often, which was definitely a good thing. Mighty Belch consistently overperformed, but I'm still not sure it's a problem. I mean, we've also done this specific scenario with it before, and it's also overperformed in the scenario, so I think it just varies from scenario to scenario. Yeah, that was about it. Nothing else really. I mean, all the rest of this Brewmaster stuff is standard, so I think that's that. All right. And yeah, leg sweep I bring for some scenarios I don't think it's an issue. Keg toss is obviously good, and broadside shove, I mean, obviously it's good when you need push. Revitalizing brew is good when you don't have healing. My concern was about enemy actions that have ongoing effects. So like, oh, all right, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I understand now. That is a good point. That is a very good point, actually. I see what you mean now. Yeah, you mean so because how to remember the one that had you could just change the wording of it. You could change it so that it instead of going away at the end of their turn, it goes away at the end of the next round. But the problem is if you apply it the round after the next turn, it's really wordy. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Those already in the game with stuns. Yeah, that's a good point. It is already in the game with stuns. So yeah, I suppose that's fair. All right. Anyway, yeah, I mean, all these cards. This is situational. This is situational. This was good. We brought it previously, but we had to cut something, and I think it was fine to cut it here. And this, yeah, it's situational as well. Good against melee enemies. All right. Chronomancer stuff. Like I said, the same cards almost always end up getting cut. I mean, well, a loot card, it's difficult to evaluate because, again, I don't care so much about looting. So I think that kind of gets a pass. Share is specifically good with certain allies, like a Cragheart, because the bottom end is good against certain types of enemies. I don't think that's an issue either. Like, I think Share is a powerful enough effect against certain types of enemies. We just didn't really face enemies, especially at low levels like this, that have conditions, or in certain scenarios that give many conditions. Obviously, if you face things with conditions, it's quite valuable, because as an attack 2 range 4, even just moving a poison already is really good. So I'm not concerned with this at all. These two cards, however, I am certainly concerned with. This is a fair amount of testing I've done now where I've just consistently not wanted to use either of these cards. The bottom was, I'm not sure if it was too good before. Well, I'm not even sure. I mean, Themris thought it was too good. It could have been, it may have been too good, but I don't know. Now that the bottom feels bad. Maybe it's not that bad. I mean, I think what I want to do is I'm just going to completely rework the top of this card of stop and then see how it works out. I think maybe with a more compelling top, the bottom would get more use because then it would just be there on something else. As is, both are quite difficult to use. I mean, well, one's a loss, which has a powerful effect, but a very narrow effect, I guess we can say. And the top is difficult to use at best since it needs to be so like the timing of it is kind of really awkward because you want to use it right before you long rest, but you also like mitigating damage right before you long rest is just kind of anti-synergy. So yeah, I think we're gonna rework the top of stop. So let's see. Work stop because this has gone on long enough. I keep telling myself, yeah, but then I just don't ever end up using it. Skip, it's kind of the same thing. Skip is interesting. The bottom effect isn't good enough by itself, I think. So here it's not typically when we do things which mess with initiative, it's on top of attacks, which feels good because you make an attack, even if the attack is a little bit undertuned, the fact that the attack can then change the way the round plays out for your party still makes it helpful. Like I've been pretty happy, like, relatively happy with attacks that modify initiative. I think this isn't so much of a problem. It comes up often enough and ends up being relevant enough that it's not such an issue. Here, though, you don't get an attack. Obviously, this was counterbalanced by the fact that like you don't actually have to hit someone. You can do it at any range, but this just hasn't made it compelling enough. The top is a very powerful loss, but I think it's kind of, again, suffering from the same issue that stop is suffering from, which is that the other half of the card is just pretty bad or very difficult to use and has led to not wanting to bring the card. So I think I'm also just going to rework the bottom of skip. Suggestions are welcome. Otherwise, I'll try to think of some things of my own. But regardless, these two cards have sat on the sideboard. I mean, the sidelines for I want to say half a dozen scenarios at this point where I just haven't wanted to use either of them, and that's not really a good sign. There shouldn't always be the exact same cards that you don't use. I mean, even though that's the case for many base classes in the game. Still not what I was hoping for. So yeah, I think reworking both of these cards is fine. Balance top is still very strong. I'm still not sure if that's actually an issue or not, though. It's just a roundabout way of dealing an attack 3, kind of, but it is a little bit better than attack 3, but it also has a requirement, so I'm not sure I'm not sure how much of a problem this actually is. Breach is certainly fine. Heal is fine. Recover is fine. Yeah, Bless is alright. I mean, obviously it's not a problem. Stitch is great. Ebb is good. Delay. The new delay feels more rewarding, although still misses a lot, but I don't know. It does feel really bad when it misses. There's so many things that can go wrong. It's possible that it is still too delayed. I mean, so we had talked about this before, ECO, and I think Luigi was here and a couple other people, and we thought about just having it happen sooner, but Themris argued that made a fair point of that like it's supposed to reward you for a prediction, which is kind of thematic with the class. So it made sense to keep the like very far removed occurrence of it, but it does lead to a lot of misfires, which is a shame. But obviously the reward you get, I mean, so if you think about it, let's say if it misfires like 1 out of 4 times, then at that point you're still getting a reasonable rate probably for the attack. I mean, so that would mean in 4 actions, you've done a total of attack 12 with advantage 3 times with 4 actions for level 1 class. Yeah, then that's still fine. So I think that's okay. It has a good move on the bottom, so I think it's not a problem, even though it does come up sometimes. That I mean, enough that it misses. Flow is obviously fine. Yeah, brewing. I mean, we'll play with it more. We'll see. It may need some nerfs. Also an increased difficulty. The healing might be more irrelevant, so we'll see. Slow is obviously fine. All right, so I think the rest of the Chronomancer stuff. I mean, most of the stuff has been tested a lot. The stuff which hasn't been tested much is for a reason. So obviously fixing that makes sense. Yeah, this and balance, I guess, are the 2 cards on the opposite ends of the spectrum that I have to keep my eye on the most. Is brewing might just be too underwhelming, other than the initiative. Although the initiative is part of the card, and balance still might be a little bit too good, but I'm still not sure. Like I'm not. Balance is definitely good. It might be too good, but I'm not sure. Even if it is a little bit too good, if that's necessarily a problem, because the class so badly needs ways to deal consistent damage. All right. So let's go over to the Spellblade finally. Molten Bulwark didn't get used because we have plenty of healing. This is natural. All-in and Charge Empowering Beam both got brought in the previous scenario. If you do want to hit more, you could have the targeted hex be the origin of a melee attack rather than the location being attacked. Probably too strong that way, though. If you do want to hit more, you could have the targeted hex be the origin of a melee attack. Oh, the origin. I'm afraid I'm not complete. So when you would make another melee attack and it would hit, or I'm just not sure what you mean by the origin of a melee attack. Instead of having it, uh, instead of having it to predict exactly the hex, you only have to predict a hex. Oh, I see what you say. So you could have a yeah. So having a clumping, yeah. I think that I agree. I mean that's an interesting idea, but it definitely does seem too strong that way. It seems too easy. Like I'm not sure that it's an issue of it not hitting too much. I mean I'm gonna keep testing it. We'll see. If it really doesn't hit enough, like if it's like 50% hitting, then that's obviously a problem. Then the card probably needs to be reworked because that feels bad. But in order for the card to feel rewarding for getting a hit, you have to have the possibility of not getting a hit to make up for I mean, obviously the power of when it hits and the satisfaction. So, like if it's like I said, I think as long as it's 2/3 and above hitting, and I should probably actually just start tracking this. As long as it's hitting 2/3 and above, I think it's fine. If it's under that, it's probably not fine. So I'll have to keep an eye on this and we'll see. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I think none of these cards are really a problem. I mean, it's not a problem. The fact that these cards are on the sideline isn't a problem for any of them. I think all these cards are fine. We used these two in the previous scenario. This one again just depends on the party composition. All right, let's go through the cards that we actually played. Yeah, Guiding Strike. We never ended up using the bottom, but again, loot actions and testing. It's tough to say. I mean, it obviously has something attached to it, but just the attached thing by itself isn't enough, really. You have to actually have the loot action, I think, a lot of the time for it to be relevant, and I just didn't care about looting that much. Also, it's very true that we really have a lot of non-move bottom actions, and it's not so easy to get to use these. An all-in doesn't really help that much with it, like I said, outside of when we have boots, but we can only have boots so much. So this is definitely something to pay attention to going forward. At the same time, like, yeah, if anything, I would want more things to facilitate being able to do non-move bottom actions, because I think it's still much better to have non-move bottom actions tied to element creation rather than just giving movements to element creation. So we'll have to see. Worst case scenario, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the correct thing would be to buff all in or maybe even add a second move on top at some point, something like that, to make it a little bit easier to use these things. All right, but anyway. So this bottom didn't get used much because it doesn't compare very favorably, I think, to the other, especially in a 3-player party, to the other non-move bottom actions. aside from looting, I still think it's fine. It has good initiative. The top attack was fine, even if not very exciting. As I expected, Retaliate and Shield weren't particularly good on this class. Even here playing twice against, I mean, obviously one was a boss scenario, although boss scenario was still a lot of things fought which weren't boss. Um, but yeah, I mean, not having a full HP, a max, like, or a high HP pool means that these sort of abilities, like, you just lose health so quickly on medium HP pool. Um, that, yeah, I don't think these abilities are too good, which I think is okay. I mean, they weren't designed to be too good, just to provide some bonuses. So yeah, I think Guiding Strike is fine. Blistering Shards. Yeah, it's difficult to use. 2 range on the 2 target top attacks are tough. This definitely, well, the attack 3 range 3 was the most consistent, which made sense because of how charge works. It was more difficult to use this or the AoE one, so I'll have to pay attention to that. But again, it's only 2 scenarios, so it's tough to say. I still think, I mean, the numbers are right on this, um, but it's possible that it is too difficult to use. That it's not worth it because of the difficulty, but we'll see. Anyway, it's got to move 4 on bottom and 21 initiative, so overall I still think this card is fine. It does have a lot of stats on the bottom, but Retaliate is so random, I mean, like, so rarely useful that it's still very situational, and I think if you're ever going to consume an element for Retaliate, it really has to provide a significant amount of Retaliate. I think this is actually kind of comparable to what the Spellweaver can do, right? Except, admittedly, the Spellweaver's card is trash, but here we have a medium health pool and we're actually melee, not a small health pool and being ranged. Where is that card? I actually think it's yeah, I'm actually loving the sliding. Yeah, it's this, right? Yeah. Yeah, all right. So again, I think this is a reasonable comparison. I mean, we have one more movement. Otherwise, it's yeah. So it doesn't need to be set up like this. Though we need to make it a mainline looking ability, just like we thought. Um, but yeah, yeah. Again, this compares pretty. I mean, we have +1 movement here, but again, this is a garbage card. So I think that's okay. I mean, no, sorry, this isn't a garbage card. This is a garbage action. It's really just a move 3. The top is fine though. Wow, I forgot that card even existed. Yeah, pretty much. Well, the top is fine, right? Like for a level 1 card, if you have Wind in your party, the top is perfectly fine to use. But I think it's more fair to say forgetting this action even existed, because honestly, why does this action exist for the Spellweaver? So yeah, that's more my point. I don't think having a buff version of this, although at the same time, this is like it's already inherently buffed by the fact that we are melee and we have a medium health pool, so we naturally are more likely to get attacked and to be able to survive attacks more than Spellweaver. So this is something to consider. It is possible that it should also just be a move 3. I guess my point is no matter what, Retaliate 2 makes sense for the element spending, and it is better. I mean, if anything has to be changed on this, it would be changed to a move 3. So that's worth considering going forward, I think. But I also think that this bottom is also just really bad, so I'm not so concerned with being significantly better than it. But we'll see. Definitely worth paying attention to because movement in general could be an issue. Yeah, I mean, as I expected, wind at level 1 is situational. We also didn't bring the burst of movement. I mean, you can kind of build the deck the way you want to. I think it's fine. Um, even if this had jump, I don't think this bottom would have been too good. As it was, I was playing this kind of as a throwaway a lot. So if anything, I think that I might have been right in the fact that this should have been move 3 jump, but we'll see with more testing. The top was quite difficult to use, more difficult to target than I actually thought it would be, but it was still interesting. It was kind of created a puzzle in terms of targeting to be able to get optimal layout. It required a lot of consideration to actually figure it out. I mean, but I think that's okay. I think the top is fine. The bottom is probably fine. Yeah, I mean, this was my most consistent charge action. I used it a lot. Perfectly happy with that. Never considered using this, but I had a tank in the party. The idea is also maybe to be an off tank. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I should consider trying to use this in the future. The biggest problem, I mean, which we talked about with ECO, is that it's tied to Earth generation, which is kind of the element we generate the least because it's 2 healing things. So you don't really heal in combat. But at the same time, I mean, being able to perform a heal action in combat, for example, the bottom heal 2 is basically like mitigating 5 then because of the heal 2 plus shield 3 here. So this could still be very powerful. I guess the top heal is the more difficult one to use with this because you don't really want to use the top heal in combat. So it's something to look at. It's possible that this is just too difficult for this class to use and doesn't belong. And this could be a reasonable candidate for something to cut for a multi-element thing because I think adding multi-element at level 1 is probably a good idea. Probably adding like 2 multi-element cards. All right. Yeah, the scarf was fine. The top was fine. The bottom was fine. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second when we talk about conflagrate. The bottom is, I mean, all right, the bottom wasn't that fine. It was, but I don't know, maybe it's all right. The initiative is all right. So overall, I think this card is not an issue. This was one of the cards I used the most because creating fire was quite relevant because fire was a very good element for us, which is kind of consistent with the rest of Gloomhaven. Yeah, the bottom was good. The top, never wanted to use as I expected. It's funny. But I guess ultimately Themis's argument is that the top gets better with your modifier deck, which is true, so we'll see. As is, it's kind of mediocre. Seems like the worst of the three non-lost charge actions. Yeah. This is interesting, I guess. It's funny that, I mean, all right. So, Isio, you and Themis were both a little bit concerned. I mean, Themis actually wasn't. Themis said, well, it's a shield, but you got no armor talent, so whatever. You were actually concerned about this bottom being too loaded. In the end, we never wanted to use this bottom. It's really difficult to want to use this, isn't it? I mean, it was kind of the same problem in general. We had difficulty actually staying next to enemies that often. I mean, and getting many non-move bottom actions, but I don't know. It doesn't seem. I mean, I don't think it needs to be buffed necessarily, but I do wonder. I do wonder. Just this type of action is difficult to use. It was true for the Brute, it's true here. That's kind of the point. The good thing, I guess, for us is it can work with ranged actions as well. Yeah, and you already have better non-move bottoms. Exactly. I mean, we've already got. This isn't necessarily better, but to be honest, actually, even if you compare the two, like, look at this versus this. So in order for Repulse Bottom to be better than Frozen Embrace, now obviously there's initiative, although I guess the initiative doesn't really matter much, right? Because so this has to be early to go. So you basically have to be taking 3 attacks for Repulse Bottom to be more effective than Frozen Embrace Bottom. Now we'll talk about something else with this in a second, but and like as this class, you're not really ever going to be taking 3 attacks, you know? So yeah, it. I didn't think it would be very good. It ended up being worse than I thought it would be, which is interesting. Now obviously there's a counterpoint to this. Do you think Element Infusion equates to 2 move? Uh, no, not necessarily. I think it. I mean, it's difficult to say because it depends on what you can do with the Element Infusion. But I think Element Infusion is closer to a move and a half, I would say, if that's a fair way of putting it. Yeah, I understand. But again, it just depends. Because yeah, obviously, if you say 2 move, then I mean, move 2, shield oneself is a good bottom action, right? But again, for a tank, and we're not really a tank, the idea was to give some mitigation things so that we can like survive in melee if we need to as an off tank, but never to be a primary tank. So as this type of class, it's still, I mean, for example, a scoundrel would never play a shield 1 bottom, a move 2 shield 1 bottom action, right? So I guess that's something we have to consider. It's possible that the mitigation abilities actually need to be buffed on this class a little bit to actually allow them to function, but they can't be too good at the same time because you don't actually want the class to become like a good tank. So this is something to pay attention to. Anyway, the counterpoint, of course, for it's okay to have under time tuned cards. The bottom of if the bottom of Repulse is underwhelming. Well, the problem with Repulse is, I mean, I know it's fine to have undertuned cards, but the problem is the top of Repulse is situational, the bottom is undertuned. It's not sure. But anyway, I mean, we'll see. Anyway, the counterpoint, like I was saying, is that this does create ice, which is, well, it's not that good of an element yet. But maybe with our dual element, we can work on that a little bit. It is this is our probably, well, no, Conflagrate is our single best effect with fire there. Our second best effect is this, and then our third is probably the fire bottom getting strengthened. So fire is definitely our best element by far. And then after that, the rest of the elements kind of fall off significantly. Anyway, but yeah, so we'll pay attention to this. I mean, it's just interesting to point out. Fortifying Strike, it was an attack 4, so it's fine. It's got good initiative. Like, there's definitely no issues with this card, although again, as I expected, it was much more difficult to use this bottom. Like, Themis was concerned with this. I was sure that it wouldn't. I mean, more testing we'll see, I guess, but it's just when you're not a tank, it's difficult to do this. What if the action was push to all adjacent targets, elemented infusion? Oh, Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Although that would be wind, not ice, right? The point is we still need an ice infusion. Wind can also be tied to movement more easily, but that's still certainly an idea. Something to consider. Anyway, we'll see. I mean, we also played with a tank, so maybe this changes some things, but I think this card's probably fine. It certainly doesn't need buffs, but I also probably don't think it needs nerfs, but we'll see. Oh yeah, this actually, I want to keep this up here, so this is fine. All right, so the final thing to talk about then, I mean, yeah, Frozen Embrace I think is perfectly fine. I think both halves of this card, I think this card, as already said by Themris, is kind of like perfectly tuned. Both halves feel fine to use, neither half feels too good to use. So I think that's fine. Anyway, so Conflagrate is the thing we talked about. I mean, all right, I think the thing I'm more concerned with still is actually, I was going off the card name. Oh, Repulse, yeah, I understand. I used the card name Repulse because of, I mean, this can kind of work for shield, but it also for the push on top. I am not a top-down designer though, for the record. Anyway, so if anything, the half of Conflagrate I'm more concerned with is the move 5. The movement is still the thing that I have the most concern with at this class at this point of being too strong. So I'll pay attention to this and we'll see. The top, I mean, in this scenario was very underwhelming. The biggest thing is, so the fair point about the top is that it's good against shielded enemies, right? But the thing is, while the top is good, I mean, while Conflagrate is good against shielded enemies, both the ways that you create fire are very bad against shielded enemies because making attack 2 against shielded enemies is really feels bad. So I think this balances it quite well. Now that this can obviously be concerned that later on, if you have other ways of creating fire at higher levels, then this makes Conflagrate better because if you can create fire without having to do something, if you can create fire by doing something which is good against the same type of targets that Conflagrate's good against, like Reality Rift isn't very good against high HP enemies or shielded enemies. It's good against like medium swarmy enemies, kind of, or like average enemies, which is fine. Fortifying Strike is fine against high HP enemies, although again, it's still less, and it's not good against shielded enemies. Whereas this is good against high HP enemies and shielded enemies. So yeah, to pay attention to, I guess, with later cards. Although if a level 1 card scales because of later cards, typically I don't find that to be too much of a problem. Is that attack 1? Yes, it is attack 1. It is attack 1, and getting consuming fire just gives win or wound, does not add +1 attack, as in the case of another similar card. But yeah, so anyway, I'm not concerned with the topic of Conflagrate. I think it was just kind of a ideal lineups in the first scenario, which made it seem to overperform. Here it certainly, well, it didn't underperform. We used the bottom move a lot, but I think it's not something that I'm super concerned with. So yeah, I think adding in some 2 dual element things. So what can I cut? Well, I can cut the bottom of Reality Rift, let's be honest. Man, I love it. Plus Reality Rift is just a sweet name. Admittedly stolen from Dota, but whatever. So what else? What's the one other thing we could cut then? I think I like All In. I think it's fine to have a loss. So we would need one more thing for dual element. We could get rid of 1 charge, but it's kind of silly to get rid of a charge ability, but to add 2 dual element abilities. Could get rid of Guiding Strike. I guess it's that bottom as well. Could get rid of the move 5 on the bottom of Conflagrate, actually. Then we would have our 2 move 4s and 2 move 3s. Then that would be fine as well. That's reasonable as well, I guess. And then this would be our biggest movement. That's actually a fair point as well. We're less compelled to bring this because we already have this move 5 anyway. Why doesn't that loot have a charge? Oh, instead of doing the thing it has? Yeah, that's a good point, I suppose. I wanted charge at least at level 1 to always be tied to making ranged attacks, but it could be that. You think that's better than doing the thing here? I like this design because it's like a money trap, but it's so difficult to use. But at this point, like as we've established, non-move bottoms are difficult to use for this class anyway because the class has a lot of them. So if anything, that's kind of the thing we want to cut, but they're also just the element creation. So we can't really cut them because it makes sense to have them. The problem here is that the things I want to cut are 3 bottoms, but making all the dual element things bottoms. I mean, I think actually the more I think about it, I like changing the bottom conflagrate to one of the dual element ones the most, and then the other one would be one of these. And I guess I have to keep a loot thing, so it probably makes sense to keep this. I guess that would allow me then, if I put a charge here, I could actually cut one charge from one of the top things. So then this would allow me to do a dual element top thing. So that's not a bad idea. So what if we do that? So what if we change the bottom conflagrate to some dual element bottom, and then we change one of these tops to a dual element top, and we move one of the charge ones to the bottom of guiding strike. It's not bad. So which one of these? I mean, so obviously not primal imbuement. Like I said, I definitely I think that's the best. So which one of these two is better to cut? I mean, this one thematically works quite well, just because of the name with the fire, and it scales better than this one does, I think, which is a positive, I would say. But it's also, I guess, worse at level 1, which is maybe a negative. I don't know. Thoughts? Which of these two would be better to cut if we're going to do that? So then we can keep Reality Rift, for now at least, we'll see. And this allows us to put something here and put something here. And then that actually makes Reality Rift also a little bit more compelling, potentially, because we've actually cut another movement card, so the movement from this actually matters. You would cut the 2 target? All right, I think that's fine as well. It's not super compelling, and it was difficult to use as well. So then we can, yeah, so we can move charge to here, cut this stuff. So just do a loot 1, charge 1. Yeah, that makes sense. And then do a dual element here and a dual element here. So dual element top, dual element bottom. So here's the final question then, and this will be kind of what we end on today. So for the dual element, we have an interesting question then, is so generally speaking, for the design of this class, I'm using allied element colors, like to use magic terminology a little bit there. So ice goes with wind and earth, but never with fire. Earth goes with wind and ice, or sorry, no, earth goes with ice and fire, but never wind, stuff like this, etc. So anyway, we've got a lot of options here, but the question is, should they be the exact same two elements as the losses to make the losses a bit better and incentivize being able to use the loss and then the non-loss, or to make charge more relevant, should it be an element combination which is not on the loss? Because obviously there's an argument either way. One makes charge better, the other makes the losses more compelling. Because otherwise we can make an earth and ice, and then a fire and wind combo. Fire and wind would make sense on bottom, but yeah, but otherwise we can also just do the same combos. Yeah, I think there's a fair argument for either. All right, well, I'll think on that a little bit. Maybe I'll ask Themer's opinion as well. If anyone has any less thoughts, questions, anything to say, feel free to. Otherwise, I'm about to take off. What is the easiest to create? That's a fair question. I mean, I guess it just depends on what. What is the easiest to create? Oh, which is the easiest element to create, you mean? The easiest element to create is wind, because we have a move 3 which creates wind. But we can't put wind with earth. That's the rule. So we don't do enemy element pairs. So say earth fire and wind ice. I guess it's kind of interesting to look at. Let's see. Let's actually, I guess, so we have ice. Let's actually look at the ways to spend stuff right now. So let's rank them based on how much we actually want the elements. Personally, I like emphasizing charge as the class unique mechanic, but I'm also pretty loss averse in general. I'm also very loss averse. So. All right, hold on. Let's see here. So what are the spenders in order from best to worst? I guess we can do left to right. This is easier to visualize on the screen. Let's see. Actually know what the next best spender is. It's probably Probably this, if we're being honest. It's still quite good to get one free shield at level 1 especially. I mean, this is definitely the worst one. Where are you? I mean, this is difficult to gauge, that earth one. I mean, I guess it's actually quite good as well. We could probably put it there, but the problem is these overlap, so it kind of becomes difficult. I don't know, I guess I can just put them kind of together. The retaliate one is the worst. This one's probably like that, and like that, and like that. So as is right now, ice has the second best thing to spend on and also the worst thing to spend on. Fire has the best and the third best. Earth is difficult to evaluate. The reason why the Earth things don't get used much is more tied into how the difficulty of creating the Earth while in combat rather than the desire to actually use the Earth spenders. The wind ones are the two. I mean, the wind is consistently the least useful. I mean, the least desirable, because this is fine, but is a. I mean, it's like a reasonable effect, but it's not anything particularly compelling. And then this can be compelling, obviously, but it's very situational. So thinking about that, so what does that actually change? So you want wind to become more desirable, but what do you pair it with to make wind more desirable? Because if you pair it, for example, with fire, that just makes it, I guess that you're going to use it less, right? Because you're already likely to, I mean, you would have to then somehow make it better than both the ways already to spend fire. You're competing with two really good actions already, two actions which you're really compelled to use the elements on. So yeah, for that reason, I guess it makes sense to do ice and wind because then you still only have, I mean, you have two wind producers, I mean, ice producers, but you've only got really one ice spender that you actually really care about. Occasionally you care about this, but not much. Yeah. Anyway, well, I'll talk to Themris about it a little bit as well. I think it's interesting to look at for sure. Okay, well, thank you very much. Will later card allow elements to charge without clearing the current charges? I feel like that could affect if you want double consumes to align with double generates. No, I had no intention of allowing that to be possible, although it's something I haven't explored enough, so it's certainly a possibility. In fact, when I originally designed Charge, they were it was supposed to be persistent loss cards. I mean, not persistent loss, persistent non-loss cards, or in some cases losses. So the current iteration has kind of gone expanded from that because well, Themris pointed out rightly so that the problem with that previous iteration of it was that you would almost never actually want to use it later in scenarios because the longevity cost would be greater than the value that it provides. Um, I don't think it's really worth. Well, I mean that is an interesting idea. I hadn't planned on doing that because the issue with that is that it devalues like higher charge numbers. So like for example, if we take a look at where is the loss attack. So like this, for example, this doesn't scale very well as a loss attack with just a static value without a stun or something like that. But the one thing that could scale decently well is the fact that it charges too. So if you have a persistent loss that allows you to not clear charge before adding charge, it would kind of devalue most charge numbers. I mean, yeah, there's still some value to them because it lets you add more quickly, but otherwise, as is, like being able to get a charge 2 or a charge 3, um, that has value in and of itself by allowing you to set up something bigger by itself rather than being able to do it over the course of multiple charge actions. So yeah, I generally probably prefer not to, but it's an interesting point. Certainly something to consider. Thank you very much for the suggestion. But yeah. I guess that's also a fair point that having a double generate, I mean, double consume aligned with a double generate is, I guess the other thing to look at is how easy it is to use like a top versus a bottom, or top plus a bottom. Hmm, that's actually a good point. So the best bottom to pair with top easily has got to be wind plus fire, right? Because you can easily do, I mean, I guess it's wind plus anything because it just moves. Well, wind plus earth, not really, because move plus heal is kind of the least relevant. Plus, anyway, these don't go together. So yeah, no matter what, it's always still wind. Well, anyway. Worry about this later. We've kind of droned on for this one a while, and I really should get going because Otherwise, we're going to miss the chance to cook dinner. So thank you very much to everyone who tuned in. I will actually be back tomorrow. I'm going to do another day of testing. I'll try to work on the designs and stuff tonight and tomorrow morning, and I will be back at the same time tomorrow, so 3 p.m. GMT +1. I can't guarantee that I'll stream as long as today. It's possible I'll just do one scenario because I do have some stuff that I have to get done this weekend regardless, but I will get at least a bit of testing in tomorrow as well. So it'll be same sort of stream. We'll pick up where we left off, which means we'll be doing scenario 5 next, playing these same 3 classes. Thank you very much to everyone who tuned in. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see some of you tomorrow. And otherwise, have a nice rest of your weekend and take care. See you soon.